be stuff already in place. This is not the kind of assistance that gets a lot of glamorous announcements, but there will be discussions going on. There's over the last year, Ukraine has built a huge network of partners. The ministries have built networks of partnerships with ministries in other countries, and they will be calling each other, and President Zelensky will not have to be involved, to get this kind of thing going. So I'm sure that plenty of stuff will be on its way as we speak, if it's required in terms of Western equipment.
There is.
I'm afraid.
Can I just add one thing to it? Germany, for all its faults, has one of the larger, say, and very dense networks of water distribution, and given its structure and setup, and you know this, Nick, well enough, wastewater treatment plants, both for metropolitan and subservient rural areas or surrounding rural areas. And there is a massive overhang of personnel in the municipal operations and these regional operations. And they've worked in the past always together with the so-called GTZ, which now has a different name. It was the Association for Technical Cooperation, that was for development aid in developing countries, LLDCs and LDCs. This entity had been renamed a number of years ago. A friend of ours is actually working with them on a regular basis. And one of the former state prime ministers of Saxony, Milbrat, is a very good friend of Ukraine's and has been working with them for, I think, the past 15 years or 14 years, something, and has been supporting them and getting exactly this kind of technical assistance. And there is a massive amount already of engineers, equipment, architects, technical drawings and the likes in Ukraine and being delivered to Ukraine in order for Ukrainians to benefit from existing know-how, support and the likes, which can be utilized and integrated in the rural setups as well as in the metropolitan areas they are currently having to rebuild or bridge over gaps. So yes, this is happening. And it's one of the main things where Germany can actually do something, given the fact that they're so pussyfooting about everything else.
Amen. Well said. And yeah, Palka, I do think what you were writing about, or what you're saying, I do believe that was the ask. And I think that was the other question that we were trying to answer for you. Who's next there with these high fives? I think it's Prince. Is it Prince?
I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think I'm going to take up a whole lot of time. I just want to, I think just from some conversation that happened a little earlier, I am very quickly going to point to something I put in the nest from Paul Massaro a few days ago that lists out the House resolutions, the Senate resolutions, the bills and things that are in the United States Congress in the process right now, and you can look and see what each one of those are. If you go to congress.gov and look these up individually, you can sign up to get alerts, and that helps you to see what is going on with these and who is supporting them. And just this morning on the top one there, the House Resolution 488 to send ATACMS to Ukraine, I got a notification that 11 more co-sponsors signed up. Co-sponsors are important for these kinds of things because it shows the amount of support that it already has. And the co-sponsors were both Republican and Democrat. So there is very good bipartisan support in the Congress for the items that are moving through. And I will continue to get updates on those since I signed up for the alerts. Something absolutely everybody can do. It's not hard. It's rather quick. It's easy, and it will give you updates as to what is happening with those items as they move through the United States Congress. I just thought it would be a good point to bring that up today, since I got that notification that more Republicans and Democrats are signing up as co-sponsors on these resolutions and bills as they move their way through Congress.
Absolutely powerful. What a birthday present for you. Happy birthday, Prince. And thank you. Can you remind me again of where we can be signing up if we're in the States to receive the same notifications that you've received today?
Congress.gov.
So simple. Congress.gov. I can go there and sign up to receive notifications. And that way I can be up to date on what the United States is doing in regards to these issues. And that will help me to be informed with having my voice placed properly so I'm not just kind of whining and complaining, which is some things I've done. I have done it like that. But if we can have these updates like you are getting, if I can have those too, I can be a little bit more powerfully placed with my opinion. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy birthday. Everybody donate to MriyaReport.org for Prince's 55th birthday. $55 is it's a really great gift to give the Maria Report and also Prince for her birthday. How nice would that be of us? Now, next, I think to speak, we are looking at Think Ethical, and then
Isn't
Monica,
it a
am I
pity
right?
that we don't have any octogenarian birthdays in the coming days?
Hmm. I mean, I could make one up. I could be, yeah, maybe I could find one. Maybe there's an octopus out there, then we can have an octogenarian birthday out there. We'll have to find that. Go ahead, Think Ethical. You can unmute, darling.
I meant no ill will, and I'm sorry if he was offended. I was just analyzing the situation, and that's who I am. So, my grandfather was a coal miner for 60 years, and my father 20. I'm a Democrat in my bones, and I apologize if I offended him. But
I love that you just raised your hand to speak to apologize. And this is absolutely on the same talking point we've been talking about, isn't it? We were just talking about the importance of apologizing when you know you're wrong. And I love your posture right now very much. I hope he hears that. I hope he
I,
hears your words.
I hope so as well. And it was such a rush. I try to view things analytically, and I try to a technical analyst in the markets. So I think of things in the spatial sense of all of the factors. So in my analysis of M really expressed it very well in his introduction of artificial intelligence in the political sphere, and getting rid of dark money, which has been funneling from the Kremlin to basically the Republican Party. There were some Democrats also who were influenced, but mostly through the NRA to affect the election in 2016. So it hasn't stopped. That money is still being poured into American politics, and it's a corrupting element, and it's absolutely horrendous. And it was a Citizens United Supreme Court case that freed money without being tracked and being traced as to its origins. So it's just a floodgate of sewage. Since we're talking about sewage, Axel, man, you taught me about how smart are you? I'm like, I'm thinking about the filtration of bacteria now, and salmonella and other forms of E. coli now. So I'll be dreaming about that now. Anyhow, I just wanted to thank everybody for the space, and again, I just don't want to make it a partisan. You can just look at my Twitter. I'm devoting the rest of my time on Earth to the defeat of Russia.
We really appreciate your candor, and thank you so much for leading with apology and by example in that. Thank you so much. Think Ethically. We appreciate you coming to the space to speak. And I do believe the next is Monica. Go ahead, darling. You can unmute.
Good afternoon from Greater Washington, D.C. I hate to do this, but I am going to slide into the issue of American politics briefly, and I'll try to be quick. I generally am quick because I talk fast. I'm a fast-talking Washington lawyer, and I will get this done quickly. And the first thing I want to say is my understanding of the no domestic politics rule is that there is a notable exception to that rule, and the exception is when it affects Ukraine. I think it's totally fine, for example, as Prince Heather did just a few minutes ago, to talk about bills pending in Congress that would help Ukraine. That's about Ukraine. And I think it's equally appropriate to talk about how one party in one country, like we talk about Angela Merkel, am I pronouncing her name correctly? We talk about politicians in the UK, Richie Sunak. We talk about domestic politics all the time as it affects Ukraine. And I think that's perfectly appropriate. And the other thing, want to emphasize, I think the rule needs to be enforced more uniformly. I've been on this space like in the early morning my time and heard Colonel Jeff rant about American politics for like an hour, and I had to turn the damn thing off because I couldn't take it. And I love it when Colonel Jeff talks about airplanes, and I am totally with him on airplanes. I'm totally with him on anything that has to do with Ukraine. But he starts going off on American politics, and he's allowed to go off on American politics by certain hosts here who I won't name. I got a problem. So just enforce the rule evenly. Don't mug somebody if he says something you disagree with. If he's talking about, for example, how American political candidates have different views about Ukraine. That's about Ukraine. And don't jump on the guy and mug him. And the guy was mugged.
Monica,
So
darling,
please.
Monica, I am really, I like what you're saying. You're saying it so fast. Can
Okay.
I just ask you to slow down just a touch?
Sure.
I don't want you to
Sure.
lose your passion, but
Sure.
I want to
Okay.
understand you. Sorry.
Okay, very good. And by the way, I do agree with Axel completely that in the Congress, there is very broad bipartisan support for Ukraine, and it is in both parties. And I spent a day last week lobbying down there in an event led by the pro-Ukrainian lobby, and I got to meet the gentleman who runs the lobby, and I offered him my services if I could help in the future. And at that reception there, they honored both the Democratic and Republican congressmen who have been very big supporters of Ukraine. And I think the numbers broadly are very good for Ukraine in Congress. But one thing to keep in mind is that Congress is not the whole ballgame. The way Ukraine aid works here in Washington, it's something that I honestly did not fully appreciate until I did a little studying, is that Congress basically allocates these very large chunks of money periodically. Like the Congress, for example, might authorize $10 billion of money for Ukraine. But then it's up for the executive branch, which is basically the president and people the president appoints to decide when and how to allocate it. And we call these events drawdowns. In other words, he draws down on the previously allocated money. And that's where we see these press releases come out of the executive branch where they list all the goodies that Ukraine gets. And that's not from a congressional action. The congressional action may have happened weeks or months ago, authorizing the money. That's an executive branch action. So what the executive branch does is very important in this process, at least as important as what Congress does. And so, like, for example, when it comes to specific weapon systems like ATACMS, the way this is working, that's not really something Congress does. And Prince Heather is correct that there is a resolution pending in the House Foreign Affairs Committee to encourage the executive branch to provide ATACMS. But I'm not sure it's going to pass because I think the people in Congress are somewhat reluctant to step on the executive branch's shoes and get in their way. I hope it passes. But you know, I met with some staffers last week on the Hill, and I say ATACMS, and they think I'm speaking Greek. They think, you know, they've done their job by sending the money, and granted that is a big part of their job, but it's not the whole thing. So
Very
you know,
good
who
point,
sits in the
Monica.
White House?
Can you please tell us then why everybody was so afraid of the Senate Armed Forces Committee making these recommendations in unison after they cast out this one black sheep?
Well, I'm not aware of that particular resolution. I would certainly support any resolution supporting ATACMS or any weapon systems that Ukraine wants. I mean, I want Ukraine to have everything and to have it yesterday. And I don't have a problem. I think these resolutions are great, but I'm saying they may not succeed because there may be some institutional reluctance to get in the way of the executive branch on these things. I'm not familiar with the particular resolution you're referring to, Axel.
I'm referring to the massive amount of support which came out of the Senate Armed Services Committee last year already in this regard, which literally cajoled the administration and the federal agencies to do something, and they simply weren't taking up the mantle. As you quite rightly said, all of this is down to the executive, and it's the executive and the federal agencies and the federal government which is so slow.
I agree, and I think that the Ukrainian lobbyists do need, if they don't already have them, they need people who have connections in defense and state and the NSC to help this move along. And I'm not that person, but you know, that's what they need, and hopefully that they can make that happen.
I'm going to interrupt real quickly that there are explosions that have been heard in temporarily occupied city of Sevastopol. And I just wanted to let you guys know that that is happening now, and I'll be giving an update as we hear more, okay?
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt there, darling. And
no worries.
I love how you adjusted on the fly. I'm sorry to give you on-air criticism, but I really love what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, well, you're welcome. And let me just, 2 more minor points. I agree that numerically in the Republican Party, the opponents of aid are small numerically. The problem is they're really loud and they have a big audience. Like even Tucker Carlson, and thankfully he's no longer has a platform on Fox News, but he still gets 10 million views a day on Twitter, and this guy does influence people. And even though they may be seen as a as a freak wing of the Republican Party, they do affect people, and they do give pause to some of the Republican leadership who are afraid of their supporters, especially in primaries, and that's why they matter. And lastly, I agree. I think Congress is in pretty good shape in terms of support for Ukraine, but I worry about some of the presidential candidates. I'm not going to talk about Donald Trump's record on Ukraine because everybody knows it and it's not very good. But so far, Ron DeSantis has said most of the wrong things. What he would do as president, I don't know, but he does have to win over that extreme right wing of the Republican Party in primaries, and he's a dangerous man. He's not a traditional Republican. I wish, the Republican primaries, I wish the leader in the Republican primaries was somebody more centrist, like Senator Scott or Senator Sass from Nebraska, who's not even running. But unfortunately, the people who are front runners are probably not that friendly to Ukraine right now. It's unfortunately the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to, I do honor what you're saying, and I do just want to give a public service thing here that we try to err on the side of being pretty neutral as far as our proclaiming our opinions on political lean. So I do honor what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. But with comments moving forward, let's keep a neutral platform on American politics, if that's all right, please. I think next we have.
Can I just
Nick.
add on that?
Yes, please.
Two things. When I hit the mute all button, it wasn't because of what Think Ethical was saying. It was because they were being interrupted by a person shouting. So that's an absolute red line for me. That was why I did that. I talk about domestic. Occasionally, I've talked about UK domestic politics on here. I think we have a reasonable balance of US domestic politics. It is a difficult call. First of all, not all of the co-hosts are American. Not all of us fully understand all of the issues that are involved. But also remember that we are volunteers. And none of us is sitting here wearing a MriyaRaid hat, a MriyaReport hat, and asking if you would like MriyaReport fries with that. We don't have a standing order sheet in front of us. We don't have a stopwatch to time exactly how much one side or the other side has been speaking. We bring our personal style to the space, and we are encouraged we encourage each other to bring our personal style to the space, within some very, very simple ground rules. So what is too much US domestic politics for some people, for one co-host, will not be for another. And that is fine. That is fine. We are not running an egalitarian democracy here. Firstly, because we actually do discriminate against pro-Russian voices, but also because that's not what we're doing. We're not running an equal opportunity democracy. We hope that over the course of a day, a week, or a month, that we will give voice to a wide range of opinions, not just politically, but in terms of content, in terms of whether it's military related or Europe related, all those kinds of things. We aim for balance, but it's a bit like your diet. If you have fries at lunchtime and fries in the evening, probably won't do you any harm, but over the week, try and have some salad and everything else. So that's my approach to it. Is we hope that the regular listener to the MriyaReport will feel, okay, there was a week of balance, and there were some ups and there were some downs, so that's what I think. That's certainly what I aim for in my small amount of co-hosting. Is that the overall feeling that people go away with is that there's a variety of things, a bit like running a radio station. You have music, you have talk, you have jingles, all that kind of thing, and so that's our aim.
Nick,
I can't possibly know what's going.
Chips back into French fries.
Freedom fries, Axel.
Chips.
Freedom fries.
I said
Oh my.
specifically chips.
Chips. Oh, I know.
I French fries because we don't trust Monsieur Macron.
No, I have eliminated.
my.
Well, I've eliminated chips from my vocabulary because apart from when they have fish in front of them, it can mean different things in different languages as well. So no, fries it will usually anyway. Don't eat too many freedom fries during the week. And yeah, we aim for medium to long term balance. It is, I think, aiming for anything less than that would actually risk. We'd be keeping our eyes on checklists, and I think we would miss some interesting conversations. The cost of that is that occasionally.
What would our Ukrainians say? It's not pragmatic. It's not productive, and that's the point. The only thing where I really buy it is cricket. Cricket rules.
Are we? I must talk to a Ukrainian one time. The word pragmatic is a really, really interesting word, and it means something very different in several languages that I know. In English, and particularly British English, it is an almost entirely positive word. He's very pragmatic about it. In other words, they don't get into difficult situations. They don't try and do things that are absurdly, abstruse. In French and in Dutch, particularly in French, more than in Dutch, but nonetheless, it's a little bit more nuanced. And you can say someone's pragmatic, and what you mean is, they're prepared to make a few compromises to get what they want, and it can be quite negative. So I'm really interested to learn. Is there a word in Ukrainian that sounds like, I know, pragmatiki or something? Or
they will talk about productive. Everything is productive. It's a bit of
productive
spillover from the Soviet economy as interpreted by the Ukrainians, who have a no nonsense, no frills approach. So pragmatic, if you translate it, is more positively has a more positive connotation because you just dispense with the bullshit.
A word I like a lot is useful. Is this useful? But not in the kind of obvious everyday English sense. I think there's a. Anyway, we are not here for semantics. Now I've lost the order of the hand.
No, it's
so
a great
perhaps
cultural point.
can help you.
You're making a great cultural point. If Elaine were here, she could confirm what I was just trying to allude to, and you were going for. Useful as in a use. Is this useful? Is this productive? That is a very classic Ukrainian approach.
Okay. Good.
Korisny. Yeah, and I want to say too, this is I host a private space, but I'm not very familiar with spaces and hosting on this scale. And MriyaReport, I'm a baby here. I'm a rookie. I'm in the rookie role. So I just appreciate your grace, and I hope that I haven't ruffled any feathers today. I appreciate you guys speaking and being bold and sharing from your expertise the way that you do with such candor and grace. I by no means am trying to be in a seat where I'm silencing people. That's not my aim. So thank you for your grace as I'm learning how to do this properly. And order of the hands, I have no idea. I think it actually is M and then Think and then George. But we did have didn't somebody came back to speak, and it was somebody that I was interested in very much hearing from.
It was Goldman had his hand up.
Yes, and where did he go?
He might have gotten a phone call or something, but I still see him as a speaker on the space. So anyway,
yes, there he is. Actually, I want to hear what he has to say.
I just wanted to really quick. I know I'm jumping in line here, but really quick. I just wanted to his hand just went up. So I just wanted to say this for some of our European listeners. Look, guys, and gals, there's when it comes to the U.S. foreign policy, I think 99% of the candidates are going to go with a pro-Ukrainian stance. I don't see anywhere where it would go different. Remember, the people on both extremes of both parties, there are extremes on both parties, they've got their head stuck in the sand or stuck somewhere else. I'm not going to speak like that on the platform today. I'm going to keep it clean, I promise somebody. So it is what it is, and I don't think that people need to worry and wring their hands look, there's only one candidate that has been outspokenly against, supporting Ukraine. But you got to understand that most of the senators and congressmen on both sides of the aisle are vehemently supporting Ukraine. And some of the most outspoken critics of Putin's war have come from the Republican side and have taken multiple trips to Kyiv. So, irregardless of, except for one, who wins that nomination, I don't think we need to sweat it. And I think people read too much into it, and I'm just going to leave it at that. But there is strong support for Ukraine. And really quick on the resolutions, here's one of the problems that a friend of mine who works in Congress, has worked there for years. He says sometimes you have to break down things like you're talking to a 10-year-old because they don't understand. And I think it was one of the speakers, when it says ADICAMs, they're looking at you like you have three heads. They don't know what you're talking about. Okay? So sometimes you have to introduce them to the details of, let's say, the resolution that's proposing the United States send ADICAMs. So, call your congressmen, call your senators, ask for a call back, and ask what their stance is on that. And, and if you do get in touch with them or, one of their subordinates, explain to them why you think this is something that they need to look into. If they're not aware of it, tell them they need to look into it. They need to get a hold of people that explain it to them why this is a critical instrument for Ukraine, and along with the other resolutions. So just remember, they're not all military people. They're not all, listening to this space and getting information. They're just laymen like the rest of the people in the world, and they wouldn't know an ADICAMs from a broomstick. So sometimes you just have to take your time and explain it to them. And, there are people that obviously that are staunch supporters of Ukraine, but they just don't understand what exactly is needed sometimes. If they're not on the intelligence committee, they will not know. Okay, let's just put that out there. Unfortunately, that's how Congress works. Sorry, Nick, go ahead. I'm going to stop.
George, can I ask you, we're going to start seeing the primary season soon. We're going to be seeing Republican primary candidates. Is it reasonable to assume that they will be appearing to adopt positions on Ukraine that are rather more or rather less pro-Ukraine than they actually hold, simply because they have to try and scoop in as many of the wingnut votes as possible?
No.
Oh, somebody squeaked.
Yeah, Nikki Haley, Mike
Yeah.
Pence, Chris Christie. I can name 5 Republican candidates that have all declared strong support for Ukraine. I have one that's been ambiguous, one's been ambiguous, Ron DeSantis, and one's been the other side, and we know who he is.
Okay.
And I
so you don't see it. Okay, no, that's really good. You don't see it being a big issue in the. Do you think it's going to be a big issue in the primary or even the general election campaign? Do you think it's going to be a big issue?
I don't think it's going to be a deciding issue. No. The economy is going to be a deciding issue, just like everything.
Okay. Oh yeah, but that's always the case. But there's will Ukraine be a non-issue or will it get mentioned? So, for example, we talked about with Italy, we thought that was going to be a big problem, and we got lucky. We got the excellent Ms. Maloney instead of Salvini. But for example, Finland, during the Finnish election campaign, we were saying, well, some of us will miss Sanna Marin, some of us won't, but it wasn't even an issue. And for example, Ukraine is not an issue in the Spanish general election. So you don't think Ukraine will be a big issue either in the primary or in the general?
Unless something goes very, very sideways in Ukraine, like where that's the only risk.
Okay.
To be honest with you. And that is a
Thank
risk.
you for that comment.
Yeah. Can I just real quick say why I was.
You had your hand up, yeah.
Yeah. So when anybody, and I'm
You're cutting in and out. Is he cutting in and out for you, Sinclair?
He is.
Okay.
Ziegel, can you find a good spot where you have reception? Because what you're about to share is very important, and we want to make sure we understand you without you being cut out. That would be frustrating for you and for us. We need to hear you. So, can you hear
Shall we
what
go
I'm
to?
saying? Oh, Ziegel, can you hear me?
Coleman, can you hear any of us?
Oh,
Throw up a
there.
thumbs up.
Mash the like button if you can hear us.
I can actually hear his. I could hear his mic. Can you hear me, Ziegel? Shoot. This is important. Maybe try dropping down and coming back.
Okay.
I just
Hey.
DM'd him to recycle. I just DM'd
Okay.
him. It's George. I
Okay.
just DM'd him. So I'll shut up now, but I just DM'd him to
All
recycle,
right.
hopefully.
Who was next? I've got Think Ethical or M, but I'd lost track.
I think it is M and then Think Ethical, but do you guys remember between the two of you?
So as not to break the flow of the conversation, I think Ethical would have something to say.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, M.
Thank you for your graciousness, Em. I study history, and we'll go back to the League of Nations and the formation of the League of Nations being a watershed in American history because it was the beginning of isolationism and the avoidance of military conflict, and this was where the beginnings of Stalin influence in the American political spectrum began, influencing the ideas of actually decision makers in Washington, D.C. So it goes back 100 years that this isolationism has rooted itself in the Republican Party, and it was not in any way an offense to anyone. But I will ask the question that needs to be asked: is upon election, would a Republican president return to his mean, which is isolationism, which is removing American troops and influence from the world, be their de facto foreign policy, which is what I perceive it would be. That was my point when I was indicating that we have until January 21st, 2025 to win this war.
Well, coincidentally, that's when I'd like the war to be over too, regardless of US domestic politics. In fact, January 21st, 2024 would be nice too. So I think more seriously, if we haven't fixed it, if we haven't won the war by January 2025, I think the world will look substantially different anyway. Now, did we get Zgolman back? I don't see him. Zgolman, if you are trying to come up and putting out a request, I can't see one. Can you see a request from him, Sinclair?
I cannot, and it's
Okay.
bumming me out.
Okay, a request just popped up. 1 second. If it's Zgolman, no, it isn't. I will approve that. Another request. So Zgolman, if you are trying to come up and you're having trouble, send me a DM and I will send you an invite. And in the meantime,
Nick,
we'll go
I had
to
him on
M.
I don't know on Signal. He is part of the Doolittle Airline. Don't worry about it. It's all being solved.
Okay. All right. M.
Yeah, when I was responding earlier to what Dr. Rebecca said, I forgot to respond about the China question. After the beginning of the invasion, it seemed that China wanted to make a move against Taiwan. They received this very strict warning telling them if they make the wrong move, the United States was going to recognize the independence of Taiwan the following day. It is not a question of removing China out of this conflict. And I don't think that the visit by Secretary Blinken to China had anything to do with a decision on the F-16s or a decision on a clear path for Ukraine to join NATO. Right now, I would assess that the United States government is involved in a political maneuver to neutralize China on the long run, rather than just fixate on preventing the Chinese from supporting the Russians right now. I don't believe at all that anything the US government is doing right now is focused on taking China out of the equation. That's number one. Number two, the Chinese are not interested in seeing Russia win. And they're not really interested in seeing Ukraine win or prevail or become a formidable democratic sovereign nation that protects Europe against Russian aggression in the future. They know that if Putin continues going down the path that he had chosen when he invaded Ukraine, that Russia will just become a Chinese province on the cheap, and that they will be able to control a lot of natural resources on the cheap. And also, even though the Russian market is not that big, but they will have another market they can market their products to. So that's regarding China. As for the infamous topic that we try to avoid as much as possible, which is US domestic politics, well, here's one thing. The Republican Party has been hijacked, but a lot of very decent Republicans are still working to reverse that, and I believe that they will be successful. The extremists, or let's avoid using the negative term, people who exist or people who believe the fringes of the political spectrum, or dwell within or on the fringes of the political spectrum on both sides, are not really helping the progress of the American society. And they're not really helping the federal government becoming more efficient, despite all the sound bites they use. So at some point, the American people, or centrists, or independents, or even right of center, left of center, will probably come together and find a way forward, away from all the polarization and away from all the clever sound bites that serve no one but the politicians themselves, who aim to galvanize their bases in order to just get elected and get in power. And then when they have access to information they didn't have access to as candidates or runner-ups, or whatever position they currently hold in government, and they have access to more information, and they have access to more complex decision-making processes, and they have access to more, again, information coming from different branches of government, you see them acting completely differently when they are in office than what they promised during their campaigns. So that is a question for the American people to decide, and that is a problem for them to solve. And I believe that they will do that because the United States needs to prevail in order for every single decent human being in the world to continue to have hope in a better future and a better tomorrow. So that's your responsibility. That's the challenge. Will you rise to the occasion or not? I believe you will, but it remains elusive for the time being. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We're coming up to the end of our time here, aren't we, Nick?
It's coming up to dinner time. I made some rather promising soup before I came up, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck into that.
Oh, have you made enough for me?
Well, I'm making onion soup, and you know when you've made onion soup, so I put in. It's got to be a kilo. Got to be 5 large onions, and then by the time you've caramelized them, it's like, a cup or something. So no, is the short answer. Just 2 portions.
Listen,
Yeah.
soup is always for sharing, darling. Soup is always for sharing. I will make bread and we will make your soup work, okay? This will be great.
All right.
Everybody, thank you so much for joining us here, MriyaReport. This has been a really nice and a kind of action-packed session, I think. You hear my squeaky chair, the background. It's very squeaky. Well, it's been so nice hearing from you, everybody, and hearing what you have to say. Oh, and Z Goldman, I think this is absolutely the time to close out our time is with hearing from Z Goal because, oh my, what an experience trying to get you to speak.
Yeah,
So with that, let's hear
sorry
what you have
about
to
that.
say.
Sorry about that. I'm driving around in rural Delaware, getting to my shore house and in and out of coverage. I just wanted to apologize for jumping. I mean, I I'm just gonna. I'm an independent. I'm not even. You know, I don't agree with what happened to the Republican Party, but let me just say what offends me. Right. So when a speaker comes up and says in the first sentence says the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, and in the context of something negative, and this is for Americans. I give Europeans a pass and anyone else. I I find that offensive because it's half of the country, and you've just for MriyaReport you've just thrown you've just offended half of the country. Right? And I don't think that's what our goal is. So I don't give them a platform. Um, I I I equate that statement, Democrats or the Republicans, in the same vein as people that say the blacks or the whites. Right? To me, it's offensive. It's generalization that's offensive. And I treat them the same. So I don't give people platform for that. I don't. That's why I responded the way I did, because in the first sentence, it was on January whatever date, the Republicans, right? That's what Ukrainians were. I'm not going to listen to somebody that generalizes half of the people in the United States from an American, not from someone that's like I said, I give Europeans a pass. They don't know as much necessarily as much, but I get offended, and I treat that just like someone that says the blacks or the whites. It's just the way it is. When you generalize a population like that, it's just not right. And especially on a space like ours where we're trying to build consensus in the center. And that's just the way I feel. I don't care what Tucker Carlson says. I don't listen to him. I think half the people that listen to Tucker Carlson are people on the left that just want to criticize what he says, and they give him platform by listening. I don't believe there are 10 million people that like Tucker Carlson and listen to Tucker Carlson. I believe 5 million do, and 5 million are just trying to listen to see what he says so that they can be offended by it. I choose not to be offended. Like, I don't watch him. I never will.
I have
don't.
to say, Ziegel, I agree with you that we all have value. Our voices have value, and to be generalized is not okay. That to class each other and to do that is an extension of disrespect, and that is not what we're about here, and I appreciate you calling that out. I also like that you came back here to share from your position, so we can know how to be better in future. We honor your voice here. We honor that you came back, and I'm not sure if you heard it earlier, but there was an apology made in your direction as well.
That I
Here
did.
we are pro Ukraine here. We are pro speeding victory forward in Ukraine, and we are doing that together from a variety of platforms and of positions and creeds. So as we navigate forward, we are coming together and meeting together in the name of unity for the sake of the betterment of Ukraine and of the free world. And we are doing that at the cost of our own opinion sometimes. And we're also doing that at the cost of our own pride. And today, I just feel honored that I listened to offenses made, and I also listened to apologies made. I think our politicians would have a lot to learn from our behavior here in this space, and I kind of quietly wish that they were listening.
What,
So with that,
I
I'm going to sign
Sinclair,
off.
you know
I
what we
do too.
normally
Thank
say
you.
here?
Thank you.
You know what we normally say here? The center
Mm.
must hold.
And thank you to you, Nick, for dedicating your time also. Both of you.
I think I would just add to that, and maybe you weren't around when I made when I made this comment last time I was gone. We don't have cookie cutter co-hosts, and each of us comes with a different tolerance threshold to various things. most people on this space, if you hang around here for long enough, you'll eventually get a little bit offended by what people say, and the price of the price of the degree of freedom of expression that we have here is that occasionally it will upset some people. So we do not allow, and we're very, very strict on discrimination based on immutable characteristics. We try not to allow too much argument based on political beliefs, but occasionally that will happen, and it's up to each co-host to decide where the cut and thrust of exchange on things like politics comes from. But
let me just say that addressing an individual in their position is perfectly fair game. That's fair. If no matter what country, no matter what party, no matter what their politics are, if they have a position on Ukraine, it should be discussed on this space. That's
and to be discussed with respect, to be discussed with credence and value to the argument, and being productive, not in pointing fingers or anything that's childish like that, because here we know much better than that. We are not Russians. So,
I'm sorry, but if I may, a closing statement regarding this whole conversation. And since David is on and Nick is on, and Gunny as well, so three Brits, I'd like to remind Americans of this thing called the Independence War. Right? You guys fought against the British crown to gain your independence, and you did that with the help of the French, just to piss off Gunny, right? So
no.
I
They
believe
did
that the
They
American
did it for the purpose of the French household annoying the Brits. They did it because they were running out of money, and they were doing it because 5 French noblemen thought of a different idea. So please.
To say I'm the biggest fan of UK and what UK is doing in Ukraine. I think they are the gold star. I'm just telling you what I think.
100%.
I know. I'm not trying to be
100%.
Divisive here at all.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
just trying to end this on a lighter note. So yeah, and just to piss off Nick and Gunny. But yeah,
it's very difficult to end anything, to have anything on a light note when France is brought up in here.
Come on, Nick. All right. Okay, I'm going to step down
you know
first.
Why?
Yeah?
You know why, Sinclair? It's very simple. Because good old proper French cuisine tends to be heavy.
I actually made the soup. The soup I made is onion soup. You can't get. And I'm about to go and toss a piece of bread in it until it goes with cheese on, until it goes soggy. That's
how it should be.
That's how French we're being here this evening. All right.
Do you have Gruyere cheese? Please say yes.
That is, by the way, Swiss
cheese. I have much better. Yeah, well, there's French Gruyere and Swiss Gruyere, but I have much better.
The French have no idea what to do with Gruyere.
I have Mallorcan cheese, so I'm all right. So who is coming up? David, I think, is coming up. David and Axel?
Waiting.
Well, I'm waiting
we're observing you. We're observing. David, you're in a tin can.
All right.
David, get out of the bloody tin can.
Okay, bye,
I shall slide. Okay, Sinclair will slide down the fireman's pole ahead of me.
I'm not sliding. I'm stepping. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sliding down the pole when you've gone, but when someone else is up, I will slide down to ensure we have at least one. We don't have any discipline-free moments. It would be terrible if there were no co-hosts and people started.
No anarchy in MriyaReport. Okay, I am stepping down.
David, have you untinned yourself?
I'm here. I'm still waiting. I can speak anyway. So, but here's the thing.
Uncanny.
I mean, here's the thing though. So, a little bit earlier today. Oh, I'm getting an invite as well. I'll probably go into limbo for a moment. 1 second. Yay! Yes. So, today, I mean, everyone thinks that Just Now is contentious. Shaggy and I had the sandwich debate, BLT, or whether egg mayo or whatever the disgusting thing he was having. you have no idea how that contentious was, or can be. In fact, I may even put it into the nest.
Let's not have these discussions.
Sobrasada.
BLT sandwich.
Let's not have these
Sobrasada,
discussions.
the only good sandwich ingredient. All right.
Gentle people, I came up for an elevated, comprehensive discussion about Nord Stream and proper, sensible discovery of data, cutting
BLT sandwiches
and the likes. And what did I have to sustain for the second round this afternoon? Some discussions about inferior bread reinventions. So please spare me this.
A German guy earlier, in response to that poll, a German guy asked what a BLT was, because I guess, maybe it's not so I told him it was broccoli, Leberkäse, and
Tonno.
What was the third one?
Oh, that's disinformation, Nick. You can't be doing that.
Yeah.
It's just it is just your lack of sobriety. That's all. How's the first cocktail?
All right.
How's the first cocktail going with the wonderful onion soup? And what are you having as a aperitif?
I'm having a Campari and tonic this evening.
I knew it.
Campari?
Whoa, Campari. Whoa.
Oh man, please no.
What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, no, save me from this. Nick, why don't you move over to your chicken soup and I'll ask Nancy to elevate me up, and then we'll talk some sense here.
The hairiest bikers in Italy drink Campari, David. I'll have you know. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your.
I'm trembling already
this afternoon, and I'll leave you in the hands of Waldorf and Statler here.
I was just about to say, David, the kind of engaging, humorous transitions we have from Kermit the Frog here is astonishing, isn't it?
I mean, yes. Astonishing is an adjective. I'm 100% certain that it is.
Right.
Yes. So where do we want to start? Exactly. What are we going to start on, etc., etc.? We've had all sorts of things. We had people on a little bit earlier today saying, sort of technical divers could do it, sport divers, etc., etc. And so I wonder whether we would just do a little bit of a cover of that.
Yes, let's warm up the soup first in order to spell with an ocean for our friends in America and for those in Europe who haven't been listening at lunchtime when we dropped in both and were dropped into the cold soup of the Baltic Sea and the maelstrom of disinformation, incestuous intelligence agencies and German media companies spilling the beans of bullshit yet again. David, what on earth is happening there, and why should we not trust these augurs of what can only be described as horseshit?
Well, I mean, if you've asked that question, then it's all going to be over in about 30 seconds. How about I start off with a little bit? And Kerry, I did see you got your hand up. Do you want to talk about diving? Do you, Kerry?
No, I want to say put soda water with your Campari, otherwise it's disgusting. And then I might say something useful later.
Good.
Oh, good. Well, you've said that. That's great. Right. Then that's done. Right, Campari. Gosh. So I thought I would start with a slightly different start, right? Because there are some people who think I'm dissing sport diving and all the other bits and pieces. I'm not, right? Let me explain a little bit. I am not saying you can't do it, right? I'm not saying that no one could do it. I'm saying that because of all of the 1,000,001 risks and problems in it, that if you wanted to come back alive, then you probably wouldn't be just a sport diver. And because there are so many other things to go. Yes, I understand that, maybe you might be able to do it if you did X, Y, and Z. But when you want to come back alive, right, there are other things that you need to think about, right? Because guess what, right? Maybe if you were diving on a shipwreck, for instance, right? Well, firstly, if you were diving on a shipwreck, if you've got a swell of 3 to 5 meters, you wouldn't be diving, right? Oh yeah, and then there's the problem of downtime. If you just want to go down and have a look at the ship for 30 seconds, it's a bounce dive, etc. Yeah, you can come up, but this is not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is something else, right? A completely different thing. And what the difference is we're talking about is between someone who might have done some DIY on their house to doing a full-on build, right? But guess what? That build may just kill you, right? There's the difference. There's so many factors, so many factors, and I will just highlight just one of them. I say, hey, it's not just one. I lied to you. I'm spreading disinformation. There's more than one. But if someone walked up to you in a pub and said, listen, I've got an idea, right? I've got an idea. Let's go and blow up a pipeline, a gas pipeline, something that's cost billions of pounds, right? So this is what that's what the suggestion is, right? So someone's going, yes, let's go and blow that up, right? But this isn't a discussion you might have in a normal pub. But if someone came up and asked you that, well, here you are. Think of the things here. The risk that the person doing this is taking, asking you the question, right? Because at some stage it might go serious, and you might go, oh, right, yeah, that's a bit weird. I'm going to tell the police. Well, the other one is, right, someone is asking you, and if they're this ruthless as to blow up assets like this, so the amount of damage done to the atmosphere and the rest of it, what do you think your chances are of living after you've finished said job? All of these things, these are the things that you have to take into account, and not least just the explosives, right? I know, I mean, there are quite a few military divers who are sports divers now, and without a doubt, they will have the experience, right? But if you said to them, right, here you are, let's go and blow this up, they're not going to come up with a plan that in actual fact, yes, let's get a yacht that we can't even keep over the pipeline. So there's many things. So I'm going to say, I'm not dissing sport divers. I have every respect for them. And some sport divers are incredibly experienced. It's just that there's a big difference between going down and looking at a boat somewhere, finning around and going, oh, that's nice, as to blowing up huge infrastructure with consequences that would get you at the very minimum, if you're caught, incarcerated for life. And there's the thing, incarcerated for life or dead. Oh, Mr. M. It's not Mr. M, it's M, sorry. M.
You can call me M. Dot, just for the differentiation.
I will.
He talks like an Egyptian, you know.
Wait until I start speaking in hieroglyphs. But yeah, so what's the premise here, that technical divers can or cannot do it? Because I have 300 dives under my belt and I'm certified technical. So what's the premise here? It can be done, Axel. All you need is $50 million.
No, it can't be done. And I can tell you why it can't be done. And David will tell you as well. Chuck Ferrer told people here as well. We went through this in excruciating detail, and you can't do it with $50 million either, because you need to have the vessel, you need to have the submarine, you need to have the control of this. It's a massive action, and it's not going to be done with an Andromeda. That's what I'm saying, and that's what we've been saying. So the premise is that the constant disinformation campaign, which is ongoing and currently still being sponsored by some authorities associated with two state investigation agencies in Germany, meaning Landeskriminalämter and the Bundeskriminalamt, the federal, say, what you would call the federal criminal police, as well as some people in one of the intelligence agencies of Germany, plus a number of people who wanted politically from at least two different countries, is insane. And we've dissected it and dispelled the notion of this bullshit beforehand. David, do you want to go into this?
Well, see, I don't want to argue with Axel, but I would probably say yes. I reckon you could probably do it. You have the skills to do it. probably the contacts.
But what would you need for that,
But-
David?
Oh yes, but and then this is where we're getting into all the other bits and pieces. But it's such a niche area that the idea that it might be a disparate group somewhere is just so far off the scale as to being not even worth considering, really. Especially when you consider how it was supposed to be enacted. If you were to choose a methodology, would you choose a yacht to do this dive from?
Yes, I actually tweeted out the plot, I think 2 weeks in advance.
Unconvincing.
And I was speaking.
Unconvincingly.
I know. I'm not playing the devil's advocate here, and I'm not saying that the Ukrainians did it, or a team of retired or active military divers who then maybe became instructors.
To put charges onto pipelines or submarine assets for 90 minutes at a time? Have you or have you not, at 90 meters or at 85 meters?
I cannot answer that question, but all I can say is that I've gone down to 80.
Exactly. Have you done 90 minutes with heavy lift and precision working, haptic control in a stream infested environment in this case, because there are stream beds right next to it? And have you done it with barely good haptic controls or visual controls? Yes or no?
I've done a test at 40 and I've done a test at 80.
Good.
The test
Excellent.
at 40 included mental faculties and using manual. You're basically your mechanical, your body mechanical skills, and the test at 80 was operating a certain piece of digital machinery. Let's put it that way.
Okay, then we should really ask
Axel, let me get in. Let me get in, please. Right. So here's the thing. You like good plans, don't you?
Oh yes, nothing is better than a good plan.
Exactly right. So you don't like bad plans. So if there was a better solution, right, and if there was the worst solution for your platform for diving from, which one are you going to choose?
But that's when it gets tricky, because it's not really a normal job.
Exactly. But you want to come back alive, though, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if someone is doing this to get paid and disappear for the rest of their lives, then they want to get the money and disappear for the rest of their lives.
Of course, because there's no point taking the money unless you think you're going to come back alive. So are you going to choose a platform for which you're increasing the risks considerably to yourself? Would that be a deliberate choice?
It can be a deliberate choice if.
No, I know it can be, but would that be your deliberate choice?
Depends on the type of man tasked with carrying out the job. So.
You changed it. We were talking about if you were making this plan, right? Would you deliberately choose a platform that would increase the chances of you dying?
Me personally, yes, I'd do it for the lols. I do a lot of things for the lols. I'd do it.
There we are. Okay, so then we need to meet up and we can work out a plan then, right? We'll see how. But I suspect you are a little bit fibbing to me. I think you're a meticulous person in your planning, and I think you wouldn't choose a platform for which to do a dive from, which would increase to the point where there was a good possibility of you diving, even for the lols.
But the sailing yacht wouldn't actually increase or decrease the chances of success or safely returning to surface, in my opinion.
You don't think so?
I think the salient point is the number of men, the team. How many men do you need for this job?
Always, yep. But the platform's important, though, isn't it? If it can't even stay over the dive point, right? So if it can't even do that, then it's bound to increase the likelihood of death, because guess what? If it can't stay over, let's just say that there's ground, because we know the swell was, let's say that went up to 4.6 at that time, and something like that. It's not going to go, right? And then the guy's got to come up. Or how's he going to come up if there's no boat there, right? And then guess what? When you're halfway up, or you've got where are your cylinders to do your decompression and all of these things, right? Okay, you could come all the way to the top. Let's just say that you've got all those there on some sort of flotation device. They're on a rope, and the rest of it, you do your decompression, but you come up. You're in the middle of the Baltic, and your boat's not there.
You know that this can be easily fixed with two things. This was definitely, well, hypothetically speaking, if a team of madmen assembled to carry out this job, this would be a line dive. That's number one. Number two, you have chutes.
Parachutes?
No, emergency chutes. If a boat was going to circle around and come pick you up, you can mark your ascension location by shooting an ascension.
Oh, okay.
chute.
Sorry, I understand what you mean now. Right. So some sort of device that marks your position. So you can get those. I mean, I think they're LED now, but you used to get these little flashing devices that floated that you can see from kilometers away, a very, very long way away, right? But if you could have that, right, but then you're then assuming that said boat is going to be close to you, pick you up. And guess what happens if I have Twitter problems, my app has died. I don't know if
I can hear you perfectly fine. Okay, now we can't hear him anymore. So his app has died and we heard the rest of his audio. That's fantastic. Wonderful. As a little relief, we'll go to Heather, who had her hand up patiently. Heather, you bring your relief. In the meantime, David will will cycle down and we'll try to get him back up. And then David and I will dissect this further. Heather.
Well, darn, I wanted to talk about diving because I actually know a little about it. My ex was a Royal Canadian Navy clearance diver, which means he was a deep diver and he worked with explosive ordnance. His job would be probably to do what you guys are talking about, only in the North Atlantic.
Like David, he was
very
a
much.
Royal Engineer, Sapper, and Frogman for 14 years. So I presume he and both of them could exchange war stories, quite literally.
They absolutely could. Darn. But what I wanted to ask David, and he's not there, is are you talking about somebody actually going down without a line to the surface, like with just with your rebreathers, without being without having an umbilical to the surface and a surface tender on the surface? That's pretty darn deep. You'd be pretty specialized in that deep of water.
Even specialized, it doesn't matter because the problem is the decompression. Decompression for a 90-minute dive, which is what when David, Chuck, and we went through this, for the amount of work to be done in order to place those charges. And these are, by the way, two different environments, Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. But in order to place these charges, even the smaller cutting charges, which now are being rumored to be the ones which have been applied to the slightly differently configured Nord Stream 2, even in such instance, such charges would be difficult enough to place that it would take anywhere between 70 and 90 minutes to dive, according to what our experts, Chuck and David, said.
So then you need quite a long decompression for that long a dive.
And you don't have a decompression chamber on a small 52-foot yacht. So you have to do wet decompression, which is cold. So that means people are getting ever more cold and ever more useless for human acuity is, shall we say, in limited supply when you're diving and when you're diving in cold water. And especially if you're doing stressful work. So that means they would have to have a rest, and therefore they couldn't be doing these dives in the kind of staccato rhythm, even with 5 divers at the same time. They also would have had to have a lot of canisters. David calculated for the amount of people supposedly diving, you need a medic on board, you need a navigator, you need 2 support staff, and you need a couple of divers.
Tender.
Yes, exactly, and they didn't have one. So therefore, he said on the 52-foot yacht, you would not be able to put as many 20-liter canisters to dive down there. That's it. Quod erat demonstrandum. Next. That's the argument against the possibility of this actually ever being done. In the meantime, Nancy, if you're listening, there's a David waiting for you.
Thanks, Axel.
You're very welcome. Let's. There is the David.
Yeah,
David,
how
I just
annoying is that?
highlighted- I don't know whether you heard it, but Heather had a former significant other who'd been a Royal Canadian diver doing the same bloody stuff, blowing things up underwater just like you. And then we had a little chin wag.
And he lost his buddy. We had a very terrible incident that he was involved in here in Nova Scotia. They lost one of their divers. He died in water that was like tea in the harbor, in not very much water. And these guys were well trained for their job. They knew what they were doing, and they still lost somebody in that depth, at that depth. When you, it wasn't well, he wouldn't have been using a rebreather, or he would have had more air, longer, or more gas, I should say. Anyways, sorry about that, but yeah, I know a little, and it doesn't make sense to me that you would be able to do that unless you went down with a diving bell, and you still need a surface vehicle for that, right? You need, if you're down, what are they called when divers are at depth for days? What is that called? Oh shoot!
Sat dive. You were saturation. Yeah,
divers.
sat diving. Yeah.
Saturation divers. So that would be about the only way that it could be done. Like, would be with a sat diver, would it not? Because if you're going to drop a few frogmen in the water, go down that deep, place charges, get out of there. Where are they going to?
I mean, listen. Sorry. Keep talking. No, you keep talking. No,
my
keep talking.
apologies. Like, I'm not a diver, but I understand the mechanics of it. I understand how easy shit can go wrong when you're diving at depth. When you're diving in 20 feet of water in Halifax Harbor, things go wrong. So that said, I personally don't think it was done that way. I don't think it could be done that way. But I am not a clearance diver. He was, basically same as what you would be in Canada. We're still British, but we call them clearance divers, not Navy divers, not the regular guys, but the guys that work with EOD. So that's what he did for his career in the military, and as far as I know, he survived it. So he was lucky. Thanks.
No, thank you. Anyway, listen, I understand. Look, the M, I think, was just being a contrarian, saying yes, it's possible. I of course agree. Yes, it's possible, but the chances are of something going wrong just go higher and higher and higher the more differences you make, right? And firstly, why would you ever get a yacht when you could just hire a fishing vessel of some sort, which would have more than enough room to put everything that you needed onto it, right? And guess what? Do they have in the Baltic? They're fishing vessels, right? So that's what
Astonishing.
So many other things that you would do.
Thank you.
They have trawlers there. That's the whole point, David. I think it is capability, capacity, and the overall impetus and motive. Now, the impetus is if you have the specific need for momentum, then you could definitely highlight that Russia had that need for momentum in order to make its statement, because its statement was less that they're cutting one of their arms off like the Black Knight in Monty Python. No, the Knights of the Coconut, Knights of the Round Table and the Coconuts. No, this is different. This is essentially telling the West that we can cut your undersea cables and pipelines, because Nord Stream 2 was completely irrelevant at this point in time. And cutting Nord Stream 1 was something which they were willing, in order to project upon the US that they were supposedly at fault, which is completely nuts, or Ukraine, which is equally nuts, if not even more so, for lack of real capacity, capability, and impetus, and definitely no motive. Cutting Nord Stream 1 at a point in time when they had already been sanctioned and therefore no gas deliveries would be forthcoming, and the Germans had already started buying from Qatar and implementing LNG terminals. Therefore, Nord Stream 1 would not have been acceptable any further. There was no need to keep Nord Stream 1 going because it was evident that they wouldn't win it. They knew it. As a consequence, they have the ships, they have the fleet for it, they have the specialty ships with the ocean submersibles, the mini subs. These ships are photographed within a space of 48 hours prior to the explosions. These photographs are made by Danish intelligence, ship to ship. We have satellite coverage and photos of this because we do have, how should I put this, David? What did we say about this wonderful meeting of the once cruiser Slava, which later on became the Moskva, which was then the boat with which the Russians had their wonderful meeting of the minds with the then George Herbert Walker Bush presidency team in Malta. People could read the newspaper the guys were holding on board. This is 1989. We have spy satellites with which we can cover this. And yes, there was a bit of overcast here, there, and whatnot, but in between we could cover this. We have tracking and radar and sensible coverage of the Baltic Sea because it is a bloody lake, not even a real sea. We know exactly when every ship there makes a turn, specifically Russian ships. We even have submarines there, and we track and trace them. David.
Yes,
Please.
and there's the. I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to also say, and how close are they to? Because this isn't just that in any old piece of water, is it? This is a piece of water that's very close to what countries?
Sweden and Denmark.
Yeah, exactly, right. And Sweden and Denmark keep quite a close view on things that are happening near their borders, don't they?
No. Those are not seafaring nations. They stay away from the water, David. Did you not know?
Well, they are. In fact, yes, it's well known for their Saharan military vehicles. Yes,
exactly. They stick to their pyramids over there, as we heard from M. It takes Egyptians to go dive there.
Yes. Anyway, yeah. There's so many reasons. It's just it's nonsense. But I'm glad that M came up to do the contrarian approach because there's always that things can always be done. But what's the chances are of it being doing like that? And the thing is that often the most obvious is probably the way it was done. Right.
Now, but David, just imagine, because Emma's coming back up, just imagine if you were there with your Russian vessel, actually with a fleet of 5, all nicely photographed, one of them being a very well-known Russian vessel with home port Königsberg, unfortunately currently named Kaliningrad, and that actually having a submersible on the back and being there 2 days prior to the explosion. What on earth does it tell us?
Yes. Well, I think there's definitely. I mean, motive and intent, right? They're all there. Motive and intent. M.
All right. So, what would be the motive for the Russians to blow up their own pipeline?
Because their pipeline was useless, but it was only worthwhile now using as a threat for the undersea pipelines communications cable of the West, and to try to put the blame in a narrative onto the Americans or the Ukraine. That's all. Totally simple. The pipeline was worthless already.
So the working hypothesis is that the Russians were angered that Nord Stream 2 was never commissioned and therefore
No,
was
it's not
just sitting
anger.
there.
No, it's not anger. Come on, please don't say this. This is crap.
It's,
No,
it's
That is not
theatre,
worth
isn't it?
discussing.
It's
I'm not.
theatre,
No,
isn't it?
I'm not discussing anything on this level. I can go if you want to continue on this bullshit level. This is not about anger. It's not about emotion, and you know this. This is a strategic calculus that they would like to employ a threat to the undersea assets of the Free West, and that is why they use that. It's completely
I'm
simple. It has
agreeing with
nothing to
you,
do with
Axel.
anger.
I'm just using simple language for our listeners. That's all.
You imply that I am suggesting that somebody fits emotions into something which is a threat matrix. That would infer that I'm stupid. I dislike that. I reject that.
I don't understand why you're so heated, but I yield the mic.
I think, Axel, I think Em is just posing a question, right? So here are, what is it? Because there are other people here listening, so they would like to know. So I mean, there are many, many reasons. It could just be theatre. We know that this is as a nation state, they are prepared to do these things just for theatre, to express their whatever they're expressing. But equally, right, you and I. Well, in fact, most of us all know here that there are many, many messages that they are sending by doing this, making this event, right?
Absolutely, and that's
whatever that is.
that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I want to arrive at eventually. We have to walk our listeners
Oh yeah,
through
I get it. Talking through it, the Kabuki theatre part component. There are many things. The force majeure of the contracts. There, I mean, there's the thing. There's probably so many reasons for them to do it. It would be difficult to even tie it down. Do you not think?
Well, absolutely. It's either the beluga whales or the dolphins or the Russians or some secret group of disgruntled divers. And I want to walk our listeners through the process of eliminating all possibilities and finding the real culprit. So that's all.
And I agree and I understand, right? So there you are. Our yes, actually disgruntled. I mean, would they be disgruntled if someone had offered them, let's say someone had offered them 5 million each? Would they be disgruntled? Would they be disgruntled?
Well, they were disgruntled before and they accepted 5 million apiece so that they would be happy afterwards, right?
Okay, I can accept that, right? So I mean, they're doing it for the financial reward, in which we've already accepted. They're doing that because they want to make themselves enrich themselves and disappear later. So they do. We've already agreed that they want to remain alive, and therefore they're most likely to want to choose a methodology that keeps them alive, right? So which removes the yacht. Right, because that is not the platform which you do it. They would be much better off doing it. They could, with that sort of money, they could have just bought a fishing boat, right? Gone in a fishing boat which has all the space they need. They could, in fact, with a fishing boat, they could have just put a compression chamber on it, right? No need for decompression stops. Just do a dry decompression on the boat with that sort of money. So they could do that. They've got a boat that's circling around, and I get your point about here you are. You've got some sort of beacon. If you drive when your divers have come up, so you don't have to remain in that area, right? But I mean, there's risks around that clearly, right? Because the beacon might be seen by someone else. That beacon might be seen by the Danes or the Swedes or just another boat that's going over there, because the randomness of the sea. And this is an area that quite a few boats go through, and we can see that. We see that from the satellite stuff.
Absolutely, but
So they probably
this working hypothesis depends on one element, and that one boat was involved, and that it was the yacht. What if multiple boats were involved, not just the yacht? That's number one. Number two, it doesn't need to be a lead beacon. A workaround would be buying a specific watch. I will not mention the name so as not to advertise for the manufacturer, that comes with an encrypted satellite signal that can be detected by some systems, and then you can make the rendezvous. So there are a lot of solutions and a lot of workarounds. What I'm trying to say here is that I believe, and I assess that the Russians did it. right? But to say or to deny outright that it cannot be done by a team assembled specifically to do that, motivated by money, motivated by pulling it off, and that is a huge element that anyone trying to assemble such a team to carry out such a task will take into consideration. He will look for motivated men who are in it. They will never announce it. They will never say, oh, we did that, but they will have the satisfaction that they have done that. And we know exactly what kind of men have that drive. So
and I 100% agree with you, which is why I started with this is possible, right? But it's just unlikely, right? So there's always possibility, right? It's
Which
just
does not help in
unlikely for all the
analysis. I'm
reasons.
sorry, guys. I'm not having
No.
this. We've done 12 hours of this here with people who are experts in this field. You are one of them, David, and we've discussed it here in many regards.
I'm not an expert, and I'm not arguing that we discussed it. There are 2 points here, Axel.
No, they're not. Technical possibility does not render this a suitable argument when it's currently being used to denigrate, derogate, impugn, and attack Ukraine for the purpose of Russian narratives subjugating currently at least two agencies, normally of good sound measure, by means of that infiltrated bullshit narrative. It's absolutely insane. We dispelled the likelihood and probability of such action already a couple of times. We've gone through this in massive amount of granular detail. The Danish agencies working on this matter have clearly highlighted, and they were compelled by a Freedom of Information Act to disclose the information which showed in 112 images the Russian fleet being there. The Russians had motive, capability, impetus, and what else? The strategic calculus for it. Everything is there. Absolutely everything is there.
I agree.
The technical possibility of something else is highly irrelevant when it comes to proper analysis. If this were a security briefing and I would receive that, I would say, thank you. Let's focus on what's practical, pragmatic, and useful.
That's absolutely true, and I agree with that, but I have to disagree with several points. First of all, in the history of modern warfare, and I'm sure David knows this, what navy assaulted a port 3 times and successfully attacked the platform and the ships docked there? It was us. When everyone said it was impossible, we did it 3 times, not just once. That's number one. I'm talking about Egyptian frogmen raiding Eilat. Number 2, the 10th man, which was born after 1973. Again, a war that carries a lot of resemblance and a lot of similarities with the ongoing war. Why was the 10th man rule instated? It was instated exactly because the groupthink within Amman, the Israeli military intelligence, that concluded conclusively that the Egyptians and the Syrians would not attack, failed. And the Israeli intelligence community, even though they received information on the 5th of October from their agent, codename Angel, Ashraf Marwan, in London Station, where he requested specifically to meet the head of Mossad to inform him that the Egyptians would attack at 6 p.m. To this date, no one knows on either side, by the way, whether he was actually asked by Sadat to give the time in order to solidify his position with his Mossad handlers, or because he experienced a sudden revival of his conscience and decided to pass the information but fudged the time in order to serve both sides or stay in the good graces of both sides. That's why the 10th man rule was created. And that's why you need a 10th man whenever you're analyzing something. The argument here is not that because it's technically doable, then that group, let's call them the Aquamen, did it. That's a different argument. But there are 2 arguments in play here. The first one is this technically viable? Yes, it is. Can we play with that idea? Yes. Is any serious analyst willing to?
No, why would you do that? Why would you play with an idea where you
Because I
already
don't
see
want
that
to
there's
be
a
the
huge
man.
no, there's a huge disinformation campaign ongoing? You can
I
see.
know, I
So why not?
Axel. You're
Why
asking me,
not actually?
ask me.
Why not? Sorry, you're trying to lecture me here about the 10th man rule, all that kind of shit. Do you think this is something new? I mean, French intelligence in 1870-71 failed on this matter. In the First World War, there are examples on all sides of this. I am not completely stupid, all right? It's an insult to intelligence, to having to listen to being lectured on this matter. I completely agree with you. We have to give proper credence, analysis, and all this, and we've done this here. We've done 12 hours of this. We dispelled all these fantasies and notions. It is highly unlikely, whilst technically feasible, it is highly unlikely given the evidence. And I am here to make
Axel, I
clear that
can't
the
really
evidence
defend my.
points to something
You
else.
just cut me off when I was going to arrive at the same conclusion that any serious analyst will tell you this scenario is highly unlikely. So I'm
Which
not
is why
trying to
the
lecture
10th man
you.
rule, which is why the 10th man rule is not a rule I would introduce into a proper, sensible German army, if I may say so.
I was very specific when I said in the history of modern warfare. So that
Yeah,
is
fortunately, we're out of that. I
1905
agree.
going forward, or 1917 going forward, or 1914 going forward. So I really don't understand why I'm being attacked for just being my playful
I
self,
don't
but
attack.
I yield
I
the
don't
mic,
attack.
Axel.
No, I
I'm
don't
not trying
attack.
to
I just
lecture you. I wouldn't even dream of it. I don't think you're stupid. On the contrary, I don't think that there is a need to use such terms, if I may say so. But yep, I yield the mic. There's no need to go any further with this.
we did 12 hours of this, 12 hours before. We've had here.
We always say that
We've
we have
had
new
Butniks.
listeners. We always say that we have new
Yeah,
listeners
exactly.
all the
And we
time. And
are.
if this
That is why
section is
David did this.
specifically dedicated for discussing this, that I believe that all voices should be heard, even the contrarian ones, because we shouldn't become cheerleaders. And lest we forget, by the way, I was the only person who objected to the whole Ghost of Kiev myth being pushed down our throats when it wasn't happening. And I said, show me the cam kills, and then I will say, okay, someone did it.
You were completely
You
right.
asked why. You asked why I'm doing this right now, because I don't want to be the idiot 5 years later when things get declassified and say, oh yeah, well, I wasn't brave enough or strong enough to stand my ground and defend my analysis.
That's
So
completely fine. I'm not arguing with this. I've never argued with this. I take this completely as it is. And you know this. What I'm saying is you should start with a message up front. Everything which is going to come now is going to be technical analysis. The result, however, is for you as a listener that it's extremely unlikely that what is technically possible has happened because the evidence speaks against it. That is how a briefing starts. This is how I would start a briefing. And as a CEO of a company, this is what I would expect to see as a briefing. That's what I'm saying. Our audience does not necessarily always have the time to go into the full detail of what you did as a very veritable, complete analysis. I'm not attacking your analysis. On the contrary, I would never do that. What I'm saying is we should start right up front and telling people, and Thedion, I don't know what you're doing there, but if you want to continue doing this, you can do it somewhere else.
I've written executive summaries. I thought that this is not the place to just present conclusions and have people, take them and go back home and go to sleep. But I yield the mic.
David, carry on.
Yes. Anyway, listen, let me just add a bit. Please don't add any more to this, Axel. So I understood that what M was doing. He was going, here we are, let's discuss the idiosyncrasies of what may or may not have happened, and then in actual fact, we would have arrived at the same conclusion. Doing it in a fun way, as I believed, right? So M is absolutely he's not suggesting that's how it was doing. It was just suggesting there was a possibility, a slim possibility, because if we denied it and said no, impossible, right? Everyone would know we were lying. Because things are possible, right? Anyway, let's change subject. I can see we got two hands up, and Jeff has had his hand up for an absolute age, and then we've got Axel. So, Jeff.
what topic did we want to move on to? I was going to say Hitchens' rule applies. That which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Sorry, I don't. What did you put your hand up for?
I was going to respond. I was going to chime in on the diving discussion, but if we want to,
what's your question? I'll decide. Right.
No, I'm going to cede the mic. I'm going to pass it on. I don't want to. I don't want to muddy.
Well, then DM me your question and I will answer it in a DM. There we are. Alex.
Hello. There are a few topics about Ukraine that I was just curious if you guys have discussed it. One is, well, I think I already mentioned Finland. There is discussion in Finland that they may stop helping countries in Africa and Asia, those who are supporting Russian aggression. I think very good initiative, very appropriate and on time. Another thing is there is a financial aid from Britain and UK and the US for the amount of $4.3 billion. Not sure if we've discussed that and what is it? I guess it says what it is meant for. It's not just.
Sorry, what's this? How much money and who from again?
4.3 billion UK and US.
I've not seen this. Where's?
Okay,
where?
well, I'll have to dig in. It's just it shows on there is a website from Gerashenko. That's where it's said, but there are no details. I'll have to dig in. Another thing is Latvia actually announced that it will give to Ukraine all its military helicopters. Likely they are speaking about old Soviet helicopters, but still, the fact that they are giving all of them to Ukraine and are not afraid that they will not have enough on stock is something to note, because again, the war is happening today now in Ukraine. Like it does sound premature to speak about what we'll have in stock when you actually do not have any immediate visible threat. When you need them, Ukraine may give it back at the end of the day. And what else? And there is new footage from Prigozhin. I mean, we are on a diet from Ukrainian forces about the progress, but looks like Prigozhin is filling that gap. There's a lot of enthusiasm, and according to him, things are way worse for Russians than Russians admit, which I'm not surprised. But yeah, it will take time to translate it. I think one of the guys on Twitter did take time to translate and shows the postage. If I find it, I may forward it, and then you can decide if you want it on Nest or not.
Oh right. Well, yes, forward it to me. I'll give it a quick read. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, I'm having mic problems again. So I'm just going to say, let's if anyone here has a different topic, that would be absolutely brilliant. Otherwise, you're gonna have me talking about the BLT at the moment, which I've yet to find the tweet so I can put it back into the nest. Right, which would for me that would be quite funny, because I go follow the BLT, right? But today's been, for me, it's been a little bit uneventful, right? But I don't know whether it's been eventful for everyone else. Does anyone want to put your hand up? You're talking to me. I'm very, very friendly. That would be a no. Okay. So let me. I'm going to gabble along, try and find. Oh, I've got 1,000,001 DMs. That's very interesting. I will get around to answering you all a little bit later. There's a couple of people who are clearly, and there's some people who are contacting me. It looks like for dating purposes. I did not know this was a dating site. But it's all interesting. Right. Here we are. Oh, yes, there we are. Thank you very much. There, Mockers. That's very, very useful. Right. So there's a tweet that Mockers just sent me. It says, let me open it up. It's from Euro Maiden PR. Oh, and and the tweet's not actually turning up. It will eventually. Yes. Hey, okay, this is the tweet. An American blogger living in Kharkiv glorified Putin until the SBU came knocking. No. They would not be that foolish, surely. Right? Came knocking. Had more than 150,000 followers on Telegram and YouTube. He told them about the Ukrainian Nazis and Putin's hero. And guess what? Let's have a little thing, a show of hands. Who thinks he got more than? Put your hand up. This is interactive. No one's doing it. Okay, well, I will tell you, he's going to be spending between 5 and 8 years in prison. Why would you do that? That's just. I mean, why would you go to Ukraine and do it? That's just a little bit crazy. In fact, a little bit more than a little bit crazy. I'll stick it into the nest so everyone can see it. Right. Ugh. Right. If you look up in the nest, you should be able to see it in a moment. Right. Well, that is, I think you might call that a little bit stupid. And, oh, Jeff, well done. If you want to ask your question, ask your question. I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay, well, I was gonna shift gears a little bit. Has there been anything further tracking down the 8 missing Ukrainian POWs who seem to be adrift somewhere in Hungary?
No, I don't know. I mean, they've got the 3 who actually, yeah, 3 who've turned up, but the 8 who are somewhere missing in Hungary. I mean, I don't even know if because the Hungarians said, "Oh, we just let them go." They didn't say whether they let them go and gave them some money. We just don't know anything, do we, at the moment? Not a lot of news. I think everyone's just wondering what the hell is going to happen.
Any signs of the EU taking some sort of corrective action with Hungary over their stupidity with this?
Well, here's the thing. So it's Nick who is the more the man for all this sort of stuff. Thinks look, Hungary's behaving. By the way, Kerry, I've sent you a link so you can join that way. So Hungary is, as we know, a bit of the black sheep of the family, the badly behaved. I probably think of it as the badly behaved heroin addicts. That's probably the way to think of them. And the EU's going to have to struggle bringing them into line. But they do have a couple of sticks with which to beat Hungary with, and those sticks are really monetary. Hungary apparently is desperate for the money from the COVID the response, and I think that's into hundreds of millions and maybe into the billions. I'm not unaware of just how much, but I know it is a large sum of money, and Hungary is desperate for it. So that's all I know, I'm afraid. And but I can when we've done some more, I can do a little bit of a search and see if I can find out some more information. Thanks very much for that, Jeff. And Kerry, you've got your hand up.
Thanks, David. I'm just going to, it might already be out there, but I did pick up on Kiev Post, Kiev Independent. So this was 2 hours ago, and like I say, it could have been elsewhere. So it's the German government said it in its weekly update on June the 21st that it had delivered a Patriot air defense system with missiles. So that is a new Patriot system. Which, does that bring it to 3, unless there are others we don't know about?
I'm to be honest, I'm lost as to the number of Patriot systems they've got. I mean, what they need is just more air defence to the point of any air defence, really. Anything that's going to protect their strategic areas, which they're cities. They've got quite a number of cities that are targets, aren't they?
And
Odessa.
They had 2, David. So this is not insignificant to have at least a third.
Yeah, I mean, they've got. I mean, how many? The RST. I mean, I don't know if they've got 1 or 2 RSTs and all the other ones that are in there. I mean, look, they're in desperate need of medium-range air defence everywhere. They've got some. I think they've got the Hawk systems in there. The big question is whether they'll be delivered some more Hawk systems, and that would be that would be a good thing. Basically, anything that's going to give them more air defence. Yeah, did it say whether it actually arrived or been delivered, or did it say any more about it?
The way it was written, it sounded like it was in country. So let me just look at it again. So it says different government order that it had delivered a Patriot air defense system with missiles, and that was in their update released today. It's a weekly update, so definitely it's been within the last week, which is very good news.
Yeah, no, that's astonishingly good news, because we know that as it stands, we're going to have there's going to be more and more attacks. We know that if we just think about history, look at London, stuff kept on coming over, right? Even after the Battle of Britain, and they started the doodlebugs and the V1s, V2s, and the rest of it. And we can still see that it's not going to stop. Russia aren't going to stop what their plans are and what they're doing. And Jens, yes, thank you very much for this. So I was just telling everyone. So Jens has just said this may be a little controversial, but I followed through and had a BLT for lunch, but it also contained chicken. So technically, a chicken lettuce tomato sandwich. I can go with that one, especially if the chicken was char grilled. Anyway, M, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I would really like to go back to the whole discussion. I want to arrive at the proper conclusion that the Russians actually did it. So I don't see a reason for us to stop discussing that. I believe we should carry on with it, and we should walk our listeners through our thought process.
Which is what we did. Which is what we did before for 12 hours with Chuck, David, Douglas London, and the like, and which is why we should do this on the premise that we already have very good evidence speaking for it. So let's do this, and let's do this focused and clear.
I think that's an okay.
So let's hop through it, but let's do it on the premise that not because something is as possible as Moonraker, which it never was, and it's thinkable, therefore it was most likely the outcome. But let's do this. I think we will come to the same conclusion as last time.
It's radio, Axel. Have you heard of radio reruns previously on MriyaReport? Stuff like that?
Oh yeah, like our Spotify things.
And we don't actually typically have our this program on Spotify yet, do we? So maybe this is the live run of Spotify. Whatever. let's carry it on. So where do we want to start?
No, let's circle back to the type of platform and why a different platform would be better for the safety of the divers and so on and so forth. I enjoyed your thought process and where you were getting at, especially when it comes to the decompression, because if they have no access to a decompression chamber that can be lowered from a boat that they can access at a specific depth in order to decompress and spend some time there before they can surface. I believe that the decompression chamber would be lowered to 40 meters. Do we agree to that?
Oh right. Oh, here's the thing. So you're so you're planning. So you would do a decompression, lower the decompression chamber, and they would get into it. Oh, that's interesting. So that's not how I was thinking it. Let me talk you through. So there is a thing called dry decompression, which is where you have the decompression chamber on the actual, call it the vehicle, whatever you want to call it, on the boat, on the ship, or something like that. And you've got you have a period of time in which to get to the surface quickly and get into a compression chamber. As we typically call it, compression chamber, as opposed to a decompression chamber, because what you do is you compress yourself, and then inside the chamber you do decompression. Yeah, so I was thinking do it on the surface, right? So you've got there, I can't remember, I was just thinking, I think it's 3 minutes, so it might be 5 minutes, for which you've got to get from the bottom to the top and get inside and get back down to the relevant the relevant pressure setting, right, which would be whatever you were before, and then you would start a very, very slow ascent. That would be a sensible way of doing it, depending on the situation, what you're trying to do. So if it was a case of you've just got up, you want to do this as quickly as you can, and you go down there, set your charges, whatever they are. We know that there've been different charges. One was looks like a really nicely laid cutting charge, and the other ones, it looks like they just put large explosives next to it. Doesn't matter. They go down, put those in, come back. Now, of course, if it's just a really quick dive, right, because they've got their facts straight, right, and there's then if they do that really quickly, then decompression doesn't have to be a long time either, does it?
Well, let's get to the specifics. At what depth is the pipeline?
84 and 92 meters. That's the ground depth. It reaches up.
So
it
the
reaches
point.
up. It reaches up elevated in one location to 80.5, and in the other, because seemingly the podest on which it rests is a tad higher, to 89 meters. So the 92 meters goes to 89 meters. In the locations
Right,
where
thank you for that, Axel. But
in those locations where the two were supposed to have been exploding.
so let's be even more specific. So at the location of the explosion, was it one explosion or two explosions?
Nord Stream 1 was a double explosion. Nord Stream 2, from my understanding, was one larger explosion, albeit that supposedly these are now estimated to be cutting charges, which are less explosives, but seemingly because of the pipeline being under a different pressure in this area, having bubbled over quite neatly and having exploded quite heavily. That's all I can tell you.
So we don't know exactly the depth of the three contact points.
I just said anywhere between 80 and a half to 84 and 89 to 94 meters, 92 meters.
So if we assume that the diving plan had a depth of 95 meters, just a maximum, add a couple of meters just for maximum tolerance here, right? So let's assume that we're operating in 95 meters. So that's a question for David. If they're operating at 95 meters, what kind of dry suits do they need given the conditions in the Baltic Sea?
Well, see, the thing is that at 95 meters, I did a little looking. It'll go to 5 degrees, 4 degrees, maybe 3 degrees. I can't tell you about the new dry suits. I could only tell you about the sort of dry suits I would have used in the days I was diving, right? So that would just be a standard membrane dry suit, and for which you would be wearing, as we described them, as a woolly bear underneath it. And the woolly bear, so before the woolly bears, you would be wearing it. It was literally woolen jumpers, woolen long johns, and the rest of it. But you get a woolly bear, just like it's a giant fleece and a very thick fleece as well, right? And depending on what you were using, and how long you were going to be down there, maybe you might wear a little bit something else. I often, if I thought it was going to be really, really cold, so I did quite a bit of ice diving. I would wear lycra underneath as well. So they've got different types there. So there are the dry suits that fit a little bit more snugly, but you got to remember, I was in the army. I didn't buy my own dry suit; they issued it to me. So it was just basically a piece of rubber, and I wore a very, very thick woolly bear underneath. That would work. I mean, because we know that 5 degrees is, if you're in 5 degrees for a long time, a really long time, you could have a problem. But you got to remember, this is hard work down there, right? When you're there, you're not sitting there just doing nothing. You are, in actual fact, working, for which you will be keeping yourself warmer than you would be if you were just dangling on the end of a shot line, which you would be doing later on, though.
But if we are to consider the dry suits, they need to be sourced on the market. So it is not something military grade. It is not something only available to nation states, something that can be sourced on the market and be seen as just, another fancy piece of kit for a technical diver, or someone who actually does some technical diving work for oil and gas companies or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So you'd have to buy it or procure it from someone, maybe a friend of yours who, like you said, who works in that sort of system, and you go, oh, I just need 5 suits or 4 suits or whatever, but you've got to get hold of them, and that obviously becomes another risk point, doesn't it? Someone somewhere spots someone who's bought, they've not seen in ever before, they buy some suits. There are always problems around this, but it's exactly what you would do.
So you need to source a dry suit that could pass for a high-end recreational dry suit from probably a diving resort somewhere around the world that offers them or carries them, correct?
Dry suits, if you're in really, really warm temperatures, you're not going to find a dry suit there, are you? You would be the sort of thing you would be looking to procure if you were going to suggest, right? So you were buying these things, and these are all divers. They're experienced divers, so they know the jargon and the rest of it. You would probably push a story that you were doing something along the lines of, I'm going to dive on Scarpa Flow or something like that, where it would be very cold, right? So, and yes, you would push that story.
Dahab is considered an affordable diving resort, and it has at least 3 shops that carry high-end dry suits, because a lot of technical diving is happening around the blue hole, specifically when free divers go in and try to do the whole descent to the arc and then cross the arc, emerge on the other side, and then surface. Usually when free divers plan that dive, they have technical divers down there and other support divers to make sure that they step in to rescue them if anything goes wrong. So it doesn't, it can be purchased on the market in any type of diving resort if you look the right way or you make the right cut, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, of course, right. But if you did it correctly, right, or without increasing your risk, because I don't know, purchasing, say, 5, let's just call it 5, right? I mean, or let's just call it 2 dry suits at the same time might cause something. Whereas, if you were somewhere else and you described it at the situation I was saying, it's not going to cause a lot of people, it's not going to really think about it. They're just, because that's what you want, right? You don't want anyone really remembering. It was just someone talking about doing a dive on Scarpa Flow, which is is well known for being cold, right? So and that sort of dry suit, because you might just, oh, I wonder what sort of suit you might what would you recommend, etc. Then you get into a conversation of what you're planning on doing.
That's one thing, and therefore, if a team was to be assembled to carry out such a task, they would procure their diving suits from different destinations at different times. So it needs to be something light they can travel with. Is this an okay working hypothesis?
Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so if it's 95 meters and they have good dry suits, Bear X comes to mind. Just because it can pass for a recreational dry suit, and it's the most expensive on the market right now, and it has the highest quote unquote recommendations and ratings on popular diving forums and websites. But is this just enough, right? So we're talking about one piece of kit. What kind of regulators would they need? They need a primary, they need a secondary. What kind of regulators they would need for such a job?
Well, there's the thing, right? So you were asking, look, the diving world of regulators have gone. As I tell everyone this story, in actual fact, how in actual fact the British Army, as a result of something that happened to me, changed its regulators. We used to have these cheap Spiritech DVs that were notorious for freezing when you were in very cold weather, and in actual fact froze. It did, but normally they used to freeze open. That means you've got free flow air going, which isn't, it's not great, but it's not a serious problem. But mine froze shut, and it froze shut after I'd breathed out. So anyone here, if you want to give it a try and you're wondering how difficult this is, so if you're trying to hold your breath for a very long time, you take deep breaths, etc., and you may try and super oxygenate your blood by shallow breathing and all the other bits and pieces. Now, breathe out completely and try and hold your breath, and tell me how long you can do that for. It was a deeply unpleasant experience. So I was under a piece of ice, a long way out from the hole. Obviously, I'm on a line, but you still got to get back, and you still got to do the other things, which are to remember, because, I don't know, I think it's about 30 meters down or something. So you still have to breathe out on the way down, but you still have the urge to hold your breath. So there's complications like that. So I couldn't tell you what DVs are the best ones now. The world has changed since the 1984. So we're close to 40 years ago.
So it needs to be something that was designed by former military, but is being used in high-end recreational diving, or being considered a high-end piece of kit in recreational diving that can also satisfy technical requirements.
Yeah, I would go there with that. If this is what we were doing, and you were going to use self-contained equipment, and you weren't going to do something that would be, say, surface demand, right? And you would be in a completely different sphere there. And you'd just be using something like Kirby Morgan or something like that. So for anyone who's listening, surface demand is a way of diving. What you do is you have hoses on the top of wherever you are, your dive boats, big hoses, they go down, and the air or whatever mix you've got is pumped down to you, and you have a hard or a semi-hard helmet. Kirby Morgan is one of the big players in it, and there's someone else as well, and they make the stuff often. If you see, in fact, where is he? He's not here. There is a gentleman here who has a hard helmet, a diving hard helmet, when he's wearing them. So Kirby Morgan would be. But at the moment we're discussing self-contained equipment. And for anyone who's listening, sorry. No, I was going to say, for anyone listening, self-contained is what scuba tanks, and that's, you've got cylinders, right, which are filled with whatever it is you're breathing, whether that is air or whether a mixture of air.
How many people do you need to dive down to control this, to place the charges, and then escalate back up, David?
Well, the charge part, that's a difficult question to answer, because it depends on what charge we're talking about. It's possible you could do it with one person, but it increases the complexity,
Okay,
basically, and depending on how big
Nord
you've
Stream
got.
1, heavy explosives, as we're told, 2 explosions, extreme intensity on the ground, seemingly explosions which were heavy because the pipeline was seemingly more difficult to actually blow up. Nord Stream 2, supposedly a cutting charge, which was cutting through at a, say, what the Germans call neuralgic point, at a very, very specific point, cutting through, and very intelligently so. Those are the indications, those are the rumors. We have no proof, but this is what has been said. What would you think? How much time does it need? How many people does it need? And don't forget that there's what? I'm not quite sure. Is it now 68 miles apart? So 2 locations. How much time? How many divers?
Well, so the thing is, you could do all of this with one diver. It's just, as I said, it's complexity, and you need other stuff, right? So the thing is, even if something's heavy, right, there's always ways to aid that. You could give it a little bit of buoyancy by to make it really easy to move. It just increases complexity. But you would think 1 or 2 divers, right?
Okay, so let's say it's 2 divers, just so that you, because if you go on such a mission, as M would certainly concede easily, you want to hedge your bet. You want to make sure that you actually get it done. So you can't rely on one person. If something goes wrong, the person fails, the job's not done, the money is wasted, everything else is wrong. All right, let's say it's 2. If I were in charge, I would make it 3. There's a reason for it. Anyway, so it's 2. How many cylinders or canisters do you need?
Well, again, we go back to whatever you're using, right? As I said, they could have used an anti-tank mine to do this, right? Didn't have to be it doesn't have to be a cutting charge. Even a small charge, right, would do what they need to do, right? Because all you want to do is put a hole into said pipeline, right? But here's the thing: we know that they were big charges in one place, and then a cutting charge in another one, right? So you're maybe looking at the cutting charge. As I said, you would test this out, maybe as little as 20 kilos, 10 kilos of explosives for the one pipeline we're cutting charge, and the other one might have been naval mines. Could be anything.
And what would you have thought? 1, 2, or 3? Would it be 5 kilos of cutting charge? Would it be difficult? How to travel the distance between the 2 locations and do it all in such a time frame?
I believe that the answer to this question lies in the discrepancy between the types of charges used, and why the charges used on Nord Stream 1 are different from the charges used on Nord Stream 2. So I have no direct answer to that, but like David said, it can be done by one diver, but you would need at least 2 for redundancy. I'm more concerned with the support team. So how many support divers do you need on the way up?
Yeah, they're the important things, aren't they? Right. The important questions are what you're doing. So listen, you don't actually need a support diver on the way up, right? People who do did I? No, so I don't think I've ever had a support diver when I was doing wet decompression. On the end of a shot line, you just dangle on it, right? You were at the right distance. You've got the rope, and it's being marked off, right? But that's on with surface demand. It's a different issue with scuba, as we've just said, and we just said that we're doing it. So yeah, you probably have one person who would be doing that, depending on what depth we're starting the decompression stops at.
So depending on the mixture and depending on the time they stayed down and whether it was 1 or 2, then the decompression starts on the way up. So you'll need at least one support diver at the
At
final stop for
least, right?
decompression.
Yeah, and then we did this discussion about redundancy, right? Because this is the point, and this is where we're saying is you're going, yeah, you want redundancy, the ability to make sure that if something goes wrong, you can react, right? Which is, and you got redundancy in everything. That's the redundancy in the DV, redundancy in the cylinders, right? Because there are so many things that could come in, right?
So a team of 2 divers for redundancy, a team of 2 support divers for decompression stops and going up, and maybe 1 rescue diver on board?
Might be, and then you've got the people who are on board as well, right? Other who are doing the other things. In normal cases, you call it attending, the attendant, who's the person who's looking at after that diver.
We call them the babysitter.
So, but that doesn't that does not compute, because according to the Germans and according to their data, only 5 people were on the Andromeda, plus the guy navigating it.
Do we have any?
Go on, Em.
Do we have any information on the ages of the alleged renters of that yacht?
If you want, I can go back to the wonderful communique and all this kind of jazz. I can check it if you need me to. I don't think that
But they haven't released any personal information
they
regarding
released
their
indications.
names.
They released indications that there was a Polish company supposed to be used, and that say a man and a woman arranged for the yacht being rented. The indication was middle-aged, so whatever. Give me a few minutes, I'll dig out all the details again. We've done it before. We do not know what supposed age the potential divers will have had.
Which leaves us with the discrepancy of the charges. How would you explain that, David? 2 different types of charges used on 2 different pipelines in 3 different locations, and the distance between them, and so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, it leads you to the idea that maybe it's not even the same people, right? That would lead you to believe it isn't the same people. It was a different task, different people diving, different reasons, right? But you can explain the different charges as a result of messaging by, if we say it's a state actor, and we are saying it's a state actor, or I'm saying it is, of course, messaging is very different with different charges.
Or again, the opposite postulate that it is what they could source, or what they were able to source.
Exactly, right. But let me hypothesize this, right? So with everything in engineering, you always test it, right? So let's just say this is a group that has decided to do X, Y, and Z, right? They're going to blow something up. Then if you can get hold of 20 kilos of RDX, why can't you get hold of 200 kilos of RDX? So what you would do is you would test on a piece of pipe, and we've already discussed, because there's large amounts of money in this, we've already discussed that the people who are funding this have a lot of money, right? So you would have a piece of pipe and you would test to see your shape charge, how it worked, and how much explosives you needed to perform that job. Once you've tested it, right, and then you would go ahead. So the idea that you could only get hold of 20 if you needed 200, for instance, doesn't really make sense. But who knows in this strange world? So yes, it could be that it's all they could find. But if you could get hold of a naval mine, right, then why can't you just take the explosives outside of that and still make your shape charge?
Right, so we have 2 problems here. The first one is sourcing the amount of explosives needed and the type needed to carry out the job. That's number 1. And number 2, testing. So we're talking about 2 pressurized pipelines at depth, so further pressure, and you need data to help you decide on the size of the charge you need to deliver the desired outcome. And that kind of data would not be available to everyone. That's number 1. And number 2, even if you had a mathematician who's a magician and can calculate that using software or whatever without the need to simulate the actual detonation, there's always the possibility of their calculations being wrong, and that's a huge risk to take if you already agreed to undertake such a task. No?
Yeah, exactly, right. You would always test it first. They did that even in the Italian job, right? I told you only to blow the bloody doors off. Yeah, exactly, right. You would test it. You would, and if anyone, look, if anyone knows how to make, they knows how to make shape charges, then they'll be aware enough that you need to test it. You don't have this as an option of just, let's just use as much explosives as we can, because they could just have done that, but you wouldn't need a cutting charge at that point, would you? You would just stick stacks of explosives over it, or just a little bit, and just make a big hole. There's a reason someone said, let's cut this, let's do this in the way they've got. And there's a reason for it, isn't it? So that would normally, you would expect someone said, this is what I want to do. Because if you were just a diver, right, someone has said, yep, all I want you to do is make a hole in the North Sea pipeline, right, then you could do that really, really easily. But that's not what they've chosen to do. They've taken a more complex path and then a different pathway as well for the other ones, which is using a large amount of explosives when in actual fact they didn't need to use a large amount of explosives. So the complexities are coming because these are probably instructions from someone. So yes, you would absolutely want to make sure that you've got your calculations right. And the way you get your calculations right is testing it and going, here we are, this does it, this does the cut the way we want it to. And getting hold of a piece of pipeline probably isn't that difficult. I mean, you see the photographs of it everywhere. I say everywhere. I mean, if you do a search, there'll be someone there. But you would still need someone who's involved in the oil industry, etc., to be buying said piece of pipeline, wouldn't you?
But then
Another
again,
complexity.
who has the capability to simulate this under conditions? So we're talking about pressurization of the pipelines themselves as well as the depth, right? You need to factor this into calculations, no?
So I did think about that before. The thing I thought about was, no, I don't think you would need to do the testing with it pressurized. I believe that you'd be able to do the testing on the surface, but you still got complexity there.
Does that not go back to what we discussed once with Chuck? That he said essentially they could have tested, if it were the Russians as opposed to anybody else, if it were the Russians, then they could have easily tested it on site where they have the pipelines on Russian soil. They could have run all pressure tests. They could have chosen, as you said earlier, the specific form and type of the cutting charge, the metal, the likes, because they know exactly what they've used. They could have even simulated this in tanks.
Yeah, they could have, but my thoughts were, you just didn't need to. You just need a place that was sufficiently far enough away from people where they would go, what the hell are those bangs? And you would need a piece of pipe, right? Because when you're cutting this, it's a cutting charge. And those pieces of pipe are what, 10, 15 meters, right? You were just going to cut off the first 30 centimeters or something and see what that works like. And then you would just go along the pipe as you did it. It may be that if you got your calculations right, then you go, oh, my calculation is pretty much right straight away. It may be. You may want to do a couple others, but I can't see more than a 15-meter section of pipeline needing more than that.
But it's better if you know what.
And you could do it outside.
Sorry, apologies, David. Please carry on.
No, it's fine. So I think you could do it outside. What you do know is something is under pressure, and they know what the pressure this is under, right? I think it was it 100 bar? I think it's something like, I think 100 bar is a value that came to mind. That's quite a bit of pressure underneath there, right? And it makes sense it might be 100 bar because of the depth it's at, right? But all you know is that at that point, then that's going to aid you in your in what you're doing. Because of course, as soon as you've got a hole in there, you've got all that pressure escaping.
Which brings us back to the fact that there's only one actor who has all the data, all the construction details, all the possibility for testing.
Yeah, and then, you know, and all the other questions. Where do you get hold of your 100 kilos of RDX explosive? Where do you get hold of the other bits? And you've got the other parts in that. You need the detonators and all of the other things that go in there, right? You're not going round to the Reg Vardy Incorporated to go and buy these things. You're buying them from someone where they could they either have lots of detonators and these things going to go missing, which would not be a commercial environment, right? Because people notice when detonators go missing because they're accounted for in very, very carefully. In the same way as anyone who's aware of been in the army, right? When you go to a range, you make a declaration afterwards as to you don't even have any brass on you, right? So and that's just ammunition as opposed to explosives. And detonators will be, you know, just something that's accounted for very, very carefully.
Now, that brings us to the other point, and I think this is a question for both you, David, and Em, given the fact that you both like diving. Wouldn't you, if you have the possibility to choose, wouldn't you try to avoid having just a simple yacht? Would you not go for at least a trawler? And if you don't have to choose only a trawler because you have access to submersibles, wouldn't you go for submersibles? And how would a submersible, a mini sub, make it so much more simple, straightforward, and better?
I can't really talk about a mini sub. I've never used one. But listen, you might using a yacht. You might as well, as far as I'm concerned, use a dinghy, right? There's little point in using a yacht. That the risks involved in using a yacht are so huge as to go. It's a crazy discussion. Right, because you want something to be in the position when you come back. You just wouldn't use it. You would use a trawler of some sort, fishing boat, a proper fishing boat. You wouldn't want a dive boat because obviously they would go, "What's that dive boat doing there?" But fishing boat, trawler, they're all used to difficult seas, because they're out in the high seas, right? So you want something that will handle happily and have the engine and all the other bits and the room for you to have that kit.
What are the chances of using underwater rovers for this job?
I think they're quite high as well, aren't they? I've never used one, right? But I can go, yeah, I think you could do that. The people who use these ROVs are really very, very skillful. So yeah, you could use an ROV for it.
And that would solve the age group dilemma. Let's say that it wasn't divers; it was a group of people who actually used underwater vehicles, remotely operated, of course. Then that would take out the whole dilemma of figuring out where to get the suits and where to get the regulators and where to rent the mixtures and the tanks and so on and so forth.
Yep, that solves that problem. You still got the problem of the explosives, though. But yes.
And the fact that the underwater robots, we discussed it a little earlier today, and we had this discussion with Chuck before. They do not have the same kind of control as the haptics a proper, sensible diver has.
Absolutely, which would explain the discrepancy of the types of charges used. But then there is another possibility. So during construction, how do we know that Nord Stream 2 specifically didn't have any cutting charges installed while it was being built?
Well, that's a very, very good question, right? It's one I looked at, right? Because there is a system that is designed for drilling rigs, right? So drilling rigs that are anchored at to the bottom of the sea, and you may be a case of where you want to move them, and there is a a system for doing that, but the explosives are put on the inside, right, of the pipe, because typically those really huge supports, they're just giant pipes, and they're put on the inside, right, to facilitate exactly this, right? So yeah, but we do know that the explosives weren't on the inside. The explosives were on the outside. And
so now that we have explored every single possibility and how to do it and what you need to do it and so on and so forth, can you give us your personal assessment based on your experience and training?
yeah, it was a nation state. Yeah, nation state who did it. We know how they did. I mean, even if we didn't have the satellite information and all the other bits and pieces, you go nation state, because the resources involved to do this is just so high. It was the nigh on impossible to do it elsewhere. And there's only really one nation state who'd want to do this, and that would be Russia.
So if you are to sum up the 2-hour conversation that we have just had to a listener who has just joined us right now, to explain your assessment based on your training and your experience that a nation state was behind that event. If you lay it out, you mentioned satellite data and footage and so on and so forth. So if you can lay it out in bullet points, very short, very concise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and therefore 10. How would you do it, David?
How would I do it if someone asked me to do it?
No,
Okay.
no. I mean, how you? No. We're past
I was
that.
going to
I
go.
mean, no. I mean, how and why your assessment? You arrived at the conclusion, or you arrived at the assessment that a nation state did it. So, number one, there is an observation by the Dutch authorities here, there. Number two, there's this AIS data tracking. Number three, we have satellite data. Number four, the presence of a Russian vessel with a mini sub on it. And therefore,
well, you've just said it for me, haven't you, Ren? Thank you very much.
I'm sure you'll say it more eloquently than I can.
No, I don't. Here's the thing: I very much doubt it. So yes, so as M goes through, right? There's satellite data of said video of Russian ships going over. There's satellite data of, in actual fact, a ship that does carry a submersible mini submarine. All of this info, or the data, shows that in actual fact these things were over that position in the time period needed. Right, the equipment needed are all sorts of things that you would have from a nation state. Very, very difficult for you to get hold of, and yeah. At this point, I'm just going. So many reasons that I'm struggling to come up with them.
And if we are to go to Axel for an illustration, explanation, expansion on the political dimension of why the Russians would do it and what they were hoping to achieve by doing that, Axel?
Still the same as before. The Russians had no use for Nord Stream 1 anymore, given the fact that the Germans had already switched their policy to the LNG from Qatar. The main markets had already been blocked off. They were not bankable anymore, quite literally. And Nord Stream 2 would not be connected. Center in Lubmin was definitely already redesignated from a German perspective to becoming an LNG terminal in future. As such, there was no further use for either pipeline. Strategically and tactically, they could easily destroy those two components if ever in a long-term future they were to, shall we say, extricate themselves from their war in a fashion that they could reconnect for business. Then the amount of investment required in order to resuscitate those pipelines would be sufficiently available. Therefore, at that point in time, to send the threat signal and plant the narrative at the same time. Every message, every action is always with multiple addressees and narratives behind them. As a consequence, in order to indicate that Western sea cables, Western maritime assets were to be a threat, whilst at the same time Russia has JUNTAR and other so-called oceanographic or maritime research vessels out there, all of which are equipped quite deliberately, quite clearly to cut pipelines, cables, and the likes. Fiber optic cables on the ocean ground are one of the most important strategic assets the West has. As such, in order to infer that these would be threatened, cutting those two pipelines is a clear indication of their capability and their willingness to do everything and anything. This has to be taken into account, and that is one of their main items. At the same time, of course, they would park it as a narrative in the media, in the contrarian media, the infiltrated media on all sides, to highlight that supposedly President Biden had said, oh, we would take out Nord Stream 2, da-da-da. This is easy to tag on to and therefore, feed the tanky crowd in the West on the one hand, at the same time, then plant the seeds for an investigation which can only go awry in order to implicate supposedly some Ukrainian forces. For that, you just have to do what the KGB has always been good at, and now the SVR does, and that is planting little stones and say little items here, there, and whatnot, in order to then lead, shall we say, not so perfectly organized intelligence agencies and investigators onto a false trail, and therefore create yet another possibility for a communications disaster for the other side. This is what they've done. This is evident. This is something which they've construed as a possible game. This game works. That's why they've done it. That's the political and intelligence dimension.
So my last two questions would be, we see, and we have been seeing how they operate in the information space. So everything you said about weaponizing the event in the information space is 100% correct. The two questions are, first one, based on your professional experience. Now, given both events, do you consider blowing up those pipelines an act of economic warfare against certain financial institutions in the West, mainly in Germany, for instance, and Switzerland, in order to escape certain financial obligations or make certain financial gains? That's the first question. The second question is, there was one curious development that went a little bit unnoticed, I would say, but there was one specific country that responded very quickly to the event by declaring a need into looking into securing its critical underwater infrastructure.
Yeah,
I think it was
Norway.
Denmark.
Norway,
right,
followed by
Norway, yes.
Denmark 2 days after.
How do you see those two observations within the scope of analyzing the event?
Well, yes, it is economic warfare, but the impact is minuscule if you think about it, because most of the infrastructure construction cost was borne by the Russian side. Yes, there was a backup. Yes, there was involvement of Wintershall and the likes, and the write-offs are heavy, but they can take it. This is from a German perspective. You can do this. This is not liquidating anything. This may sound derogatory, but in terms of the amounts, this is all doable. And if it is found out to be a consequence of state action, then it's even reinsured. So it's not an issue. It's only temporary. Liquidity is not an issue in Germany, or in Switzerland for the matter, or in the Netherlands.
Well, they always say people have a tendency to want to fill a silences. So I filled it for everyone. Right. Em, have you got any more questions? or more points, really, as opposed to questions. I think that's probably the better way of saying.
But maybe I can help in that regard. And because the write-offs, what is it, 4.6 billion? That's nothing. May sound big, and of course, if you don't have them, it's big. But in relation to what it amounts to and the strategic value, it's nothing.
Right, thank you. No, I don't have any further comments or questions to make. So sorry for the silence. I'm cleaning a pan to boil some eggs.
You can come and clean my pans if you want there, Em, as well. And by the way, if anyone wondering, cleaning my pans is not a euphemism for something else. Right, so we do have some hands here, right? So we generated some interest. I think, where is he? He's, I can't see him now. That's unfortunate. I can't even remember who's had their hand up, but Iwana, and then we'll go to Jens. Iwana.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I'm good at cleaning pens, so I may take your offer. Yeah, I wanted to add something to the discussion about Nord Stream because you did a very good technical analysis, excellent even, and it was enjoyable to listen to you and Axel, of course. I wanted to add some points, but Axel did it already. Of course, I'm not a specialist, but I'll try to analyze it like, you know, in police books, means, motives, opportunities, who had the means, who had motives, and who had the opportunity to do it. About the means, we know that Russia could do it. About the motives, let's not forget that Gerasimov's doctrine is about hybrid war, and this is hybrid war by the book. It's not only attacking a critical infrastructure that could have been used. I know it wasn't in use, but could have been used. But also it gives opportunity for a new narrative about the mean West. And about what you said, Norway reacting and Denmark, even 2 days after this, it's normal because the pipelines were blown up the exact day of the inauguration of the Norway to Denmark gas pipeline. So I think this is a very important signal. And also I would like to add the background of this. In September, all the talks in the papers were about the failed mobilization and about the retreat from or the offensive in Kherson. And I guess Russia wanted to change the titles. I said it before, but I think we should add this as a context to what happened, because the moment is also interesting. So I'm done.
Thank you very much. And the one thing we've missed as well, because the big story also of the day or the time was just how cold will Europe get, right? So there was also that threat, the implied threat. Gosh, they might not. All that gas has been cut off, and all the other bits and pieces. And there would have been people who were going, well, maybe they could just turn it back on, and we could change people's minds, etc., etc. Here, thank you very much for your very kind words as well.
Yeah, very well
great
said.
points.
Very well said, and it's good to remind everybody that this is at that point in time helpful yet again in terms of changing the narratives, changing what is being talked about, creating yet another level of layer of fear. And that's what this is all about. Russian propaganda, Russian Maskorovka is all about exactly that.
Kabuki adds to the Kabuki theory, doesn't it? Jens.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. The way I frame it is as a neighborhood dispute. We've got a little quiet neighborhood around the Baltic Sea, where someone knocked over a trash can. Upon investigation, we learned that no one is actually using the trash can. The German neighbor says it appears a squirrel knocked over the trash can. We found some nuts near the trash can. The Danish neighbor says we might have some security footage where we see the Russian neighbor close to the trash can. The Russian neighbor says it's definitely not a squirrel that has done it. It's a human being, and it would really be bad for you guys if your trash cans fell over in the middle of the winter. I think after I realized that the pipelines were not really they were shut off, I kind of lost the engagement. And it seems like the investigation of it has also been, it seems like no one is really interested in revealing who they think it is. So that's just how I frame it. An empty trash can fell over.
Yeah, it's a valid point, but I think the no one, and by no one we mean other nation states pointing fingers, fits in with what we're actually doing, and the time it takes for stuff to get through to Ukraine, isn't it? It fits in with everything there.
So, and we've been joined by Chuck, who kindly wanted to give a few words on.
Hello there, Chuck.
Hey guys, David. We finally our ships have collided in the night. And Axel, when you call, I come running.
Thank you very much for joining us. We had a very engaging debate here about the various technical possibilities which have come up and which have been investigated, and furthered and promoted by, specifically in this case, German media, but also some American media, in regard to Nord Stream. Then there was no real news. And then earlier today, yet again, the Danish news came out and made it pretty damn clear in a scathing statement that they understand this to be a state actor. At the same time, because there was ambiguity in the upper part, so to say, of the report, some people in Germany tried to mend this again and weave it again into the narrative, which is still being used by two of the federal state criminal investigations. I mean, two federal states in Germany are investigating this, both of which run contrary to what the Danish have reported with their imagery. Can we just briefly return to the facts as to what the capabilities of the Russian Navy were, which we have observed? We went through the ships and their capabilities, and then we can maybe contrast this with what we discussed earlier today.
Yeah, I was thinking about this as I was coming in. I was out and I had time to think about before we went back on. And because there's a lot of doubters and ambiguity, and I thought if we start elucidating some facts that everyone can agree with, or in fact they should agree with. So here is fact number one. This is a body of water that is surveilled by the coast guards of several nations, as well as NATO. It's a finding of fact that there are no surface vessels of any kind that can be plotted at all of the blast sites. Now, you might not want to agree with that, but that's a fact, okay? And therefore, now there are no surface vessels that lingered, loitered, or even passed over all of these blast sites. No single vessel or no combination of surface vessels. So you might not like that, but you got to eat it. That's a finding of fact. Ergo, ladies and gentlemen, this was not a surface-based operation, okay? In the news, you can see the kind of ship that was used to launch the submersible down to the Titanic, okay? You've seen that, it's in the news, that's the vessel, it's looking for its clients. That's the kind of vessel it takes to tend a multi-atmosphere diving problem. No vessel like that was within 500 miles of anywhere that we're talking about. Why is that vessel so big? It has to have control rooms to control remotely operated vehicles. It needs decompression chambers to deal with the divers. It needs that much space to to contain the gas bottles for the mixed gases that these divers breathe, cooks to feed the crew, etc., etc., etc. Okay, if you're with me so far, this was not a surface-based operation. So what was it? It was a submarine-based operation. Okay, so who has submarines that can operate in the Baltic? So now, obviously, we're talking about a state actor, right? Well, let's just debrief a little operational data here. It was the United States. This was this double, triple head fake, and it was designed to, fill in the dots, fill in your own conspiracy here. Channel your inner Yankee hater and just fill out 4 paragraphs. Okay, but I have briefed operations, covert operations at the national level. I've briefed operations to National Command Authority. Here's what that briefing would be. You say the United States did it. Here's how that briefing goes. So, sir, we're going to sabotage the Nord Stream pipeline in 3 or 4 places. Okay, that's good. And one of the outfalls of this is we're going to trigger the largest greenhouse release of gases in the history of Europe. Okay? And sir, we're going to do it in the economic exclusion zone of Sweden, and we're going to do it a couple of months before they join NATO. All right, you hear that silence? That's the silence that would be in the briefing room right before they grab me and throw me out of the situation room. That operation from the United States categorically makes no sense at all. This was a Russian operation. It was conducted from one of the several, half a dozen at least, operational submarines that Russia has in the Baltic. That's who did it. And people shake their heads. Well, why would Russia do it? Because Putin promised that he would make Europe freeze over the winter. Do you remember that one? So what's fascinating to me, Axel and David, it isn't even the dynamics of the dive, and we can go into the technical impossibilities. I've worked on this extensively with another SEAL team operator friend of mine. We have minutely taken this operation apart. We know exactly what it took just to get this sabotage done. But none of that really interests me. What interests me is the persistence of the information operation that is going on to pin this on the United States or pin it on Ukraine. That's what's epic. That is what is an incredible achievement, because we are still talking about 3 Ukrainian amateur divers did this off a 15-meter sailboat. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Well, anyway, that's my opening salvo, guys.
I like it, Chuck. I've had, shall we say, similar concerns in a different, slightly elevated state at the time, because evidently we've dissected this. We've listened to you. We've had the discussion with Doug and David here. Even if there is a technical possibility for, so to say, the black swan diving event, even if that is technically, potentially feasible, even if you say that it's highly unlikely and improbable, maybe even impossible. But what is more likely is that those who have the motive, the capability, the impetus, and the benefit are the ones who are doing it. And there's only one party who has all this, including the benefit of the strategic communication, that they could cut undersea cables and could cut communication lines as well as pipelines, and of course damage drilling rigs and their drills in the North Sea, and therefore impede, endanger gas and oil extraction for Norway and Britain, for example, in those areas, which are absolutely vital. I mean, the people who would do this would run ships such as JUN. Let me think, Chuck, who is that? And who has the benefit of blaming Ukraine and America at the same time? Who could that be, Chuck?
Well, there's only one state actor who could have done it. You know, does Sweden have submarines? Yes. Do they have frogmen? Absolutely. And I go back to the same briefing problem. Do you think a young Kampfschwimmer officer was briefing the Prime Minister of Sweden and said, look, I've got this great idea. Let's release more greenhouse gases than ever. Let's commit the biggest ecological disaster in the Baltic, sir, and let's do it right off our own coastline. And he'd say, well, that's incredible, Commander Farr. Let's do that. I'm going to put you in for early promotion. You know, it categorically doesn't make any sense. But let's talk just a minute, because I think some of the German media is focusing on the Andromeda. So look, I'm a naval officer. I'm also a blue water sailor, right? I captain sailing vessels and I've done ocean passages, right? Okay, so could a sailing yacht have done this kind of operation? Okay, Andromeda, it just isn't even big enough to accommodate. Here's who you need: cast of characters, a captain, a mate, team of divers, diving supervisor, a tender, their personal equipment, sophisticated custom-made demo charges, their diving rigs, life support equipment, equipment for the standby diver. Oh yeah, we have standby divers, compressors, a dozen large cylinders of compressed mixed helium oxygen or nitrox. And how are you going to load all this into a sailboat at a private marina in Rostock, Germany, and not get noticed? So, some people want to sell newspapers. Let's cut to the chase. I've never been to a marina that didn't have surveillance cameras. Let's just run back the tape. They apparently know when this sailboat was chartered. Let's run back the tape. Here's the other thing. To hit all of these places where the pipeline was attacked, you had to sail for hundreds of kilometers. I said sail, right? Let's crank the Andromeda up to full speed, folks. Let's get a 25 knot wind and turn on the 25 horsepower diesel engine, and let's make that puppy fly. At 15 knots, tops, maybe. It just didn't happen. It didn't happen. And we talked about that giant ship that is looking for the Titanic survivors. One of the reasons it's that big is it needs all sorts of satellite linked bow and stern thrusters to keep itself positioned directly over the dive site. Now, those of you who are sailors, you can heave to in a sailboat, right? You can make a sailboat stop moving by manipulating the sails in a certain way, but you can't stop the ocean from moving. So you put your divers over the side, you heave to in your rented sailboat. When those divers surface, you are going to be miles away from them. So is that work? It just didn't happen. But what's fascinating is the information operation. Why are we still talking about this, Axel? It's amazing.
Yeah, it makes you wonder why Der Spiegel, which has taken, at the beginning, if you remember, they had taken a detached role. They were not the first ones to break it and break it out. It was actually the combination of a couple of parties who in past years had always been part of the independent investigators, linked with one infamous magazine on German television. The interesting thing is that all those journalists have one thing in common. They are highly critical of everyone and everything. They're very contrarian. They are, on average, hard left wing in Germany, which obviously is part of the horseshoe. And they're very, very, very well in tune with criticism of Germany's engagement. Some of them say they are not, but evidently in the past they've been rather, shall we say, milk toast when it comes to criticizing Russia. They found every single reason how to find the little stones, the trail which was laid for them to follow. The 26-year-old male and the woman chartering the boat, the middle-aged person in charge of the operation, then finding ways to, say, domicile this in a Polish company. Every single little thing Every single little signal looks so well laid out that the German investigators really like that trail, and the German media follows it. How's that for an information organization and information, say, warfare approach? If you eat it,
Well,
who are you if you eat this all up, Chuck? What do you think?
well, in the Soviet times, this sort of operation used to be called active measures, which is morphed into our term now, information warfare. And what the key to active measures was to coerce, to compromise, or to compel a journalist to write up your story. And often you didn't even have to write it up. The Soviet cultural ambassador would just hand it to you. So all you had to do is put your byline over it. And look, folks, I'm not against the United States per se having blown up this pipeline, right? It was a state actor. So we have to start there. But always in any sort of information around here, who is telling you this and what do they want you to think? But I'm telling you, folks, if you think this operation was conducted off a 15-meter sailboat, I listed just half of the stuff you need. I don't know if there's any other sailors out here. There are maybe 3 cabins in a 15-foot sailboat. You can't get all that equipment in this boat. You can't. And if it's a surface-tended operation, how did you sail between all of these points? How did you put divers in the water, tend them, recover them? What was your plan if one of these divers had a diving accident? What were you going to do? Where was the nearest decompression chamber? Oh, I know what you were going to do. You were just going to decompress them in the water. Groovy. How were you going to remain stationary over the diver? I mean, none of this stuff makes sense. I've even heard, well, one of the renters of the sailboat was a Ukrainian soldier. Groovy. Was he a Ukrainian naval special warfare operator or just a soldier? I know a lot of soldiers. I don't think they know very much about underwater demolition or mixed gas diving or maritime sabotage. So why is it that people are chewing this story to death? Why is it do we keep hearing about the Andromeda? Look, I think Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny did it before I think that the Gilligan's Island version of this operation, where these people sail out into the Baltic. And look, I love it. Okay, let's say I agree with it. Look, I totally agree with you. It was the Andromeda. I'm a sailboat captain. You tell me how I found on this sailboat. I sailed out into the Baltic. How did I find the pipeline? Did I have sonar on this rental yacht? Okay, groovy. How did I just sail to a point out there, and I knew that I must be right over the pipeline? Okay, great. Have you ever dove down 260 feet to find something that's maybe 3 feet wide? How do you do that? Did you do it during the daytime or did you do it at night? Have you ever been underwater at 260 feet at night? None of this stuff makes any operational sense. It couldn't happen. It's a fairy tale. And then you've planned this so well, you've got this sailing yacht. What if you got caught? What would you do? Oh, you just sail away, being pursued by a Swedish corvette or a high-speed patrol boat? It's craziness. And then if you got caught, what were you going to do? Throw everything overboard? The diving rigs, the gas bottles, the explosives, the tender gear, that you forget it. It's so hysterical. But there we have it.
That's an interesting point. Chuck, if you allow me, 2 things. Hopsy, who's been hunting subs in the past, and M have 2 things. Hopsy first, then M, and then we'll go trace back.
Thanks so much for letting me come up, Chuck. Love your work, love your maps. Just started your book. Wanted to add another layer because I had a naysayer recently say to me, well, if it's so obviously a state actor, and why doesn't the U.S. Navy or the Swedes or anybody who's got sort of the ability to detect a sub moving in the in that part of the world uh, give us the evidence? And I that would be a direct violation of that would make the Russians very happy. They already know they did this, but then we would expose our capabilities of detection and potentially what we plan to do about this if it goes hot out there, around the oil rigs and the other pipelines and the underwater communications cables. So that's just another layer. Why don't we disprove that? Because it's not worth it for us to disprove it, and sort of feed the Russian beast and give them information that they would dearly love to have. So I just thought I'd throw that into the mix. Thanks for letting me come up.
Hop, you are absolutely right on. And here's something that NATO knows. They know what submarines conducted this operation, and I think there might have been more than one. In fact, operationally, remember, in naval special warfare, we say one is none. They know when those submarines left port. Well, let's roll back a little bit. They know who boarded those submarines. They saw the equipment go aboard the submarines because look, things come across the bow in a submarine, up the gangway all the time. Everything that gets loaded into a submarine, as Hop knows, it has to go through either the weapon handling hatch or these couple little hatches in the submarine. And by that, I mean cases of steaks, bananas, orange juice, tools, the light bulbs, everything has to go through those spaces, right? So these submarines are under almost constant observation. They know how many extra people went aboard the submarine. They know when it left port. They know when it returned. And, newsflash to our Russian listening guests, they know exactly where this submarine went, how long it stayed there, and what course it took, where it surfaced, and when it came back to port. We know all this stuff, and it's just, but what is fascinating to me is how easy it has been for Russia and its gray zone soft power operations to play this up to the nth degree, and how eager some people are to just swallow the stuff that they're being fed. And otherwise intelligent people, this was run off a 15-meter sailboat. Really? I don't think so. Have you ever, what I'd love to do is get a bunch of those journalists, put them in that sailboat, tow it out a little bit to sea, so they couldn't hurt any other vessels, and then just walk away from it and say, there you go, sail the sailboat. You go to the point on the pipeline where this thing was going, just go ahead, do it. It just doesn't work. They'd say, I don't know how to sail a sailboat. Okay, great, but apparently Ukrainian soldiers know how to sail big sailing yachts. I mean, doesn't every Ukrainian soldier learn how to sail keelboats? Yeah, it's nuts. But Hop, I'm glad you came up. I mean, you're a submariner and you know it, man.
All righty. Chuck, if you don't mind, I'd like to cycle back to M, who's played 10th man before and try to tease out results because of, what's technically possible but highly improbable. M.
I guess my question is, why are the Germans going along with this? That's the real issue. For them to say that they discovered traces of explosives on the boat or whatever, why are the Germans going ahead with the investigation in that direction?
Okay, there I can assist and maybe Chuck can follow up. Germany is a decentralized nation. We have two LKRs, two Landeskriminalamts, two, so to say, state, per federal state, criminal police forces who are then coordinating with the federal criminal police, and almost likely at least one of the two intelligence services we do employ. And they have found this to be an interesting pet project. One of these LKRs is based in the state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. which is the state run by people who, for decades, have been in the pocket of Putin and the Russians. The other one is not. But at the same time, they can't be blamed for never having been wrong, right? It's very difficult. The German media, which has sided with this, is specifically those media operations who have done so, are hard left from American perspectives in the good old days, you know, Reagan. It is unique. It is absolutely unique how this, by means of political condescension, derogation, patronage, support, meek response, lack of intelligence is still allowed to continue, and why they're doing it. Chuck?
Yeah, and they say traces of explosives were found on board. Okay, here are just a couple of things that would trigger a swab test for explosives. You tell me if any of these could have possibly been on this boat. Soap, suntan lotion, cosmetics, baby wipes, certain sorts of medication, fertilizer, paint thinners, and pyrotechnics. Do you think anyone ever had suntan lotion, medicine, flares, anything like that on board this boat? Of course they did. And you know what? And they say traces of explosives were found. But here's what that sentence didn't say. It didn't say repeated samplings of the interior of the boat, consistently turned off traces of explosive, comma, a positive, what kind of explosive? So all you get is traces of explosives were found. You didn't hear that's a false positive. Maybe some people have had the joy and privilege of being taken out of a TSA line in the United States because the swab check indicated that traces of explosives were found on my clothing or hands. That's happened to be 2 or 3 times. So again, always look at it, folks, and for good or bad. Even if you think this was a dirty trick pulled off by Ukraine or the United States, do yourself the critical thinking favor of saying, okay, who is telling me? What's the source of this information? And not what are they telling me, because you can read it, right? But importantly, add that bit of the equation. What do they want me to think? What are they trying to convince me of? And that is what's always necessary in any sort of intelligence or operational analysis. Ask yourself, what are they leading me to? What conclusion? Because you don't want to have a confirmation bias on your own. You want to look at the facts, and Doug London and I talked about this. Lay all of the facts out and let them present themselves to you. And often, and Doug was a pretty high-ranking guy. I was a squadron leader, but we all danced for someone. So I had to present the facts to my bosses and let them make the executive decisions. But this is a complex case.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Welcome, bro.
By the way, Chuck, thank you very much for highlighting our discussion also and the ones you had offline with Doug, because when we were here with him going through this for quite some time together with David, he was dissecting it from a political and strategic calculus level. And he also went into as to how such an operation, if it were crafted, were to be planned and what would have to be done. But at the same time, how we would expect the Russians to do it and what kind of narratives they would like to spin off from them. And it seems to be the case, as you just implied and inferred, that the German insistence on process, on regulation, on investigation, was easily triggered by what they wanted to spread. The Germans are believing that there is something, the smoking gun, and they're going after it with the dogged intensity of good old German investigation, following a line of little nuggets readily available for them. How intelligent is that? I mean, what the Russians did, not what the people who pick up the nuggets.
Yeah, well, and here are some other findings of fact. The port captain knows exactly when Andromeda got underway. She was certainly on radar before she went over the horizon. And that means she had a course and speed, right? So she was going somewhere. What would she be at? Maybe course 035 at 10 knots. And then they know she returned at some point in time. She came back to Rostock. Look, I'm not a Pulitzer Prize winning investigative reporter, but let's just do this. If you take finding of fact, when Andromeda left port and when she came back, and then all you need is a ruler, and you just draw a straight line, even though she is impossible of sailing a straight line, you draw a straight line linking up all the blast sites. Okay? Then you measure the length of all of those little segments. Then you take that period of time and that distance, and you find out, could the Andromeda made 35 knots for 72 hours to hit all of those spots? It's just time and distance, folks. That's a finding of fact. Has anybody done that? I might do it myself just to prove, but that's it. I hear there are traces of explosives found, but I don't hear anyone ever spoke to the port captain. I don't hear anyone saying when Andromeda left port. Did they come pick up the keys for the sailboat at 8 in the morning, which is usually what happens? Did they leave at noon? Okay, that's all broad daylight. Who went aboard the sailboat? Did they arrive with 3 panel vans full of gear? Because that's what it would have taken. I mean, ask the fundamental questions. But again, having just dabbled in journalism, as a correspondent, even in my day, you write something, you give it to the editor, and a lot of times the editor, he has a message he wants to send. And sometimes if your facts are inconvenient, you don't get to write your piece. And that's what happens in from everything from your high school paper on up into the big leagues.
I will throw one more in because I was just about to answer a question from a friend of ours on line 99. Why does it matter? It matters in the run-up to Vilnius. It matters in the run-up to and providing Ukraine a membership action plan. Ukraine, by this Russian operation, is not to be trusted. This is what they're trying to insinuate. This is what they've been trying to fit into this. This is why this information operation matters. This is also why it matters that the Americans actually know exactly what happened, because Shaka, you do have one or two things in space, right? I mean, things with which you can look down and have a little look, see what happens on this little planet of apes, right?
A couple of them.
And you can see what happens on the ground with ridiculous, the blurred kind of vision. You can see here is Russia, there is England, there's Scotland, there's Wales. That's what you can see, right? Because that's as close as you get, right?
That's as close as you
Yeah,
get.
that's what I thought.
Here's one more, and here's one more thing, Axel. Well, why would Russia dare to enter the Swedish exclusive economic zone? Does anyone ever remember in the 80s Whiskey on the Rocks, where the sun came up on one beautiful morning in Sweden and the fog cleared, and there was a Soviet Whiskey class submarine hard aground within a couple hundred yards? And not only had she intruded the territorial waters, she was within a baseball toss of land, and folks, she was carrying nuclear weapons. So would Russia be irresponsible enough to do this? Well, of course they would. And to this day, they deny that whole operation happened. Talk about gaslighting. Just look up You got nothing to do. Type in whiskey on the rocks in Sweden and tell me what you get.
Chuck, if you don't mind, I would cycle through two hands of our regulars and then revert back to David as well. George.
Hey guys, hey Chuck, you know what a Chris craft is, right? You usually see those going out for tuna and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that you remember the old like in the 70s and 80s, they had the Chris Craft Commanders. I had a 31 footer, right? And I had a buddy who had a 47-foot Chris Craft. That's only 3 feet shorter than the sailboat, right? Bow to stern. You want to explain to people how much narrower a sailboat's hull is compared to like a Chris Craft like that?
Absolutely. It's a, it's a single hull, folks, and in order to make it get through the water, you have to have as narrow a hull as possible.
Exactly.
And it's just right. The other thing is it is the most unlikely vessel to be used for covert operations that I would put forward. I will say this, however, I have used sailing craft to operate from, but we were doing combat swimming, not saturation diving. So
you were doing a drop off.
Exactly.
You were being okay.
Across the beach.
So really quick. So the reason why a sailboat's hull is designed like that, because it has to offer as little resistance to the water as possible to cut through it, right? Because you've got sails, and that's what it's being pushed through the water with the wind pushing against the sails, pushing it through the water. So what I'm talking about is like your big, like your pleasure fishing boat, like a 30-foot boat with a tuna tower, things like that. They make them up to like 55 feet and blah blah blah. I'm talking about a 47-foot, which is about 3 feet more shorter. There is no way, even in the hull of that thing, that I could put the cylinders that would have been required. The other thing I want to say, having gone out from the East Coast, leaving New Jersey, right, going out 50 miles out for tuna like lunatics that we were with this 47-foot boat. As you're sitting there thinking that you're stationary, you're not. You're moving at several knots because of the waves, the currents, and we're talking about I'm going out there maybe in a 3 or 4 foot chop, which is nothing compared to what was supposedly the conditions when these guys on this sailboat or whatever did all these dives. There is no way that I don't think that a remote, some kind of submersible vehicle or something like that, that's my opinion, was used in conjunction maybe to, Navy level divers. But there is no way anybody from a sailboat did that dive. It's impossible to keep the boat over this particular site, right? And remember that it's the Baltic. The visibility down there is like David has said, is horrible. You're talking about a couple of meters, and for you just to be able to find the damn pipeline and then say, "Oh, I'm going to surface back up," to the boat, the sailboat, anchor or not, I don't give a damn what you're talking about. You would have been, within an hour, a couple of kilometers off where the guys are diving. There's no way to stabilize that boat. No way. You have to have active engines to keep the boat moving, because people think that when you drop an anchor, Chuck, that's it. It's right there. There's no tension. There's no slack in that anchor line, and you're going to stay right on top of, the coordinate you drop the anchor at.
Right. And, I'd say to those people, have you ever anchored in 260 feet of water? Let's say you got a 10-to-1 scope, right? So that is what? 2,600 meters of anchor line. It's just nuts, these fundamental questions. And I would say to you too, you're kind of making light of it, but look, I've been off the Jersey coast. It gets rough. Don't you think you needed a little seamanship to be out there? You were chasing tuna, but you had to know
Oh,
what you
no,
were
no, no.
doing, didn't you?
Oh, you need to know what you're doing. You need to have the proper safety equipment. Like we do have some yahoos out here that go out 20, 25 miles out. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Your boat looks like crap. I don't see any safety equipment on it. No, me and my buddies, like there was only three of us, me and two other guys that would go out on this boat. We had everything we needed, including the systems that if God forbid we capsized, there was a system that would shoot into the water, pop up, and give like a distress signal to the Coast Guard, and our GPS, the last known GPS coordinate of the boat. No, no, no. I'm not going out there playing this. The ocean is the first F around and find out. That's God's F around and find out playground. And that's where you don't want to be messing around.
It takes a Greek to say that. Thank you, George. Much appreciated. Let's we have a question from Stephen, and then David and I will go through a few more issues as to the granular detail of diving, which we touched upon earlier, and I'd really like Chuck's input on. Stephen.
Yes, Chuck, thank you for being here and talking on this. And I wanted to take what you've said one step further. And is it safe to surmise that ultimately President Joe Biden had to say, no, we shouldn't do anything about this because we don't want to start a war with Russia. We see them doing this and we are not going to interfere with this stupid act that they're doing.
Yeah, this is definitely a national command authority decision. And, when you're operating with assets like nuclear submarines, in this case, SEAL team operators, those decisions get made right at the very top. And I wasn't kidding about we call that portion of the operation the brief back. You'll get a tasking from National Command Authority, and they'll pick a unit, and you get put in isolation. And the planning cell of that unit will type out the operation. Here's the way we propose to do it. That gets bounced into intermediate positions on the chain of command. But then you wind up in a room in a room with no windows and long table and no ashtrays on your side, and you brief the operation. And it doesn't, you're not doing anything with a nuclear submarine or a SEAL team or a combination thereof without getting clearance from the absolute top of the food chain. I promise you that.
All right, and from a meeting without coffee and cookies, let's move further back to one topic which we discussed a little earlier, the technical possibilities and the technical impossibilities. Can we speak about anywhere 85 to 95 meter dive by two, we just nail it down, two divers going down, plus support divers, plus, two divers going down with potentially additional gear, with potentially a robot to assist them, going down from the Andromeda, Chuck, sorry, going down and planting charges. Nord Stream 1, different charges, very, very heavy duty explosive, seemingly, and Nord Stream 2, a cutting charge, because, different materials, different pipeline, different setup. Is it technically possible? And when it is technically possible, is it probable? That's the diversion, or that is the demarcation line here. So, would a highly motivated crew be able to do so? And would they have to be extremely lucky to do so?
Well, that would be part of the brief back, right? I'm telling the boss, this is how I would do it, and this is the sort of equipment that I would use. And Axel, I just sent you a picture of the diving rig. It has its back case taken off, Mark 16 diving rig. This is an extremely complex piece of equipment. It actually spun off from the life support system that astronauts wear during spacewalks, EVAs. What could go wrong? Well, it's controlled by an underwater computer, and you wear a wrist display on your wrist. And what this diving rig does is, as you descend, it recycles your breathing gas, so you don't emit any bubbles. Actually, this is a semi-closed system. There are situations where it emits a little bit of bubbles, but that computer mixes your diving gas as you descend. It's extremely exotic. There aren't very many of them in the world. I think that if you are a billionaire, you can actually buy them on the open market. But I promise you, you could trace down every single one of these rigs. One more thing. There's probably a couple of hundred people in the world who could have done this operation, and I know most of them. So it's you'd have to lay your hands on this equipment. You have to have someone to make sure it's working. You'd have to train with it. This isn't the kind of thing that you take a resort course to be a scuba diver in Cancun, and then you just pick up one of these and go for a scuba dive. That would be like getting your driver's license, learner's permit, and jumping in an F1 race car and saying, well, there's the clutch and there's the gas pedal and here's the brake. I should be able to figure this out. So again, when you brief this operation, you have to be able to convince the boss that you've got the equipment, you have a plan, and you also have plans for when things go wrong, right? And you've heard me say a lot, one is none. You need backups.
Redundancy. I agree with you.
Redundancy.
So two divers is hardly enough, right? You would go for three anyway.
You would need two at least in the water and placing the charges, and you need a standby diver, unless you just don't care about these guys. But why would you have expendable people? I just told you there's only a couple hundred people in the world who could have done this dive. Why would they be disposable? Remember, there were 4 sites hit. You've got to in place these charges. The other thing is we did my friend and I did a very detailed analysis of this entire process, actually calculating. I did the blast math on this. So looking at we had access to the engineering drawings that showed the pipeline. It's 1 meter and some change wide. We know that it had a cement oversheathing, reinforced concrete. We know 34.6 millimeters of API SL times 70 steel. We knew everything. So based on that, did the calculations on this, and we could see that from the steel, the way the steel was cut, we could see that this was done with linear shape charge. It was done by each individual linear shape charge had 11.34 kilos of high explosive, high brisance, likely C4 or an equivalent. Each one of these charges was a little over 1 meter long and just about 20 centimeters wide. So, we know everything about this. We know everything about how this was done. And, so why do we know this? Because we trained to do it. We are trained to blow things up underwater. You look at the blast damage and it tells the absolute picture of what happened. Very interesting.
It never ceases to amaze, doesn't it? Now, there will be Russian.
No, and it's all just all there, Axel. It's amazing how many alleged urine fights I've gotten in to people who they want to tell me about underwater demolition. I just go, okay, dude, Call of Duty, right on. What do you know? I mean, I don't know anything. You must be right. I must be wrong.
See, I can only sail. I can just sail, and I can surf, and I can swim, and all that kind of shit. I would never wish to dive. I don't know why you wanted to do it, but you did it, and David did it as well. And I don't understand what the intricacy is, but our Egyptian friend has it. But I can understand physics, and I can reason on strategic level to an extent because I'm a child, of course. This is so clear, it's so evident, it's so easy to discern and to understand. And if the data is there, if we have from a Freedom of Information Act, have the data from the Danish Coast Guard and their military intelligence service of those ships being on site within the 72-hour time frame prior to the explosions. We have motive, we have capability, we have the impetus, we have everything.
We even know the dimensions of the charges. We know the weight of explosive. We know the manner in which the charges were configured. And all of this because the blast sites have been filmed on video. So this is no supposition on my part. Look at Axel, this is just the physics, folks. It's just the way it is.
M, please.
So a technical question, without spilling too many beans, of course, but do you take the fact that the pipeline is pressurized or the pressure of the depth into consideration when you're doing the explosives calculations?
Yeah, that is a good question. The pipeline, when it's pressurized, becomes a bit of a, what we call a sympathetic target, meaning the target itself will contribute to its destruction. But all I would have to do is get the dimensions of the pipeline itself, which, by the way, and incredibly, was all available in open source material. And what I did when I came up with the blast calculation is, I made a schematic diagram. And like I said, there's a layer of, I got it right in front of me here. The outer casement was ASTM 150 Type 2 reinforced steel welded cages on that ASTM concrete. There was a polyethylene 3-layer coating on the inside of the pipe, then an epoxy-based liner that was 9 micromillimeters thick, and the actual steel target itself was 34.6 millimeters of API 5L 70 grade steel. So there are calculations out here, and there are Army demolition manuals. I just simply looked it up. I looked up this, I looked up the blast calculation for this sort of situation. And, when in doubt, as I've always been trained, overload. And we came up with the explosive weight of 11.34 kilos, which is coincidentally, right about the amount of explosives contained in one haversack of plastic explosives. They kind of get issued in these 20-pound sort of like briefcases. And for an operation like this, I would have gone to one of our fabricators. It was simply a matter of doing a little trigonometry, knowing that the pipe itself was a little over 1 meter in diameter. We calculated the chord of arc for the top of it, and you fabricate those charges, as we do for every demolition operation. Despite what you see MacGyver doing or Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, we don't figure out the charges when we get there. We reconnoiter the target and we show up with custom-made charges ready to go. So that limits our time on target, which you want to do anyway for purposes of discovery, but especially if you're working underwater at those depths, you don't want to F around with anything. You want to show up with all your sandwiches in the picnic basket, put it down there and get going.
Yeah, exactly. Zero tolerance. Thank you, sir. Off to you, Axel.
Hey, absolutely. Thank you, man.
G-Man, you had a question, then we'll go back to David, and David and I have a few things. G-Man.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Chuck, how you
No
doing?
squeaky dogs.
Great, man. No squeaky dogs, huh?
Yeah, no, they're out of bounds. Just thinking of the depths involved, and also just taking into account what you're saying about the charges and the size of them. So, two questions, I think. What sort of level, what type of team would we be talking about to plant the explosives, and how much time would be required? How technical would it be in terms of depressurization and so forth due to the depths? Just if you could talk a bit more to that. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. You know, it's my, I say this hypothesis with medium to high confidence. I would say higher than medium to high confidence. I think this operation was conducted by submarine. I think they locked out combat swimmers. Of course, you could have also conducted this with remotely operated vehicles, but they're complicated. And trained frogmen are not complicated. And so I think that a submarine came in, you know, a submarine using its sonar, found the pipeline, got close. It put combat swimmers in the, locked them out of the escape trunk of the submarine. They carried these charges that I've described. They're only about 1 meter wide, 1 meter long, and only 15 centimeters wide. We also try to make these charges neutrally buoyant. So you're not lugging a 20-pound object. In the ocean, it's neutrally buoyant. So all they had to do is swim a short distance to the pipeline, put the charges in place, and you swim back to the submarine, and your decompression can be carried out in the escape trunk of the submarine. So as soon as you emplace the charges and you get back to the submarine, you come back into the escape hatch, you close the hatch to sea, and you can decompress in the submarine. As you know, and the submarine heads for home, and you just, you know, you do your decompression profile right there. And when you're done, you open the bottom hatch and into the submarine you go. And why do I think it was a submarine-based operation? No surface vessel, and there's plenty of radar coverage. No surface vessels were connected with all the blast sites. Not one, not two, not three. No vessels were surface vessels were detected. You know, that ergo, to me, this was a submarine-based operation. Of the submarine-based operations, what's the most simple way to do this? And that's combat swimmers. Because you got an ROV, it's wrestling this thing around, it can't, you know, there's all sorts of things that couldn't go wrong. You give me two highly experienced naval special warfare operators per site, and I know we get the job done. So that's why I think it.
Would you say that they would have combined their efforts between one of the Russian subs and a submersible from the one wonderful specialty oceanographic ships which we've seen?
You know, that could have happened. You know, there were Russian ships that you know that had previously made passes in the Baltic, and all they needed to do was use their sonar and accurately you know, get navigational fixes for certain parts of the pipeline. And then, you know, submarines using their inertial navigation systems, they can get you within a couple of meters of one of those targets. And, you know, the Kilo class submarine, it's a pretty capable little boat. You know, here's the other thing. In my experience and talking to my SEAL colleagues, you know, we say to each other, could we have done this out of a submarine? Yeah, we could. You know, are there any overwhelming operational obstacles to us pulling this off out of a dedicated submersible platform that's working with us? No. And then the third question, what would be the most desirable way to pull this off in terms of you know, stealth and low discoverability? Overwhelmingly, the answer is let's do it from a submarine. So, you know, look, that's just my opinion as a Navy SEAL. Look, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so.
All right, we had this in quite some detail. We have a lot of hands up. Chuck, I hope you have a few more minutes with us, because I'd like to go through this. We have M, we have Chris, we have, Watchful Eye, and G-Man. So let's do M first.
I'm about to sign off. I have to wake up in 4 hours. So thank you, Axel. Thank you, David, for the conversation. And Chuck, thank you for all the insights and sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. And good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks, man. Good night. Sleep tight.
That's very kind of you. And all righty, let's see each other yet again in the morning. Chris.
Hey, Chuck, just kind of had a question to piggyback off of what you were saying about you thinking it's subs. Can we rule out that there's no other country that could have pulled this off with a sub type thing? Is it only Russia that could have done this? I'm just curious on the kind of a devil's advocate on your theory there. And then do they have the experience like the SEALs to do such an operation as you're suggesting, as if you guys were to do it, what you would do? Do they have that capability? Russians, I don't know. They're kind of not that bright. So just a curious question. Thanks.
Yeah, devil's advocate, who could have done it? The Swedes could have done it. The Danes could have done it. The Norwegians could have done it. The Germans could have done it. The Poles could have done it. These are all nations that have submarines in the Baltic and have really good combat swimmers. Those are all nations that would have the ability to do this operation. But again, why would Norway commit this ecological disaster in Swedish territorial waters? Why would the Poles do it? Why would Denmark do it? It just does, you know, when you look at it that way, and operationally. But you know what? I'll give you that as absolutely. You know, those are the nations that, if they committed national assets to this problem, could have done it. But I just, you know, in terms of who benefits, I don't see them risking, you know, the blowback, and I don't see even the you know, the political or geopolitical payoff for them to have done it.
All right, birds do it, bees do it, even educated fleas do it. Anyway, Watchful Eye.
Hello, guys. A great discussion. Continuing from David's discussion earlier today. Chuck, a question, and I'm going to ask you to speculate a little bit. I know you're not very fond of speculating. In terms of the different types of charges used at the different sites, do you know how many were cutting charges and how many were just brute explosions? And with that, why would they use different charges? Do you think that there is the possibility of they had decided to start preparing the sites for possible explosion, and then the time came when they said, let's go ahead, or we're not ready, sir, or blow it up anyway, put anything there? do you think that there is a possibility that this could have been the scenario? Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Chuck.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to be careful with what I'm saying right now, because I spoke to a journalist who is working on an absolutely well-informed series of articles about this. So I want to protect some of the facts that he has come up with. Okay, so let me think what I want to say here. There is evidence that some of the points of explosion look different. Okay, that's a finding of fact. Some of the explosion sites look different. Operationally, you would not want a mixed bag of explosives here. That shape charge that I described, that 1 meter wide, 1 meter long, and 15 centimeters wide, you would have wanted to apply that same charge everywhere you attacked the pipeline. There is evidence at one point in one of the attacks that it looks like a charge detonated beside the pipeline. So I've looked carefully at that particular site. I've weighed it against the linear shape charges that, peer-reviewed SEAL analysis of it, the linear shape charges that we all think were used. And I think I can explain that off-pipe detonation, that a linear shape charge was placed atop the pipeline at that point, but for some reason it fell off the top of the pipe. So it did not detonate top down with its linear shape charge energy going straight down into the pipe. For some reason, it fell off the pipe and was laying on the seabed next to it where it went off. Now, I know not everyone might share this opinion, but looking at the size of the crater in the seafloor, it matched also, I'm talking about, it matched 11 kilos or so of plastic explosives, somewhere around 20 pounds of C4. And, I have seen a lot of explosions going off with that, in the vicinity of 20 pounds of C4. That's basically the amount of plastic explosive that a SEAL will use for certain types of obstacles that are put out to prevent amphibious operations. So every frogman, back when you're a tadpole, that's where you start in underwater demolition, is blowing these obstacles. So you do it dozens and dozens and dozens of times. So I think that explains this one. But we'll see.
Thanks, Jack. Chuck, question in that regard, and following up on the matter. At 2:03 in the morning, Nord Stream 2 goes up. Different charge. Barely 17 hours later, exactly 17 hours to the minute, Nord Stream 1 has the issue. Both of these, completely different explosions, different charges. Nord Stream 1 had anomalies a year prior, meaning Russian ships, the same Russian ships which now have been photographed on the other side, were already circulating around the area before at Nord Stream 1. They followed and traced, supposedly guarded Nord Stream 1 in the past. They did the same thing for Nord Stream 2. Is it possible that previous charges had been mounted at Nord Stream 1 at the handoff point, meaning where both pipelines are essentially very close to each other, but they hadn't decided yet as to what to do to Nord Stream 2, and they had to act very quickly at that point in time for various reasons, which they had planned for, I'm sure. But after political decisions have been made in Germany and the Qatar deal was put in place and Germany was evidently becoming sufficiently gas independent and other things were going wrong, and they wanted to send that sign to Norway on that day. Because everything is timed very specifically to that day. Would that explain that pre-positioned, not pre-positioned stock, but pre-positioned explosives could have gone off so nicely, so neatly, 17 hours later? 17 hours later. Is that what they've been doing? They just initiated a sequence?
It really could have. And again, these charges were almost certainly initiated by underwater clocks, and they look like a couple of beer cans taped together. And the one that the United States uses, and it's been widely copied around the world, you screw this into your charges. It has not only a timing device, but it has a tamper switch on it. So you set the clock and you push the button, and it initiates the time delay. And I'm not giving anything away here to our adversaries, but the United States clock, you set the clock, you push the button, and then you rotate the clock to whatever time you want. Because if someone comes up and looks at it and says, well, they set it for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you don't know when it's going to go off. But I do know this: if you start yanking on it, it'll set the charges off. So as far as pre-positioning the charges, C4 is stable underwater for a pretty long time. But if I were doing this operation, I would tell my boss, you probably don't want to leave it there longer than 48 hours. But 48 hours would be okay. The charges will, it's not going to affect the C4 in 48 hours. But beyond that, I would just, I'd say, look, it's better to have this product served fresh than canned.
Understood. David, can we go to G-Man first? Is it okay?
Oh, yeah. You take me last.
I hope you were having some tea, David.
I was. It's Thai food, Chuck. Thai food's the way forward.
I love it. I love it. Yorkshire Gold when I've got money, though.
G-Man, shoot.
Okay, so Chuck, just when your answer to my question, or in the answer, you confirmed that there's no surface vessels, none, in the area that would facilitate diving from the surface, and therefore it has to be, it follows ipso facto that it has to be a submarine operation. Is there any evidence in sonar, open source, or that has been disclosed by, let's say, I don't know, the Danish government, that there was Russian submarines in the area?
As Hop was saying, whenever you get into submarines of any nation, that's why they call it the silent service, and they don't report on it. No NATO country has come out with any information regarding the activities of Russian submarines. But I would say this: the classified information exists. Without speaking out of school, whenever I've been attached to a Navy task group, carrier battle group, an amphibious ready group, the first thing the Commodore or the Admiral hears every morning, the very first thing at the brief, is where every single one of the Russian submarines are. So to our Russian listening guests, those submarines don't go anywhere that the United States doesn't know precisely where they are at all times. So, we're dealing with this information operation, but there's just a couple of, the people out there know the facts. NATO knows where the Russian submarines were. the radar for the Baltic for this period of time. It shows what surface vessels were there, which ones weren't there, and I dare say, including the Andromeda. You could simply work back on the radar tapes and know where the Andromeda was as well. So the information to crack this case is completely available, but we may not get to see it.
And that is the typical challenge, isn't it? But at the same time, that also gives us pause as to why no one in the German government has made a statement to countenance and, sorry, to at least, shall we say, disincentivize those who constantly propel this message and this narrative forward to go about it. Why would that be, Chuck? Why would, in the run-up to the NATO summit in Vilnius, such an information operation still be ongoing to impact Germany?
You know, obviously, to sort of, you throw out this red herring, it was the United States, and as that gets whittled down, people are left with the conclusion, well, it must have been the Ukrainians on this sailing yacht. Therefore, they're reckless and they can't be trusted. And you know, that's it. But you know, having lived through the Soviet times, having seen the active measures, and you know, frankly, the Russians are masterful at manipulating the information space, and they will do it in the face of overwhelming facts. I mean, people might not remember the Korean Airlines flight 007 and the Russians saying, we didn't shoot it down. Absolutely not. It wasn't us. And then they finally whittled that story down to, well, it wasn't actually a 747. It was an American, 135 reconnaissance plane. Then it was painted to look like a Korean airliner. I mean, I don't know if anyone remembers this stuff, but I do. And then they finally came down and said, yes, we did shoot it down. But this was information that evolved over 3 weeks. You know, it's just, if it quacks like a duck and swims like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck.
On this, can we please go to G-Man first? I apologize, Watchful Eye, but we have to go to G-Man first because he is the harbinger of ducks.
Quite literally. Is it swimming in the bath with you now, G-Man?
No, it's a submarine. Thanks for that, Chuck. So, I mean, we know what British submarines can do. Going right back 41 years here, HMS Conqueror, the one that in the Falklands conflict sank the old USS Phoenix, then called General Belgrano, but that's not the story I'm thinking of. After that, she came home and she was sent north to steal something. And she stole a sonar. What do they call them? Sonar thingy. Sonar array that was towed.
G-Man, that's a technical term. That's a technical.
Yeah,
Sonar
a sonar that was being towed by a Polish vessel, but it was Russian, and they managed to snip it off. Now that was quite a sensitive operation. It was pulled off. I definitely think that the Russians aren't as skilled as that, but they are very good at blowing stuff up. They that seems to be, destroying that's what they do. So I'm willing to take a bet that it was, of course, them. Thank you.
Yeah, there's all kinds of little nipping away at people's bits and bobs underwater, but there was an American oceanographic research ship, let's just put it that way, and it was anchored off Hong Kong on a Liberty excursion for the sailors on board. In the harbor, anchored across the harbor, was a Russian research ship, And about 3 days after the American ship got underway and tried to turn on its sonar, it discovered that the sonar wasn't working. And eventually they put a diver over the side and he found out the sonar just isn't there anymore. So what goes around comes around, I guess. And I won't name the vessel, but those Navy listeners can probably remember that incident.
All right. Chuck, if you don't mind, Watchful has come back.
Hi again, Chuck. I promise it is my last question. Chuck, just cycling back slightly to your answer that you believe that one of the charges might have slipped off the top of the pipe onto the seabed and then exploded from there, creating a crater. Are these charges strapped to the pipe? Because I remember having seen some footage or pictures of one of the pipes, and it seemed to be have been so neatly cut. It was as if it had been done by a machine, not by explosives. How is that type of explosion achieved? You have already mentioned the type of charge, but and how do you explain this one sliding off the side of the pipe? Was it just draped over the pipe, or these things are actually attached to create a neat cut? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, in the shape charge itself is configured, and you actually don't want to have it touching the pipe. In order to maximize the cutting effect, there's a dead space. I've even calculated the amount of dead space as well. And traditionally, these charges are attached with very powerful magnets. But that's not always the case. But there was a thin layer of cement overlayment over the pipe. But in that cement, there were iron reinforcement bars. So traditionally, it would have been clamped on with magnets. But then again, if you've got this 20 pounds of shape charge, you wanted it to stay on, you would use magnets, or you could even use weights to hold it onto the charge itself. So you know what? I don't know exactly. I don't know what might have caused this thing to fall off, but again, it doesn't surprise me. And going back to that, my mantra, one is none. Just destroying the pipeline in one place, I mean, that would be sufficient to cut off the gas flow. But you could see, you always want to do things in twosies and threesies and foursies to make sure it actually happens. But that's the so that's what I'm thinking. I still think that magnets might have worked. And in an operation like this, it's the Russians that also contracted to build the pipeline. So I am sure, they had somebody like me, and they walked me up on dry land to a piece of the pipeline that was exactly mimicking the target. So I'd have time to take those measurements and also to see if my magnetic attachment points would work on the cement. But even if it didn't, that wouldn't be a showstopper, because there are even underwater epoxies that we can use that would attach this to any surface, and it just you're not going to get it off. But I have a hunch that these things might have simply been placed on top of the pipe since one of them fell off.
And Chuck, just to wrap it up, how would you explain then the neat cut on one of the pipe if they were just draped on top? Sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Listen, go on YouTube and type in steel cutting and linear shape charge, and there will be. It's a very short clip, but it shows. I believe it's the University of Oklahoma Applied Physics Lab, and it shows a steel plate, and they place a piece of linear shaped charge on the steel rectangle at about a 45-degree angle. Then they detonate the explosive, and they show you the after photograph. And a linear shaped charge will cut steel exactly like a torch. That's why we do the blast math when we conduct maritime sabotage. We can cut steel in exactly the places we want to. And that linear shaped charge it takes all the explosive power of that 11 kilos of plastic explosive and focuses it all down to like a burst of plasma. So, that explains the cuts to me. And that is exactly what you'd want to do. But I think if you look at that YouTube video, you'll be astounded at what linear shaped charge can do. And again, you'll see it.
Yeah, I mean, if I may add to that as well, Chuck, the thing to remember as well, watchful eye, is the shape charge. There's basically you use some malleable metal that's in there, and you get a surgical. I mean, it's literally, I say literally, it looks like, as Chuck says, someone's taken a laser cutting device to something. It's basically the metal. You have a little, call it a triangle shape. That metal becomes superheated and molten, and it's forced through that metal, cutting it. So we use the word cut for a reason, because that's pretty much what it does, and it's super accurate. Right. As to there's another thing I would add as well, Chuck. You might be able to use, if you were going to put a shape charge over it, you could just use the strops that you get from on a truck when you tighten something up. You would just have a little version of that, and you could just ratchet through, right, and hold it on. Because all you need to do is hold it on. And here's the thing, right? You don't even have to do that. In the good old bad old days, British Army, we used 14 gauge wire, right, and used that stuff because they weren't going to give us anything. It was expensive. There's loads of 14 gauge wire. You use that to tighten it up, and then you just winched a bit of it around to put it in. So there's a million and one different ways to do it. All you're trying to do is hold it on there, and as Chuck says, if it's broken up and they hadn't put it over the top, and there's one person, if it was ratcheted, Chuck, someone might do that. So the ratchet would be on one edge, right? So if it broke, the ratchet broke, then it would just flop off in the way you were talking. I mean,
yeah. You know what? And David, between you and I don't know that there's a lot of demolition that you and I don't know about. I wouldn't consider myself the demo king, but you know what? I can do the blast math, right?
Exactly.
Which brings us back to how these two blasts were configured. Somebody, as a state actor, will have had to be able to test it. They will have had to look at the pipelines, look at the data, look at the pressurization. They would have had to have all the data at hand in order to be able to assess this appropriately, because they got it exactly right. They got it so perfectly right that it's just ingenious. I mean, Nord Stream 1, heavy pipeline, well set in, pressurized, and they blew it up in a fashion that it disrupted exactly at the point where it crosses over from where Nord Stream 2 and Nord Stream 1 leave each other without impeding the other, but blasting it to the point that it could be repaired at the point in time when Nord Stream 2 would have to be rebuilt along the line of the other at a later stage. It's exceptionally well planned.
But you know what? Why do you have combat swimmers if they can't, do their job? I mean, it's all just about money, folks. I mean, you can talk about how sexy all the training is, but the only reason that any naval special warfare operator is good is because somebody puts a lot of money into his training. And look, hey, hats off to the Russians. I mean, was this a competent piece of unconventional warfare and naval special and maritime sabotage? Absolutely. Done by competent practitioners. So good on them.
David, shall we go to our friend Alan?
Thank you, Axel.
Yes, please.
Chuck, fancy seeing you here.
Hey, brother.
I have a question for you, Chuck, David, and Axel. And it's, how do you cut the legs out from under a story like this that now has taken on a life like the Energizer Bunny? It just keeps going and going and going. We all know who did it. We all know how it was done. And yet, when the German media or some other fantastic media outlet, a fantasy media outlet, spins this story on and on, it gives Russia deniability, which is something we don't want them to have.
Chuck, what to do?
You just, if someone's selling you that story, just ask them some fundamental questions. You don't have to start with, have you ever blown anything up underwater? You don't have to start with that. But you can ask them, how did they get all that equipment into the sailboat with nobody noticing? How come no surface vessels showed up on radar? And here's my favorite one. Why do you think the United States would stage an environmental disaster in Swedish economic zone before they joined NATO? Just tell me how that you got that past the briefing cycle. And because there's just so many ways to pick this apart. I mean, look, there are things that I don't know for certain, and I'll tell you. Was this combat swimmers or was it remotely operated vehicles? I can't tell you that for certain, but I can tell you this: what's more dependable, an underwater robot or a trained frogman? Yeah, I think the frogman's more reliable. What's cheaper? The frogman. What's less complicated? The frogman. What is less likely to go wrong? The frogman. Since we don't have any surface ships, what is the likely insertion platform? Let me think. Maybe something that goes underwater like a submarine. I don't know. These are just basic sort of things.
Of course, those frogmen have a story to tell, and maybe they will be the ones who put this story to rest by giving us their side of the story, which is the truth of about what they did.
And you know what? One of you frogmen, get in touch with me and we'll make a movie about it.
And that would be one hell of a movie, Chuck. And you don't even need those frogmen to get in touch with you. Just make the movie. And if they want to cut, then they can get in touch with you and come clean.
Now, we had the discussion about the submersibles. Can we talk about the combination? Because we had these questions in the past segments a few weeks ago, and then again earlier today. Chuck, why would the Russians combine in their activities both the research ship with the smaller submersible, which seemingly is extremely capable of assisting people in doing haptic tasks, plus whatever they have in terms of divers on one of their submarines? How would that work? How would they interact? Hello?
I'm sorry, because the divers have to be tended from the surface. Any surface vessel would have to linger in the vicinity. So I think that the previous passes of Russian oceanographic ships, in my estimation, they were simply reconnoitering and confirming where the target is. I mean, that's what I think. That's what I think they did. And I think the charges were actually emplaced by submarine and either using ROVs and more likely to me, combat swimmers. I mean, operationally, I think that's the most simple solution.
And
So
you would
we
go for
can't.
the simple solution, wouldn't you? Rather than all these arcane.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if I was briefing this operation to my boss, I'd say, you want this to go absolutely 100% correct, then let's do it with some combat swimmers.
All right, let's go to lexicon.
Maybe somebody's talked about this again in the last discussions today or before, but back weeks and weeks and weeks ago, what I thought all of us breathed a sigh of relief and understanding was when we heard about the 127 photographs of this submarine and its attending
112.
vehicle or whatever. 112 only. Oh my God. Here I thought there were 17 more than that. Oh, well then. So then would you just remind me why we can't show anybody these photographs, which would kind of dispel a lot of doubt?
The FOIA request, or the freedom for your purposes as an American or North American in that case, the Freedom of Information Act request.
For God's sake, get it straight.
Yeah, it is. Yes, of course. I tried to correct myself. I apologize. Of course. So, from a North American perspective, the Freedom of Information Act, as it worked in Denmark, allowed the newspaper to ask the question and therefore ascertain that these photos have been taken, because they understood that photos have been taken. As a consequence, they could highlight that in their request and pinpoint it, that these photos were taken off those vessels. And that was then fortunately confirmed. The photos themselves are not available. That's the whole point. And Chuck, why would we not disclose? Hurrah! Chuck, why would we not disclose those photos?
It's another one of those, who on earth can tell? I do know this, that maybe 10 days after the blast, I was contacted by a Swedish television network, and they were the first people to get an ROV down at the blast site, and they showed me photographs of damaged pipe. And based on an analysis of those photographs, so this was a long time ago, I said, look, you're looking at the application of linear shape charges, because nothing else can cut the pipe like that. There isn't, that's simply what did it. And then, this wasn't me coming up with a great new innovative idea on how to sabotage things underwater. It's what I was taught as, as a young frogman back in the misty reaches of time. Nobody had to reinvent the wheel here. And this isn't the first anti-pipeline operation that's been carried out. Back in the early '80s, it definitely not Israeli commandos that destroyed a Syrian underwater pipeline off Tartus. So, this stuff happens. It goes on. That's why state actors go spend lots of money to train maritime saboteurs, because it comes in and it is an instrument of geopolitics, right? People build things underwater and you don't want them to have them, so you blow them up. And that's the way you do it.
Alrighty, we have finally Danish, and as I seem to believe, a Swedish question as well. So let's go to Jens first, then Tom, then Lily. Jens, please.
Yeah, it was just more of a comment about defeating these theories, where I think maybe we have to allow them to exist, in the sense that the Danish Prime Minister has really, when asked who has done it, all she will say is, we believe it's a state actor. And I think there are good reasons why you don't necessarily want to point directly to Russia, both in Germany and in Denmark, because
Okay, Jens, question for that. I understand the argument, but question for that. Why does he not say it's a state actor, but definitely not Ukraine? Why does he not say that?
She, first and foremost.
No, the Prime Minister is in office, so it doesn't matter. He, she, I don't care.
Yeah.
So, and Mette,
Yeah.
why does Mette not say that?
I think she just implied it, and I think she leaves it at the implication.
Is that
and
enough?
That leaves
Is that
room.
enough for a non-Danish audience? For a Nordic audience, for you and for me, that's completely enough. We all get it, and we know it. No question. Everybody around the Baltic Sea, everybody in northern Germany, everybody in England gets it. The rest of the world doesn't, because they don't communicate like we do. So why does she not say that?
Well, I think it's sufficient, personally.
Okay, take that point. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what do you say? Is that sufficient?
Hi, can you hear me?
5 by 5.
Loud and clear.
Great. No, it's not sufficient, but it's obvious. I don't have a question, but just maybe some. I heard something in a Swedish military pod today, and they discussed that both Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 consist of 2 pipes each. And Nord Stream 1, both were blown, and Nord Stream 2, only one was blown.
Yes, we know.
And the one that is still, so you have discussed it. I didn't hear it. I tried to be here a lot, but 24/7 is difficult. Okay, you did it because
Tom,
that is a little
how
bit.
could you do that to us? You're not listening to us 24/7.
Sometimes I listen while sleeping. Yeah, but I think that is interesting because I mean, if also the one that remains, actually, it have the safety as all the ones that were blown. So if Russia or if let's say if West did this, they should have blown everything, so it was gone. But so this point to Russia also, I think, because for them it's very convenient. They still have a pipe, but the mess is all done. The message is, was only that.
Yep, let's go.
And,
thank you very much.
And I have a sailing boat, 31 feet Bavaria, the same brand as the one the suspected sailing craft, and you don't bring a lot of equipment on a holiday yacht.
That's a good point, Tom.
I can guarantee that.
Do you think you could
Oh.
fit 6 people on that yacht, plus about
That one.
120 canisters of 20-liter for diving? Do you think?
I don't know. It's not a big
right?
a 37 a 37-feeter. I guess there is possible to sleep 8 people.
Yeah, but
I think so.
would
It's
you
8
also fit
beds on
in
that one. But
120 canisters of 20-liter for diving?
no, then you cannot bring any sails or anything else. No, no, it's not. It's not made for, and you have no good places to put it. I mean, it's a amusement yacht. It's made for sailing and swimming.
I
Swimming,
was just about to ask Tom: is there
not diving.
decompression? Is there a decompression chamber on that amusement yacht?
No, of course not.
What a disappointment!
But you
Because
bring
we are led to believe
a
that
lot
the
of sun.
Andromeda has been capable of doing that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yes, of course. I also scuba dive a little bit, but yeah, so I know how heavy equipment can be. Yeah.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much, Tom. And by the way,
No problem. Thank you.
Next time you travel to Tallinn, give me a ding, please. I mean, on your sailing boat, of course.
Okay, sure. Not this season, but we'll follow, I think.
Anytime.
Some year. Yeah.
We're gonna be sailing.
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. So
I'd
Perfect,
sail with
thank
you,
you.
Tom, anytime.
Great. Yeah, the Swedish coast is really nice, actually, and the Danish and Norwegian. I usually sail on the west coast here.
I actually got to sail a little bit in Norway, and just beautiful. And what amazed me is how many Norskies go sailing every weekend, no matter what.
Wait.
Sailing is living, isn't it?
Exactly. Wait, people. Are you telling me that people here in the region know how
It
to
is.
sail? So we watch the
Yeah,
water.
I've seen a few.
So we watch the water. We understand what happens there. So we can't be easily fooled by our Russian friends. Right. How does the German media manage to get fooled so easily, Chuck? Please, finally, put it to bed. Explain to me. How can they be so easily fooled? The people who live and work in the former Soviet-occupied zone, now reconfigured as Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in the Landeskriminalamt, the state criminal investigation agency. How can they fool themselves so easily?
You know, I don't think they've been fooled so easily. And here's what I would also say. Let's see who gets indicted, right? Let's see if this fairy tale actually goes to a prosecutor who looks at it and says, "Are you kidding me?" And like Tom said, look, I've sailed on yachts this big and bigger, and you could sleep 8 people on it, but they better be friends. And generally, you go sailing in the Caribbean and bring a bunch of people. There's not room for someone to show up with 3 suitcases. I mean, there just isn't room on this boat, let alone those gas bottles, the mixed gas. And here's the other thing. That mystery is solved. Just look at the video surveillance of the marina. Look at that yacht and tell me, did anyone pull up 3 vans full of gear and use dollies and load this stuff onto the yacht? I don't think so. Besides, you imagine this. It's Saturday, you're sitting down at your sailboat, and you're doing any of the million things that a sailboat owner has to do to the boat at all times. And here come these people in the slip across from you, and they're carrying gas bottles and big aluminum cases that their diving rigs come in, and standby bottles and scuba this and that, and these big weird arc-shaped items which are actually explosive charges. And you don't ask them, hey, what are you doing? What's with all that gear? Where are you going? Not in a post 9/11 world does that happen. So again, these are just the fundamental questions that deflate the whole gas-filled bag of this story. That amateur Ukrainian frogmen pulled this off. Yuck. What's fascinating though, what people will eat when you feed it to them, it always amazes me.
All right, I think we are about to put this to bed. One last item. Lily, you had something to add, and then I think we'll hand over to my friend Alan.
Guten Mittwoch. A quick question. Knowing the Nord Stream information that everyone here, experts, are talking of, speaking about, is there any fingerprint of commonality between the Nord Stream explosions and the explosion that took down the dam? You know how often handwriting experts can see where someone went to school or what have you from handwriting. So is there any fingerprint that you can think of, either from our perch, right, on the land, with what both different sites, is there a common thread that links the same actors?
It would be hard to link the two demolition operations because they're so different. In the case of Nord Stream, you have the surgical application of the minimum amount of explosive necessary to absolutely make sure the job is done. And, so roughly 22 pounds or so per blast site. In the case of the Harkova Dam sabotage, you needed a lot more explosive to do that. You know, maybe, maybe 1,000 pounds of C4. And again, I would have to look at the target and configure the charges because, nobody just goes in there and wings it. I mean, there are charge calculations. You look at, reinforced concrete at what thickness and where exactly in the dam complex I want to blow this, and you carry it out. And again, a dam is a sympathetic target, right? I think we know that the initial explosion took place, and I don't have this right on the top of my head. So le- the dam was interdicted about I don't know. I think it was 3 or 4 days before it failed. The Russians, damaged the structure, and then they let the water do the rest. And so, you've got a leaky dam. If you don't fix it, eventually it's going to rupture, and that's what happened there. But in both cases, all that links it right now is they were both deliberate acts of sabotage.
Can we also add that the
So
only
the-
thing which links them is recklessness?
The only thing that links it is the guys who did it, basically.
So that's what I was going for, that kind of answer. I understand there's a different material, different amounts for a different result. But is someone a cowboy in one avenue, in one explosion? Do you see them having the same similar expertise or habits that they would be able to take the dam down and also do the Nord Stream? It might not be anything, and maybe we won't know until there's a bigger analysis of the destruction of the dam. I'm
Well,
just, yeah. Mhm.
good point. One thing I would say, it took a lot more skill and a lot more training to hit the pipeline because uh, it's a work of precise demolition, but it took place 260 feet below the surface. So there's only X number of people that could have done that. In the case of the Harkova Dam, you could just walk right up with your hands in your pockets, whistling Dixie, look at it, and just back a truck up with the explosives and unload them. It didn't take a submarine. It didn't take any skullduggery. It didn't take a cover story. It was just simply a matter of humping in, 1,000 pounds of C4. But again, just the explosive alone, I'd still want to array the explosives in a shape charge, configuration so I could maximize the blast effect. But again, all you needed to do was show me an engineering schematic of the dam, and and you know, I will do the calculations and I will configure the charge and I'll show you how it's done. But I think in both cases, you know, these operations were approved at the highest level of the Russian government. These were the National Command Authority authorized both these operations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Axel, David, and Alan is coming up soon. Everyone, I think you know that I don't understand explosives so well, but you don't have to. we'll learn here on this site, so please come up like I just did. Anyone ask a question. People, we are light a lot of the times, but it is a serious topic. So MriyaReport.org. Tell your friends, family, force them, have it on in a room. Thank you so much, everyone.
Excellent point. Thank you, Lily. Bring a friend. Tweet out the space. Make sure that people hear we are here to support Ukraine and bring information awareness across. Make sure that we dissect the narratives because it's information warfare, quite literally. And with that, Chuck, David, I will step down. Alan will be cycled up, and then we'll see how it goes. And thank you, Chuck, for joining us.
Oh, absolutely. And Alan, I hate to kiss and scoot, but I'm at about 15% battery power, so I'm gonna go as well. But
before you
good-
go though, Chuck, one question.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you bacon and lettuce and tomato sandwich or chicken and mayo?
Both.
Oh no, but you can't you can't have
David,
both. You
stop
can
it.
only have one.
Don't, David, stop it. Chuck knows he's been to Norway. Dark rye bread, butter, and salmon. Thank you.
You know that
That wasn't in the list. Come on, it's got to be BLT, Chuck. Don't disappoint me.
Yeah,
Chuck, can I ask you one very quick thing?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'd not thought before about what you were saying about the marina and things being noticed. I'd not even thought about that before because we're all thinking about where the action took place. And I think you've got such a powerful point there. I know when I was sailing with my family as a teenager, marinas are such community spaces. There's very little privacy at all. And even the size of the boats we're talking about, they often have to be tied up next to each other. So you're literally walking over each other's boats to get to your own boat. People go offshore, people get off their boats to go and use the showers and all sorts of things. It's like a campsite but on water. So I'd not thought about that before. I think that's a really powerful argument. I mean, not that I need to be convinced, but regardless, I thought that was a fantastic point. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, listen, it's this is like the murder mystery, and you just look at the plausible, and you sort of rule out the implausible and impossible. So that's it. But what's so fascinating to me is this story just won't go away, and that's what's fascinating.
Because it serves a purpose, and it serves a purpose to the enemies of freedom to insinuate that Ukraine can't be trusted, and that must stop, and we must fight it.
And we are. And everybody, Alan, you are the most capable pair of hands. Not to say anything bad about David or Axel, but I will get out of here before my phone goes gurgle, gurgle, and click. So, and Alan, I'll see you tomorrow. Or no, I won't. I won't. It won't be tomorrow, but soon.
Yes, soon. Unfortunately, I won't be here tomorrow night. I have an obligation, but Chuck and I will be together again, certainly by next Tuesday. And who knows what happens over the weekend? You just never know.
So we all three now go gurgle, gurgle, click.
I think so. Okay, guys, I'll talk to y'all soon. You are my family, whether I like it or not. So,
Yes. Yeah.
We are. We're family.
You've got us whether you like it or not, Chuck. Take care.
Okay, guys. See you soon.
All right. Well, then, Alan, I'm welcoming you to the co-host seat when you finally get up. Yes. Well, that was that was pretty good, pretty interesting. I quite enjoyed that discussion. I did. I always like listening when Chuck is up. Oh, and Chuck, you're still here. Do you want to co-host by any chance? He's going, no, I'm trying to switch the phone off. I really need to switch that phone off. Welcome to you there, Alan. How's it going?
Very, very good, David. And this is the very first time I have come up to co-host while a secret mission is going gurgle, 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 click. That's all three of you going off at once.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. So, Forrest is here. Oh, well, there. I can see you. So I'm going to say good night to everyone. It's been a very, very enjoyable day. It rained a little bit. So I've got a little bit. I didn't need to go and water my plants, so I will stay and listen to you, Alan. To everyone, good night, Nostar. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yes, I look forward to what you've got to say. I might message you to annoy you, Alan.
Please do. And you never annoy me, David. You bring me so much valuable information. Of course, you'll be listening to Forrest and me, not just me. Forrest is going to be doing most of the talking. He doesn't know that yet, but he will be. Welcome, everyone. It's the top of the hour here on the East Coast of the United States, 6 p.m. So this is a good time for all of you to retweet this space. It's Maria Report, MriyaReport.org. We've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through more than 480 days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. You can also go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make as generous a contribution as you possibly can. I hear that today, $55 is a really important contribution to make. It is in honor of Prince Heather's birthday. Guess how old she is, because I won't tell you. Forrest, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's been really warm here where I'm at, and just got done sitting by our little pool and just kind of hanging out.
Well, there's no better place to hang out than Maria Report. So we just covered the Nord Stream explosion once again. I covered it with Chuck and David and Axel and M this afternoon with lots of good questioners. I really hope this is a story that can be put to rest. Speculation about it may go on and on. I have no idea. It needn't. You simply need to ask those critical questions that Chuck asks so well. And the questions that have no answers tell you just exactly who would have blown up Nord Stream 1 and 2. Same state actor, if we need to use that term, same state actor that blew up the Nova Kakhovka Dam. It's pretty simple. And if you can't answer these clues, it's the same state actor that launched a genocidal invasion of Ukraine out of some kind of imperial fantasy. And there you have it. It's Russia, Russia, Russia. You never have to look further than Russia. So, Forrest, among the news items that caught my eye today was an economic conference being held in London, convened by James Cleverly, who is the, I was going to say finance minister, but I guess he's the is it the exchequer that they have over there? But he convened a conference. This was the first day of this conference, and I think it will come through with lots of commitments to help Ukraine build and also to help seize Russian assets in various countries around the world. More than 50 nations are in attendance in London at this conference, roughly the same number of nations that attend the Ramstein conference. This is the alliance that now surrounds Ukraine with military aid. Have you read about the Economic Recovery Conference in London, Forrest?
Yeah, just read a little bit about it. Looks like the UK is set for a $3 billion reconstruction aid. But it seems like it was very well attended. 60 countries, like you said, bigger than Ramstein. So, yeah, I don't have a ton of background on it, but I have been reading about it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep reading a little bit about it, but I think this is one of the more important news items of the day, frankly, because it is an opportunity to look forward to the future. While in the present, we are all concerned about Ukraine's ongoing counteroffensive. This is an opportunity to look into the future at what Ukraine will need to build back better, because I know this is their intention.
The World Bank, before the Novakhovka Dam was blown, had the estimate in the 400 billion, I want to say 410, 411, somewhere around their $1 billion mark. And that was before the dam was blown. So that number's got to be over 500 billion at this point, with everything that's going to need to happen after that ecocide. So it looks like EU2 is pushing possibly a $55 billion donation as well.
So we'll get a little bit into the recovery conference in London in a moment. In other news, I was especially impressed. Let me see if I remember this correctly. As far as it's never wise to work from memory, but I believe it is Latvia delivering all of its helicopters to Ukraine. I don't think it's that many.
So yeah, it's all of their Soviet helicopters. I want to say Mi-17 helicopters, and I believe it's just 2.
Well, that's why you need to read the news closely. The word "all" you hope might mean 100, but in this case it means only 2. That's okay. They've delivered other Soviet helicopters to Ukraine before, so I think a total of 8 going to Ukraine from Latvia, and it's an important contribution, just as it's really important when you see a country like Denmark delivering all of its artillery, and this was a significant number of pieces. Or it's significant when you see countries like Denmark and the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, and now Romania offering to train Ukrainian pilots in F-16s. Romania would be especially handy, close by, and a great place to gather all the F-16 trainers, all the F-16s, just a short flight from the battlefield when the pilots and planes are ready to go.
Axel, it looks like the Twitter bug has bitten the MriyaReport space. I may need to recycle here, but I will be right back.
Okay, sounds good. Because after you recycle, Forrest, I'm pretty sure I have to recycle. I cannot bring up people to the speaker panel. And so those of you who are currently on the speaker panel if you would like to raise your hand with a question or comment, or bring draw my attention to news items that caught your attention today, I would certainly appreciate that. Ryan, thank you.
Give me 10 seconds so I don't chomp in anybody's mouth or anybody's ear, because that's rude.
So Ryan is eating a BLT.
No BLT, I was finishing a corn tortilla chip, and that's very loud and obnoxious, so I try not to do it in front of a few hundred people's ear all at once.
We appreciate that, Ryan.
Yeah, I do my best. I learned a couple of manners, not all of them. Do you, by chance, remember when I went and made that delivery into Siversk in early May, and we ran into the guys in the middle of the night in Donetsk that had the
Yes,
broken down Russian minivan that didn't work because the alternator wasn't charging the battery?
I do remember that. And wasn't this after curfew?
Yeah, that was after curfew. It was after dark. I don't know if it was after curfew when we started with them, but it was definitely after curfew when we got done with them.
Why do you ask?
Because my friend Andre from Lviv and I got this harebrained idea that we wanted to get them a better car. And Sinclair, who was co-hosting on the space here earlier this afternoon, and myself decided to go ahead and do that. She thought she could fundraise it for him in under a week. So we managed to pull it off in about 2. But Andre and Ola and Patrick, all 3 volunteers, Patrick was headed back to Poland to pick up some stuff anyway and do he had to return to Poland. Long story short, Ola and Andre jumped in the van with him to save on fuel since he's already heading that direction. And they all broke down on the road a couple of days ago with a big bad transmission problem. So they had to sleep in their van because it was 3 a.m. when they broke down. And they were outside of Rivne and nobody could come pick them up. Yesterday they went and got I think it's a Toyota Navarro, some kind of Navarro pickup truck. It's a nice little truck. Stayed the night in Lviv, and now they have made it back to Kyiv or the Kyiv area today, and they are going to leave in the morning and go to Kharkiv and hand the keys over to the commander of the 60 Brigade group. So, problem identified, problem solved.
That's what happens here at MriyaReport, don't you think, Ryan? I mean, think of the number of problems that we've solved here. We've solved problems for Lane and the Rubige Rapid Response Unit. We've solved problems for Renegade Relief Runners, for Frontline Kitchens, for Chef Zhenya. Well, and actually the list goes on. One of the very first stories about making connections I remember involved you and Nurse Anna.
Yeah, that's happened more than once, actually.
By the way, it's Nissan.
Axel, you stole my thunder.
It's a Nissan? Okay.
Of course it's a Nissan. Ryan, you just need to know your global cars, not the trash you drive in America.
I drive a Nissan, Axel.
Do you drive a Nissan Navara?
No, I drive a Nissan Infinity.
Can't help you there,
Which
mate.
is just a Nissan with
Buy
a better
German
interior.
Car. Buy a German car.
I used to have a German car. I got rid of my German car for the Japanese one.
I love my Japanese friends. I really do. But hey, no comparison, mate.
Well, there's a reason they call it a driving machine and not a car.
Freude am Fahren.
So anyway, we got a nice little Nissan pickup. I'm trying to see if I can work a couple of other angles and make it change colors before we hand over custody.
Ryan, did you say where that particular pickup truck is heading?
Kharkiv.
Kharkiv. Oh, okay.
Started in Lviv, currently north of Kyiv, heading to Kharkiv. It's heading somewhere besides Kharkiv, but there are a couple of guys laid over in Kharkiv currently, so that saves a drive to somewhere more dangerous.
Gotcha. All right, everyone. We are on the MriyaReport Twitter space. It is early evening here in the Eastern time zone where I am at. Late night or early morning for plenty of others. Wanted to remind everyone to make sure that we are retweeting the space and donating if possible to MriyaReport. Go to our webpage, MriyaReport.org. Click on the donate tab. You don't need to have a PayPal account. Just click through and give what you can. If you have the ability to give, please do. If you do not have the ability, give us a like and a retweet and continue to support us in that way. It looks like Alan is cycling back up to us. Can you hear me there, sir?
I can now, Forrest.
Wonderful.
And it looks like all of my Twitter functions are now restored.
Woot. All right. While we are here, please come up and chat with us. Ask any questions that you might have. Talk about what news caught your eye today. I'm still stunned by the 6.2 billion with a B dollar quotation mark accounting error that the Pentagon has found. That's a nice chunk of money to all of a sudden find under the couch to be able to give back to Ukraine. So I like that.
I can't wait to see how President Biden spends that money. You know, what is a $6.2 billion accounting error, Forrest? It's just a silly decimal point that was in the wrong place. That's all it is.
Just, I'm excited when I find 20 bucks in my pocket, and 6.2 billion would be nice. How many Bradleys can that get? Probably quite a few.
Yeah, a hell of a lot, no question about that. And probably some Abrams too, and all kinds of other things. I think Mockers might be here with some reports about booms.
Boom reports?
I just have a quick one for you before I go to bed. That there has indeed been some booms today. There has been booms in Tokmak, several. Yasin Uvata, wherever that is. I'm sure you can look it up. Sevastopol. That's good to hear. Henichensk again. Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk and Donetsk regions have been subject to artillery, HIMARS and other attacks, which may or may not be storm shadows. So yeah, there's plenty of interesting booms going on. You didn't expect that you could get away without me giving you at least a report. And now I'm going to go to bed. So good night, my lovely.
Before you do, what was that second city you pronounced?
Oh, right. Okay. The one that I struggled with. Yasin Uvata.
Yasin Uvata. I do not know where that is. Alan, any luck there?
Yeah. I don't know where that is, but I'm just going to say enjoy looking it up.
I don't know where it is either, Forrest, but it sounds like the name of a novel. Yes, in Ruvata.
Mockers, can you spell it quickly? I'm sorry. And then a guten Nacht.
Yeah, sure. YAS for sugar. IN for Norman. UVATA.
You're darling. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and making MriyaReport.org so fantastic. Really, it's great to know you and interact. Beautiful.
No worries. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the booms like I do.
We all enjoy the booms. We especially enjoy how you report them, mockers, because booms boom the best in your voice. So,
Who does not love a good boom? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Everyone loves a good boom. Come on.
everyone
Love 'em.
loves a good boom. So, Forrest, we do have some hands up. Jay, Peter, and Armed Dillo. Jay, go ahead, please.
Hello, I DM'd you a tweet from, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, FEHER Jr. And it was talking about American commitment to buy $1 billion worth of AMRAAM, some of it to go to Ukraine. Didn't specify how much. But as I recall, that's something the Doolittle Air Wing would be interested in. And I'm wondering if there's any one of them out there who might comment on that and its importance.
I'll see if I can get a bat signal out there, Jay, and get someone from the Doolittle Air Wing with us. And I'm just looking
Yeah,
at
I'm
DMs
here.
now.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
Axel can
Yes.
do it.
Yeah, of course. It's vital. It's extremely important. It matters a great deal. We do not know how much of that procurement order will actually go to Ukraine, but absolutely, yes, Ukraine needs the AMRAAM. Ukraine will benefit greatly from it, and we look forward to having it.
Axel,
thank you very much.
Sorry, Jay. Before we move on, did anyone come to a conclusion that what they think the mount was on that MiG-29, the Polish MiG-29? Axel.
I know this is something that Latin and Hopsy have been looking at, and Zagolman very closely. I don't think they have come to any conclusion yet, Forrest. But they keep looking at it. It's very intriguing, and I'm sure that depending on the news we have about air-to-air takedowns, for example. I mean, Russian helicopters are practically falling out of the sky over the past week. So maybe it's an air-to-air missile. There have been other suggestions that it's not a missile at all. It's a communications pod of some kind. But we have Zagolman with us. He has the answers. Zagolman.
Well, I wish I had the answer to that question. We've kind of brought it down to like 2 or 3 options. That it's and it could be multiple, to be honest with you, because we could have seen 2 different things because we saw 2 different pictures, and one of the pictures looked more like an ECM pod or some type of towed decoy pod, potentially. So you think about a towed decoy, you use that to kind of spoof the bad guy. So one looked like something like that, and the other, but there was clearly a missile in one of the pictures that they showed, and we really haven't come to any conclusion on it yet. There's a couple potential options, and hopefully the Ukraine Air Force continues to leave breadcrumbs like they've done before to kind of get us to a conclusion, if you know what I mean. So we really haven't come to an answer, but there may be more than one answer. I think we're pretty confident that we're actually looking at two different things, which is better, to be honest with you. And as far as the AMRAAM order, you know, as they always say, the devil's in the detail. All AMRAAMs would be wanted. All would be great. But if it's the newest version of the AMRAAM, the AMRAAM D, I believe it is, that's the longer range AMRAAM, and that would be, you know, AMRAAM would be a game changer. AMRAAM D would tilt the battlefield because it's a longer range, newer missile, and this is a new order, so it's not like the U.S. would be drawing down stock. You know, it's an order, so we all have our fingers crossed that it's a longer range AMRAAM that'll be used on the Western fighters when they get them. So
And if
keep
not,
your fingers crossed for AMRAAM D. I believe it is the longer range AMRAAM
but Bill,
that will be
even if
quite
not,
useful.
we'll take the old ones too. Because if they just do a backfill, which is from the statement which was made, it's not clear as to what this is. Even if it's just a backfill, we'll take it.
Absolutely. But what a beautiful combination. Brand new advanced AMRAAMs and F-16s or Australia's F-18s.
You mean the F-16s, which the current administration only wants to start training at the end of the year?
Well, Axel, you know, all this talk about what Joe Biden said, what he walked back, etc. This is only an indication to me that a high-level discussion continues in the Biden administration. I don't think the United States and I don't think Joe Biden is going to walk back the promise to release F-16s, to allow other countries to release F-16s, and to train Ukrainian pilots. That
Well,
is
they said
just
already
not going
that they
to happen.
hadn't promised when, they just promised that. Maybe the government
I
can
hope
shed
you're
some
right,
light on it.
Alan, but I'm skeptical at the moment.
With the lead up to the NATO summit in Vilnius coming in July, really in a matter of weeks now, this is not the kind of cold water Joe Biden is going to throw on President Zelensky in Ukraine. It just isn't, and I'm willing to I'm willing to even place a bet on that.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between saying no and going slow, right? I don't think we'll ever back out completely, but when I saw that report from Defense News that it's going to take months just for the approval process of training, that says that's slow walking if true. But we'll see if it's true, right?
Right. We'll see
We
if
hope
it's
not.
Well, I hope not. And this would be a case where slow walking would be denying something that Ukraine desperately needs. I happen to think it's probably some kind of interagency squabble that's going on. Anthony Blinken, was deeply involved in the F-16 decision. There must be someone who thinks Tony didn't have a role to play.
Yeah, and I kind of caused a ruckus today when I thought that that it could be related to China and Blinken's, his trip to China and is slowing down the F-16 kind of a deal to keep China out of playing a big role with the war. Right? I'm sure there's a lot of people they're trying to do whatever they can to keep China out of this war, and there could be some compromises being made. I don't support it, but I'm just speculating. In the same week that that Blinken was in China, we heard a slight walk back on Ukraine's accession to NATO and whether they would be fast tracked. And then and then the F-16s kind of happened at the same time, and I don't believe in coincidences, but we'll see.
I actually think that is a coincidence, Zagolman. As I say, I think there's an interagency squabble, and the United States has already taken steps to prevent China from getting into this war in any way, or in sending Russia weapons. I know that probably some weapons or components have gotten from China to Russia. It happens. They basically have a pipeline that no one gets to look into. But China does not want to face Western sanctions or U.S. sanctions, and China does not want to see deterioration of relations with the United States, not right now. So I actually think it's a coincidence. It's just an interagency squabble. It'll get resolved as soon as Blinken is back in Washington.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, I hope you're right. Like I said, I'm rooting for you to be right.
I'm rooting
we all
for
are.
me. I'm rooting for me to be right too, because I am wrong so many times. Zagolman, let's take a few more hands here, but stick around, please. Peter and Armadillo. And Zagolman, I say stick around because I know Forrest and I are going to have some air questions for you. Peter.
Evening, Alan and Forrest.
Good evening, Peter. How are you?
I'm very good. Just Yasin Uvata, which was mentioned as a boom by mockers, that is due north of Donetsk, and is a fairly important railway junction which effectively supplies Donetsk city and Avdiivka. So that is a classic supply line interruption type location, which fits the general pattern of everything else. Okay.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty close to Avdiivka, really close to the front lines even.
Yeah, it's the junction on the railway line for Avdiivka, which is the sort of on the main line which goes beyond, but Avdiivka is the front line, and then to Donetsk city, where the main rail line effectively sort of finishes, because it can't really go beyond there because it's within range. So it's those two joint bits of the front effectively that would hopefully have been taken out.
Did we hear, was it a rail junction that was hit, or did we just hear that it was just a boom? Anyone have that info?
Well, it was Yasin Uvata, and I'm not sure there's really much of a town there. I think it is basically the rail junction that's the critical thing. So I would be highly surprised if it's not sort of the railway facility or something in that area that is actually the object of the target.
Thank you for that. Armadillo, you've had your hand up for a bit. Do you have a question?
Hey, yes, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, I've been pretty heads down with work for a couple of days, so I'm kind of looking for some general updates on things. I've just had time to really sort of see, what the daily losses or Russian losses be as reported by the Ukrainian armed forces. The really interesting thing that I noticed, not this morning, but was there some sort of encirclement that led to that? So that's kind of my first question. I'll probably have more, but I'll guess I'm pulling a raver right now, meaning I'm driving, jumping in here and asking questions. I'm glad, Helen, you got that. Okay, you laughed. Trying not to look at my phone, but I did see the big smiley face pop up. So that's my first question, and then I'll jump back on silent here and listen for what kind of info you guys have.
Forrest, I think it's a combination of a few things, don't you? I think it is a combination of fatalities and wounded on the battlefield, and this would be in Bakhmut, in Kamyansky, and south of Kamyansky in Orkiv. But I think it probably also includes this this collection of Russian soldiers north of Kremna. Why were they collected? More than 400 Russian soldiers waiting at parade rest for their general to come and give a pep talk, and the general was late. So you have all these Russian soldiers standing at parade rest for an hour, waiting for their general. That's too long when there are HIMARS around, and it was HIMARS o'clock for them. At least 200 were killed, and 100 or more wounded. So that is part of the 1,000. But I also saw that Russian casualties have been running between 500 and 1,000 so far this entire week. There is just intense fighting that is occurring all along the line of contact. Chuck will be here tomorrow night. Sadly, I won't be with him tomorrow night, but he'll be able to bring you up to date on everything that's happening. And of course, Chuck is here at 7 o'clock Thursday night with bullet points. But the line of engagement all the way from Kupiansk, uh, all the way to the east, from Kupiansk to Kamyansk, all the way in the east on the shore of the Dnieper Reservoir. This entire line of engagement is really aflame when you come right down to it, with a lot of heavy, close combat.
I read reports a few different times today of fairly large number of captured soldiers too. Off of memory, I can't tell you what the town was. I want to say it was up in the Bakhmut area, where they had a pretty substantial, like, company size unit surrender. But I'd have to look that up.
And the other thing we've seen, Armadillo, and maybe you have come up from work to get this much information. A lot of Russian attack helicopters are getting shot down. I think we're up to 36 in total now, but it was 5 or 6 in just the last week, practically one a day. And there's a lot of speculation about why. Are these air-to-air kills? Are they ground-to-air kills? I don't think that this question has been resolved yet. But the Ukrainians are, I think Zagolman has resolved that question. Zagolman.
I just wanted to point out there's one report I heard that there were 2 more Mi-24s that got wrecked today. So I did hear through the back channel that Latin said he'd seen where there were 2 more that were lost today, Mi-24s. So yeah, it's the part that's something has changed. Obviously, Ukraine's doing something different. You looks like Russia had a good first week of the offensive, and then Ukraine made some adjustments and has been wrecking Russian helicopters ever since. And the interesting part to me, frankly, is that whenever Ukraine had a kill, prior to the defensive or prior to the offensive, they would always say, hey, it was taken down by an infantry unit, or it was taken down by they'd show a picture of a guy putting a decal on the side of his the truck of his ground launched interceptor. You know what I mean? They have been silent in the last 2 weeks on the means of the kill. So as we are trying to figure it out, they're not telling. So to me that's substantial that they're even quiet on describing on how they were taken down. So that tells me there's something new in the game, and until Russia figures it out, they're not telling.
And we don't want Russia to figure it out. Russia just transferred, I think, Zagolman, I saw 28 Mi-24 helicopters transferred by Russia to the airfield in Berdyansk, obviously intended to reinforce Russian efforts to blunt the Ukrainian counteroffensive. We don't want all those Russian helicopter pilots to know what's coming at them. And the thing that I always remember about taking out a helicopter, chances are you've taken out the pilot as well. And we know that Russia is running out of qualified helicopter and fighter pilots.
Yeah, and that's why I think that's one of the reasons why I think I didn't see the Mi-24s, but I did. Maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but they did transfer a bunch of Mi-29s, which are a naval helicopter with kind of night capability, which is really the thing that they need is helicopters that have a FLIR, because it looks like Ukraine's attacking at night, so the helicopters would need to be there to defend at night. So their run-of-the-mill helicopter can't be put into battle. It needs to be something with a FLIR, so they can work at night. And I believe that part of the reason that they would bring a naval helicopter forward into this battle is because they don't have pilots for their other aircraft. So if you got pilots that are rated on Mi-29s, you bring the pilots in their aircraft with them. I believe that's part of their calculus of why they've brought those forward. I think they're running out of pilots, so they're, if you need more pilots, you get them by bringing their aircraft with them, because that's the way it works. You just can't move a pilot from, for instance, an Mi-29 into a KA. Or excuse me, did I say Mi-29 to KA-29? You can't move them from one to the other just willy-nilly. The pilot stays with his type of helicopter.
Yeah, I guess they were KA-29s, and they're now all in Berdyansk.
Yeah, they're the ugliest helicopter going, so you can't miss them. So if the world has less of those around, it'll be a brighter place.
Yeah, helicopters do not have to be ugly. Armadillo, go ahead.
So one cool thing or one sort of different thing I did last night while I was working, there's gosh, what is it? The podcast that's done by, it's called Ukraine the Latest, and it's done by the Telegraph in the UK. And so one of the cool things, they've got reporters on the ground and that sort of thing. One of the cool things that I heard on that particular podcast, there were some of the reporters had been going and interviewing Ukrainian troops, and the reporter was surprised how many of the Ukrainian infantrymen have these advanced night scopes and things. And he posed the question, how did you guys get this kind of equipment? The sort of stuff that War Santa delivers. If you guys know War Santa, I know Alan probably knows War Santa, and probably some of the other folks here do. And other folks, and it was just interesting the response that was relayed. It's like, yeah, well, we didn't get this through. This isn't regular, issue, right? We got this through. This was through fundraising, through donations, and so just wanted to highlight that the equipment, the things that this space and other Ukrainian aid agencies, the donations, things collected. I mean, things are showing up on the battlefield and making a difference. And I was kind of excited to hear it reported through, the Telegraph being, completely. I mean, obviously they're pulling for Ukraine, but they try to have as much unbiased journalism in their process as they can. I mean, the guys doing this reporting on this particular podcast, they are pro-Ukrainian, but it was very cool to hear that being reported. So I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Donations have made such a difference, and this is true whether donations are being sent for things like individual first aid kits and tourniquets, so that the medical care on the front lines is adequate for Ukrainian soldiers. But donations also supply batteries, antennas, communications for drone operators in the Ukrainian army. We have even seen, this isn't something that MriyaReport did, but we have even seen a privately funded infantry fighting vehicle. I think that's absolutely amazing. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars raised in order to buy a single infantry fighting vehicle. It so happened that, and I can't remember what country this was, but I'll look it up. It so happened that one of the NATO nations then added 8 or 9 additional similar IFVs to that one privately funded purchased IFV. But it also raises another question: why do private individuals need to raise the money for an IFV when it's the NATO nations that should be supplying all of them in greater numbers? One doesn't make that much difference, but everybody must have a great feeling about that. Anyone who contributed to supplying that IFV to Ukraine, of course, hundreds have now been sent by NATO nations. But it's a good instigation to NATO defense ministers to pull together and send more of what Ukraine asks for. So yeah, it's always interesting to see the news about Ukraine.
Alan, before we go to Lexicon, I wanted to draw attention to the nest. I found a tweet from Timothy Milan. Let's just say Kyiv. He's the president of the Kyiv School of Economics, and he is at the summit in London today. And he goes into depth about his general interpretations about everything. So wanted to draw attention to it. Had a lot of good information there. We're not necessarily on that topic at the moment, but I found it and thought it'd be good. But for now, let's go to Lexicon.
Hi, thanks. Good evening, guys. So are you saying that in addition to the 20 helicopters we were worried about, or had been 36 parked around the perimeter of Berdyansk military airport, another 29, ugly as they may be, are now there as well?
No. I am saying that it's older news, Lexicon. I don't even know if we've seen them in the theater of operation yet. I don't know if any have been engaged and shot down. So it is, I'm, days run together. It's 5 to 7 days ago that I saw this report of helicopters being transferred to Berdyansk. I have not seen reports of additional Russian helicopters being transferred to Berdyansk.
Oh, I see. Because I have to, you see.
There were Mi-24s in Berdyansk also. So that's part of the 29. Mi-24s were part of the 29.
Okay, thank you.
Armadillo.
Thank you again. So one other question on my mind. I saw a report about, and this was just in passing. Again, this is I didn't have time to dig into it. Just was too busy. But there was some article about Russians doing a detonation of I guess it was some ammo that they couldn't. Maybe they didn't want to leave it behind. Did they detonate some of their own, like their own ammo dump somewhere in Kherson? Kherson?
So I saw that news report today, Armadillo. I haven't tracked down exactly what happened, and of course, if if the Russians detonated their own ammo dump, that would be great news. It means that they're going someplace else, couldn't transport it, and therefore didn't want it to fall into the hands of Ukrainians and blew it up themselves. But I will track down that story. That is a story from today.
I guess that's what happens when you get so many trucks and fuel trucks get shot, bombed, burned out, hit by HIMARS and other decimated and destroyed. Right? Not enough trucks to haul the stuff around, and not enough fuel to get fuel to the trucks to and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you're right. It's a cascade of consequences. The Ukraine has been doing a great job hitting logistical targets behind the lines. This includes rail lines. Partisans have been involved, blowing up rail lines in Zaporizhia and in Crimea. Of course, when a rail line is blown up, especially by a partisan force, it can usually be repaired relatively quickly. But Ukraine has also targeted ammo convoys, fuel convoys, supply convoys behind the lines in Zaporizhia, in Luhansk, Donetsk, and taken them out. And this is part of what Ukraine needs to do in order to better the odds of a favorable counteroffensive going forward. So they have been taking out 14, 15, 20, 30 artillery emplacements. I think this is one of the more remarkable statistics you can see in the daily numbers released by the Ministry of Defense. The Russian artillery emplacements that have been taken out have been increasing. Chuck and I talked about it a little bit on Tuesday night. I mean, it was 4 or 5 a day, but now Ukrainian counter battery is taking out 14, 15, as many as 20 Russian artillery emplacements all along the line of engagement.
Looks like yesterday's number was 32 artillery systems just yesterday, which is insane.
And it's what Ukraine needs to do, and they're doing it. I guess the other thing I would say, I mean, everybody's attention, of course, is on the progress of the counteroffensive, and some people think it's been slow. Even Zelensky himself said progress has been steady but slow, and I think there are a lot of reasons for this. I mean, number one, Ukraine is waiting to see how Russia might respond, where they might redeploy troops. And I think that there have also been, there's been some difficulty or some caution in crossing Russian minefields. And that makes sense. Armadillo.
I was just gonna say, so some of I think Raver was one of the ones who mentioned this, and there were some others as well that pretty much now that we are at the official start of summer. This also coincides with sort of the official or the traditional start of sort of campaign season in yeah, in Ukraine and in the East, if we can put it that way. The I, and in fact tomorrow, well, actually it's already 22nd June in Ukraine, right? 22nd June. So, and what's significant about 22nd June is that was the date that the Nazis, Hitler and Wehrmacht, uh, kicked off their invasion of Russia and well, I should say the Soviet Union, um, and so I would say, it will be interesting, or at least to me, I'm going to be interested to see what sort of propaganda is the Kremlin going to spew tomorrow, and their little mouthpieces and their bots that they have here and there. What sort of propaganda are they going to spew comparing Ukraine to Nazis? And I know it's coming. I'm bracing myself for it, and it's just. But what that tells me is that they are so ruffled. They are so ticked off. They are so frustrated. They are at their wits' end with the special military operation gone wrong, gone completely wrong, the miscalculations galore, and just every stupid thing that Russia and Putin and the Kremlin are doing and still continue to do. They will not relent from this. It's like they're in some sort of a death spiral, and they're just not going to break out of this. They're they're headed for defeat, and they're embracing it. And and there was some discussion about this yesterday, and some of the guys were saying, well, maybe Putin thinks that he can hold out until the West, forgets about all this. But we're not going to let that happen, are we, folks? Right? Okay, just sharing a few thoughts there.
No, we're not going to let that happen, Armadillo. Not with speakers like you and Axel, Lexicon, Carrie, Lily, Zagolman, Steve, and all of our listeners. We're never going to let that happen. And the other thing we're never going to let happen is for Ukraine to go empty-handed in any way. And that's why I would ask every listener here tonight to go to MriyaReport.org and make a generous donation. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button. You can make as generous a donation as you possibly can. And this will send humanitarian aid to Kherson, for example, where Ukraine is still recovering from the flood that Russia unleashed by blowing up the Novakhovka Dam. But it does much, much more than that. It gives Ukrainians confidence that the world stands with them. If you and I stand with Ukraine, if you and I dig into our pockets and give $5 or $10 or 20 or 50 or 100, this is a way of assuring Ukrainians the world stands with you. We're not looking away. We are in this fight until you win it. That's what a donation means when you go to MriyaReport.org and tap on the donate button. So please do that tonight.
Also, if that's not something that's in your wheelhouse today, like, retweet, spread the information about the space, get more eyes and ears on our stuff, and that will help get to more people and generate more donations going forward. I did want to remind everyone that we have Thomas Tyner coming back tomorrow. He will be on 2 p.m. Eastern, 2100 Kyiv. is that 1800 UTC, I think. He'll be on to give, we're calling it 120, so he'll be here for about 2 hours, which translates to probably like 6 hours, but he will be here tomorrow, so please come back and check that out. I know last week's, with all the information coming at us, those were great segments during the middle of the day. We have some hands up, but I do not know the order, Alan. I was not paying attention. I failed.
No, you didn't fail at all. Let's just go back to Armadillo, then to Woke, then to Jamie.
Sounds good.
Well, just one more, or yes, one more quick question is, and maybe you can go to the other hands first, but what are some of the latest? I know the donations have gone to benefit Chef Zhenya, the Rubizhny unit, Protein for Ukraine. Those are a few that come to mind. Maybe you guys can hit on what's sort of the latest drive on where the donations were, who's benefiting in Ukraine.
Well, when we had LR match a bunch of donations and really pushed a drive last week, a lot of money went to buying generators for, I believe it was the Children's Hospital in Kherson, and money going to aid the city in their basically for fulfilling invoices as they come in, basically to help out their budgetary process. I know a lot went that way. Alan, do you know any others outside of that one?
Well, the deputy mayor of Kherson was with MriyaReport twice in the midst of the flood, and so water purification, water pumps, generators to keep electricity going, for example, in the Children's Hospital in Kherson. We also, I believe, helped Frontline Kitchen deliver food, 20,000 meals. And this was not all a result of fundraising through MriyaReport, but 20,000 meals to Kherson. I mean, remember, the flooding that took place after Russia blew the Novakhovka Dam inundated tens of thousands of homes. We still don't know really what the total effect of the dam was. We don't know how many people lost their lives. We do know that probably more Ukrainians lost their lives on the Russian occupied bank of the Dnipro because, of course, Russia would not allow humanitarian workers to the south bank of the Dnipro to rescue those who were stranded on their roofs, without water, without food, etc. And we also know that the Russians fired on humanitarian workers on the Ukrainian side of the river, wounding and killing humanitarian workers, going to save the lives of individuals affected by this flood. But Russia doesn't recognize the goodwill of people. Russia tries to kill the goodwill with snipers and artillery rounds, and
They're evil bastards, Alan. They're just evil bastards.
yeah, they're just evil bastards. There is no there's no standard that they will not fall below. I just, you don't want to believe some of the stories and headlines that you read and see almost every day. These are absolutely disgusting stories of atrocities that Russians commit, and they commit these atrocities every single day in occupied Ukraine. But, you know, This is why we're here, both to tell people what the Russians are doing, to let people know that the stories Russia tells about why they invaded Ukraine cannot be believed, are false, and are a kind of historical fantasy. So we are here to diffuse Russian disinformation as much as to bring you verified news of what is happening in Ukraine. And all of the news, the superhuman humanitarian efforts made by Ukraine to rescue victims of the flood after Russia blew up the dam, to the superhuman stories of Ukrainian soldiers fighting on the front line, giving their utmost, giving their lives to defend their country and to fight for freedom, and to be absolutely certain that Russia can never do this again. Never invade Ukraine again, never invade Georgia again, or set its sights on the Baltic nations or anywhere else on any former republic of the USSR. This is the empire Putin is trying to recreate. An absolute fantasy.
Alan, on that note, I am off to put a 2-year-old to bed. So thank you for a great night, and I will be back later.
Thank you, Forrest. Be sure to read a really good bedtime story. I always found that helped when I put my 2-year-old to bed, even though sometimes the bedtime story was so good, I had to read it 3 or 4 times, and usually I was the one who fell asleep first.
We'll try. We're big into construction equipment, so I'll try and find one of those books.
Hey, Bob the engineer. What was that? What the heck was the name of that book? Bob. It was Bob who ran a tractor. Anyway,
Bob the
Forrest,
Builder?
good luck.
Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder. Yes, that's it. And so, as a reward, Woke, because I think you said Bob the Builder first, you get to go next.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm backtracking a little bit. You guys were talking about helicopters. I had DM'd you an update that sounded really good on helicopters, and I will read it to you. Ukrainian helicopters will be equipped with the most advanced missile launch detection and self-defense system AMPS. I don't know what that is. I'm not a military person. And then the bipartisan resolution, U.S. backs bipartisan resolution calling on Biden administration to provide Ukraine with ATACMS missiles.
Yeah, those are 2 good news items, Woke, and I'm glad Zagolman is still here. He may know about the helicopter info. This is a German company, I believe, Zagolman.
Yeah. I talked about it today. It's a really good thing. So just to bring everybody up to speed, like, everybody knows about flares, right? You see a helicopter shoot flares to, kind of defeat a manpad threat, right? When you're in a manpad rich environment, and, that because manpads are the big risk for helicopters near the front. They usually can fly below the radar. So, the S-300s and radar guided air-to-air systems usually aren't the helicopter's primary threat because it works so close to the ground. But IR guided manpads are. So this AMP system, AMP is a there are multiple kind of plug and play elements of AMP when I looked at it, and it goes all the way from kind of replacing what Ukraine has already today with flare and chaff dispensers and missile warning type of systems, but the system, if they're getting the system that they should be getting, how's that? Which is the high end system. The system is comprised of multiple elements.
There's what's called a missile warning system, which basically tells you that there's a more missile approaching you. It could be either IR or RF. It has the flare chaff dispenser. So, for doing a countermeasure, it has an RF sensor so that you can tell if you're being painted by RF. It also, you can also get the system to where it has a system called DIRCM. And DIRCM is an IR countermeasure system where when a missile is approaching the helicopter, it actually blinds it. It has a slewing laser that slews to the missile and actually literally shoots a laser right into the seeker, the eye of the seeker, to confuse the missile. And you usually have two of these DIRCM heads per aircraft, one on the right, one on the left, usually towards the back of the helicopter. So you can beat multiple missiles at the same time, and they work very quickly and they're automated. And then there's obviously a central processing unit that brings all this data together and allows it to act, automatically, so that the missile warning system senses something, and then the countermeasure is dispensed automatically. So if that's the system they're getting, the high end system with DIRCM, DIRCM, that is exactly what they need for a helicopter at the front to beat manpads that can be potentially shot at them. That is exactly what I've been hoping that they'll get eventually. And I don't know how quickly they'll get it, but the fact that I think they said they're getting like 20 units, they'll probably add those to their Mi-24s, their attack helicopters, probably. But that's a first class system. It's not quite exactly what U.S. helicopters, U.S. Army helicopters are getting, but it's a reasonable facsimile. It's probably a generation behind, but the system itself functions the same. The newer system is lighter weight, and just more optimized. But from a functional standpoint, it is what all U.S. Army helicopters are in the process of getting, which is an IR countermeasure system that's laser based, that blinds the missile as it approaches the helicopter. So this is a really, really good thing. Can't happen fast enough.
And I believe this upgrade is coming from a private German defense manufacturer, Holsted.
Yeah, there's many people that provide these types of systems. There's not many. There's a handful, and what they do is, like the missile warning system. There's a couple people that provide missile warning. There's a couple people out there, companies out there that provide RWR, radar warning. There's a couple different companies that provides flare chaff, and they all then also do integration of those things to allow them to play together. And they're usually plug and play, and they allow you to kind of pick and choose different company systems, but they all integrate together. So the real guts that they're getting, the real thing they're getting is an integrated system that allows them to plug and play different systems through one survivability system. So they'll probably get a survivability display that'll be clipped into the cockpit, and it'll be an integrated survivability system that will be there to help the pilot beat both RF and IR systems automatically, right? So it won't depend on the pilot to punch out flares. You know what I mean? It'll be an automatic system. So that's the smarts of the system is what they're buying, because you can buy the piece parts from multiple suppliers, but the integrated system is what's worth its weight in gold.
That is really good news. To the second point you made, Woke, about House Resolution, and I think it's the number, and I'm going by memory. I think it's number 488, House Resolution 488, supply ATACMS to Ukraine. This was passed out of the House Foreign Relations Committee, I'm going to say today. And so it will be coming to the House floor. When? We don't know. And this is because the schedule of bills on the House floor is dictated or controlled by the House Rules Committee. Just when this resolution will come to the House floor for a vote by the full House, we don't know. If let's see, the rules may have changed, but if more than 200, or maybe it's but let's say more than 200 House members sign on for a release, then the bill, in this case the resolution, would have to come to the House floor for a full vote. So let's hope that happens very, very quickly. Let's hope it happens before the NATO summit in Vilnius. I want to welcome up Robin as my co-host. I really, you should welcome me as your co-host. We're equals here for the remainder of the evening. Welcome, Robin.
Well, I welcome you, Alan, but I would never claim to be your equal. But it's very nice to be here, and I learned from a master. Thank you.
No, we are equals. I absolutely demand that, and the time will come in the next 3 hours when I am less equal than you, because I'll say, Robin, take the lead.
All right, it's a deal.
I'm gonna actually step down. Sorry to jump in. I have to go head out to the pharmacy, so I'm gonna step down. Thanks for having me up, guys.
Thank you, Woke, and thanks for your questions and observations. I think next we have Jamie and then Lexicon.
Hey guys, I have a message about donating to the space. It's Prince Heather's 55th birthday today. She was up earlier and was mentioning that it's her birthday, and she'd love for everyone to donate with multiples of 55, even if all you can give is like $5.55 or 55 cents, but or preferably $555.55. That would be amazing. But if you're listening, Prince Heather, and I think you are, happy birthday. We love you and you're amazing. So that was all I had to say. And yeah, I'm going to go back to lurking. Take care, y'all.
Thanks, Jamie. Yes, today is the day to send a $55 or a $555 contribution to MriyaReport in a celebration of Prince Heather's birthday. Why 55? I'm going to let you guess. I'm not going to say it's because Prince Heather is turning 55, which I believe is the new 25. But send $55 to MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, write a note. Happy birthday, Prince Heather. We love you. Lexicon, then George, please.
Hi. I had a couple little stories. Well, something that I was watching today, as people are doing bedtime stories and stuff. And I saw an interview Deutsche Welle did of Dmitry, is it Murtaba? I guess he was one of the 3 who won the Nobel Peace Prize maybe last year. He's the Russian one. If he won a Nobel Peace Prize, I think it'd have to be that one. And so he's good at he's a good advocate and stuff. So in this interview, he had a couple of neat things that I thought we're always seeking good terms and advocacy and indicators. So he's got an indicate. He's because the heading on this story was that war's not selling well in Russia. So you know how hard it is to know like how anything's going in Russia. So he's developed this indicator, which is he tracks the price of T-shirts with V or Z's on them, and apparently the price has declined over the period by 85%. So that's why he says the war is not selling all that well. Enthusiasm may be waning among the T-shirt.
Go ahead, Lexicon. I think you're all right now. My apologies.
Yeah, Lexicon, keep going. I love hearing the story that war is not selling so well inside Russia any longer. Well, maybe Lexicon cannot hear us at the moment, Robin. So let's go to George. George, can you hear us?
I can.
No, I think I just got muted because anyway, yeah. But I just did want to finish with his remarks. Is that okay?
Yep, please do. I muted you totally by mistake, so go on, please.
Oh, well, but he, yeah, the guy's just creative at indicators and at rhetoric and so on. But I noticed in the course of a paragraph he was speaking that he said, well, these people, he speaks witheringly about Russia and the propagandists, and he says, they'll have you believe that Cain slew Abel because Abel intended to slay Cain. So I thought that was a good line, usable, because it's sometimes hard to explain how inexplicable it is that Russians think we're going to believe some of their lines. It's Ukraine's fault that they got invaded.
No one believes that, of course. George, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the fact that the resolution came out of committee, right? And now is the time where everyone, whether you like your rep or not, call them. If you live in the United States and you call your congressional representative, whoever picks up the phone, say, hey, I'm so-and-so. I live here. I live in this zip code. So-and-so is my congressional rep. And I want to know what he thinks or what she thinks about the resolution. Have they signed on to this resolution? Give the number of the resolution and move forward. The more calls they get, the better. Because then we can get that at 200 and then it will immediately go to vote. They won't have to wait for a schedule.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual number is any longer, George. How many co-sponsors of a piece of legislation there must be in order to bring it to the floor for an immediate vote. But watch this space. And George is absolutely right. Now that House Resolution 488 has been passed out of committee, it is in line for a vote on the floor. And we don't know when that will happen, but we can speed it up. And you can do that by calling your member of the House, finding out, have they co-sponsored House Resolution 488? If they haven't, ask them to. You can co-sponsor a bill in the House or the Senate uh, almost at any time before it comes up to a vote, within seconds before the vote is called. So now is a great time to have your member of the House of Representatives co-sponsor House Resolution 488, send ATACMS to Ukraine. It's a non-binding resolution, but it is a way to put pressure on the Biden administration to finally, openly, publicly send ATACMS to Ukraine. So, Robin, one other item of news that I was really interested in today was the the Ukraine Recovery Conference that's being held in London. It was convened by the UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly. It's a 2-day conference. Forrest put a tweet up in the nest. It's the first tweet up there, just giving impressions of how the first day went. And I think the first day appeared to go very, very well. Obviously, a lot of Ukrainian speakers, members of the Ukrainian government, talking about the current cost of Russian destruction in Ukraine and what it will take to rebuild, repair, build back better. And there have already been commitments of, I'm going to say, billions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, but billions of dollars to rebuild Ukraine and be sure that all these repairs can be made, all this rebuilding can take place, and I think there will be discussion of how Ukraine can claim Russian assets that have been frozen around the world to also support this recovery plan. The I do know the World Bank has estimated that the destruction Russia has inflicted on Ukraine is now more than $400 billion. More than $400 billion. And since the Novakhovka Dam was blown, and the daily artillery shelling, missile strikes, drone strikes on civilian targets in Ukraine, I am convinced that the total destruction Russia has inflicted on Ukraine is approaching if $1 trillion if it hasn't exceeded it.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, I mean, at this point, I think it's almost impossible to quantify the amount of damage that's been done, not only in terms of dollar amounts, but in terms of destruction of culture and destruction of just Ukrainians as a group. I was particularly happy to see that the EU was planning on covering up to 45% of the recovery budget gap, and including in large part dedicating confiscated Russian assets to that endeavor. I think I give Canada a lot of credit. I think they're the first to actually have transferred something formerly belonged to Russia over to Ukraine, and it's a great step in the right direction. So as I said, I don't think any amount of money can really fix what Russia has done to Ukraine, but it certainly will help as much as we can. The people on the right side of the conflict can devote to helping Ukraine get back on its feet, and it's a very positive sign.
Yeah, I agree with you, Robin. Money is not justice, but money does create the opportunity for Ukraine to build a brighter, bigger future once it defeats Russia and becomes a member of the EU, becomes a member of NATO, has the security guarantee that Russia will never, ever, ever again invade Ukraine, thinking that it is free to do that, free to launch a genocidal war, and I'll use the word enslave Ukraine as a rump state of Russia, or whatever you would call it.
No, that is the word.
Yeah, I think I said, but in any event, never, never again. It just cannot happen again. And if Ukraine and the Western world can stop Russia in this war, Russia will never, set its sights on any other former republic of the USSR, whether it's a Baltic nation or Kazakhstan, as another example. Robin, let's go to Will. And good morning, Will, from the Workers' Paradise. How's your coffee this morning?
Coffee is fantastic. Thank you, Alan. Good morning, Robin, or good evening to you folks in America.
Good day, Will.
Good day. So I just wanted to chuck in a couple of perspectives here on the Ukraine Development Conference. As I do when I get up in the morning, excuse me, I look through the tweets in the nest to find out what you've been talking about, so I don't have to ask you to repeat anything that I might have missed. And I was reading through the Ukraine Development Conference first day impressions from Timothy. I forget his last name. Milivanov. He gave a good summary there in that thread, and just wanted to chuck in a couple of perspectives from Australia in case there's any Australians listening in at this early hour for you folks in Sydney and Melbourne, the places that matter in the world. And those points are that Australia, some of the Australians, but some of us did a bit of beating up on Senator Penny Wong, the foreign minister, about not attending that conference in person. And of course, she sent Stephen Smith in her place. But because Stephen Smith's an appointed minister of state, he didn't get to attend the handshake with the king and all the pre-drinks and all that stuff. And there were a lot of people piling on her about that, because oftentimes we focus on the pomp and circumstance around events and not the substance of those events themselves. And so I just wanted to note that Stephen Smith was a former defense minister here in Australia, long-term serving House and Senate member from West Australia, by the way, but a lot of experience. You send a former defense minister from a former government to the conference on her behalf. It's not like we sent a cabinet page or something like that. He's a serious guy, served in a role that's relevant, is going to be very good to talk to or present Australia's position at that conference. And as I told Penny Wong, Richard Marles, and Albo again yesterday, it isn't about how things appear. The issue we have in Australia is that since March of last year, Australia has made about $22 million of additional capability investment in Ukraine in the form of those the IKEA drones we invented, essentially. But that's clearly not enough for a country our size and our capabilities and our current budget surplus. Say that with me out loud, folks. Australia is currently in a budget surplus of about $4 billion.
A budget surplus, Will? A budget surplus?
I'll tell you what that is in a second, Alan. And we have two states, West Australia and Queensland now, who are both also in budget surplus. So I'm not saying we're rolling in money down here, but we have enough money to walk and chew gum at the same time. And it's important that our next aid package be substantive, be meaningful, and be of a size that befits our 17th largest GDP in the world. So don't worry about the fact that they sent Stephen Smith and he didn't get to go to the handshake with the king. Worry about the fact that since March of last year, we haven't made a new commitment of significant amount to the efforts of Ukraine, and they have told us exactly what they want for us, and it costs us next to nothing in comparison to the benefit we will gain from it. The F-18s that we have in storage for destruction now. There is absolutely no planned use for those. The contract for those is not going to be fulfilled by the OPFOR company that was going to buy them. And now there are not 48 of those. There are 41 of those in storage because they've been handing them out to museums and RSLs and things like that, right? So those are going to be scrapped, and they're currently costing us tens of millions of dollars a year just to store and maintain, so that they could be used, even though we're definitely going to scrap them. It's written in writing by the Defense Department, scrapped. So, if you want
Will, can I just break in here? Is it possible that you can get to the museums now with the F-18s, and this is 7 F-18s, that's a lot of planes, given to museums? Can you get a sign on those planes as part of the museum display? Could have been used to free Ukraine?
That's an interesting idea. And if you folks in rural Victoria, Queensland, and New South Wales are near an RSL or a museum that has been given one of these, that's a great idea from Alan to go hang a little sign on a string around a piece of that aircraft and say, this could have been doing some good in Ukraine right now. That would be an excellent little protest. But 41 of those are currently costing tens of millions of dollars for storage and maintenance, so they could be used. Those could be sent to Ukraine today. Well, actually, they'd be sent to Boeing in the United States first, refurbed, and then sent to Ukraine. And Boeing has said they can complete the work on all of those planes, that all of those planes would be useful for service within 6 months, meaning some of them would be in service quite a lot earlier than that. Because as Australia knows, we tend to do things like maintain planes that we aren't going to use again before we scrap them. So the condition of those planes is good. It can be they can be ramped up and ready for use very quickly in military terms for use in Ukraine. And I encourage you to contact your representatives. Go to the Australian Parliament House website and sign on to the petition that's there for the House and Senate to act. You can find a link for that in my timeline, and I don't tweet that much, so it's not down the list that far. And the other thing we should be doing is getting that Thales plant in Bendigo running 3 shifts a day, making Bushmasters, because Oleg Reznikov and the Ukrainians have specifically said that their favorite armored protection vehicle, their favorite MRAP, is the Bushmaster, especially the version that has been fitted out as an ambulance. And we should be making those as fast as we can and sending all of them to Ukraine, all of them, until they say stop. Those 2 things alone would cost us between $350 and $500 million, and we have the money to do that. That we absolutely can deal with cost of living crisis, housing crisis, all the stuff we have going on in Australia right now, and clear up $350 million to provide a substantial aid package to Ukraine in the form of Bushmasters, Hawkeyes, the other vehicle they've asked for, and these FA-18 planes. In fact, part of that would actually save us money on our budget. So if you're concerned about Australia's aid to this conference and what we're talking about going there, there's that. Stephen Smith can represent us well enough. What we need to do is make sure that our next package announced on July 12th, if they're going to wait that long to announce it, that package is of significant size, in that range of $350 million, because it's the right thing to do and we can afford to do it. And if we don't do it, it's un-Australian. We're not standing up for the principles we're all supposed to believe in. And this government will definitely be held to account by the folks here in Australia who are watching. Definitely be held to account for that. We believe in principles that you've made shiny, happy words about through the campaign last time and in Parliament this time about your outrage. But if you don't back that with some substance, we will remember that. So please do that. And also note from that conference that Andrew Forrest from Fortescue Metals, who is one of the richest people in Australia, I think he's 3rd or 4th. Andrew Forrest has himself, he's been in Ukraine starting up a business hub already for people through this war. They've gotten started on their investment projects of what's going to come after this war is over, because they know the war is going to be won. And Andrew Forrest doesn't throw money away. You don't get to be a billionaire by throwing money away. And he knows where this is going to come out. And he's doing his investment early and now to make sure that he can capitalize on the outcome being successful earlier than the others who will show up after the war. And Andrew Forrest has committed $500 million himself to the Ukraine Development Fund. $500 million from one guy. He's like the Lou of this development conference. And he's done what we did with Lou 2 Tuesdays ago, which is hang around for 15 hours and tell people to match him or beat him. And Andrew has said that he's committed $500 million to that fund, and he's challenged all other serious investors to follow suit. So there's things that are going on.
Yeah, Andrew Forrest is something of a visionary. His company is the big iron ore company in Australia, right? And
the third largest.
Third largest. But Andrew Forrest has this vision of now I'm reaching back in my memory. He's going to make iron ore carbon neutral or some kind of green industry.
Yeah, that he's committed to having the carbon neutral iron ore mining company by 2030, I think. And you know, he Andrew Forrest is making money off the oldest, and you know, his name is Forrest. There's streets and parks and stuff named around West Australia. He's a rich kid from a rich family, has been for a long time. He might be a guy, you know, you would think that he would be a guy that would turn out like Elon Musk or one of these other rich, entitled a-holes who are basically driven by venal self-interest. But Andrew Forrest honestly does. His company's not perfect. He's a bit of an egotistic guy, but he does have an altruistic streak flowing through him, and he does have a vision for the future that is more radical, more interesting, more advanced and progressive than many of his peers. And he should be applauded for the things he's attempting to do in trying to make his mining operations greener, to keep culture and sporting activities alive in West Australia when they can sometimes die. He's been one of the forefront of trying to manage Aboriginal affairs in the locations where they do their mining, and being inclusive about making sure that Aboriginal businesses also share in the benefits of where they mine. So yeah, he's not perfect. It's a big mining company. He's got shareholders like everybody else. You know, the big companies are by definition sociopaths, but where their board has a guy like Andrew Forrest on it, they can be better on occasion. And this is one of the times when he's being very much better by saying he's going to invest $500 million now and encourage everybody else to in Ukraine, not wholly altruistically, partially altruistically, especially when you consider that, like they say in America with the election campaigns to get more women involved, you know, the Emily program, early money is like yeast. If you get money in early, or you do what Lou did here the other day, it's infectious, and other people join in, and then some of us pile on poor Lou and try to try to make it get it up there as high as possible. But it works, and advertising that it does, that other people are donating in large amounts, and you should too, is a very infectious way to get people involved. And it's not like they're throwing money away. It wouldn't surprise me at all if in 10 years' time, the $500 million that Andrew Forrest is investing right now turns into billions of dollars in capital. Because imagine if you took all these people who are innovating in Ukraine to save their country in all the different ways they've done it, in drone technology and computer technology to link all these information systems together and make up for the fact that the equipment that's given by the various countries isn't integrated with each other and sometimes doesn't have all the highest whiz bang componentry in it. All those folks are going to be living and working in Ukraine after this war is over, and they will be innovating and making new lives for themselves and their country after this. And I'll tell you, that is got to be the investment opportunity of the next decade, I would reckon. And so these people are doing it because it's investment. They're not giving the money away; they are investing the money, and that is a good thing to do as well, right? There's nothing wrong with these guys making money while they're investing early in a country that is going to be screaming out for multiple things, including investment capital for small businesses and medium businesses to rebuild and innovate. They're going to be crying out for investment money to rebuild housing and places of business so those people can get to work. And they're going to be crying out for money to rebuild infrastructure like dams, hospitals, water and sewer, power generation, railroad. And they're doing that now, right? I read yesterday from Timothy as well, Alan, that they've rebuilt 40 highway bridges in the last year in Ukraine. They're continuing to build bridges even while Russia's continuing to try to destroy them. So, this is going on right now. You know that Ukraine is going to win this war because of all the work that they're already doing and all the money that's already looking to come into Ukraine in a planned, structured way, like what's being planned in this conference today. And it's a great thing to see. Australia is playing its part in that, but not the way we'd like to see. And so I just want to encourage everybody in Australia, if you are able to do so today, to contact your representatives and let them know that that Stephen Smith is at that conference in place of Penny Wong, so that she can play her role in Parliament, which is sitting right now. That we don't really care. We don't really care. You could have sent whoever. You could have sent a former anybody. You could have sent me. Doesn't make any difference. The key isn't what you send to the cocktail parties. The key is, what's the substance of our next aid package going to be, and should that aid package be large enough to befit our 17th largest GDP in the world, or are we going to send the signal to the world that we're going to stand by while others invest in liberal democracy and expect them to come to our aid at some point if we have problems? And the next problem in the world is almost certainly going to be in our neighborhood. It isn't going to be in Europe when this war is over. When this war is over, Russia is going to be emasculated and contained for 10 years, 20 years. It's not going to be the threat it is now. Look at the way you talked about the campaign going slow, and that Zelensky was saying that he did say that it was going slower in capturing territory. The next line of that statement was, because they are systematically dismantling the capability of Russia to defend itself in the positions where they are attacking, and so that when the breakthrough does come, it goes like, I'm going to quote George Patton here, like shit through a goose. So slow, then very fast is what we're looking for here. And we want to be, Australia needs to be on the right side of history in this, and Australia needs to commit in a manner that befits our level of capability, not a whole bunch of hollow words with no material support behind them. So if anybody in Australia wants to make a statement or pile on about what they think, and you really support Ukraine, feel free to put the boot into the government if you want, but making a logical argument to them that there are specific things that we can do, and that we're watching, and we know what substance is, we know what our GDP is, and we're watching for July 12th to impress us with how committed we are to liberal democracy after more than a year of providing almost nothing else but words. So that's just my take on this today that I wanted to get about from Australian perspective. So thanks for giving me the time, Robin and Ellen, and back over.
Thank you, Will. I am going to start calling North American evenings Australian morning time. We need more Australians like you here who understand what's at stake and what Australia can do to support Ukraine right now. We have a bunch of hands, and Robin, I think the order is Kerry, Peter, JP, and the Duke. Kerry, go ahead, please.
Hiya. It's just a very quick thing because I was going to mention about Andrew Forrest's donation will with you coming up. I mean, I know, as you said, it's an investment, but it is fantastic good news. So there is definitely some good stuff going on from Australia. But I agree with you. We're all looking for there to be more coming up. But I just wanted to say, yeah, thanks very much, Will, to your fellow country person for giving that 500 million. It's a very valuable sign as well, isn't it? It's a good signal that these key international business people and philanthropists see the value in investing in Ukraine in whatever way that is. So thank you very much from the UK to Australia.
You know, Will, he's just 50 million short. He could have given 550 million in honor of Prince Heather's birthday. I'm not saying how old she is, but if you go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button and give $55, we will all know whose birthday you're celebrating. Send a note. We love you, Prince Heather. We'll never, ever say how old Prince Heather is, but give $55 and scratch your head. You might have an inkling of Prince Heather's birthday today. Let's go to Peter, to JP, and the Duke.
Yeah, just to say, Will does speak brilliantly. And it just struck me then that, to get a future, you have to win the present. And whether Andrew Forrest could offer, say, to buy those F-18s for, say, 100 million. So the Australian government are getting some money for what they consider to be scrap, and to get hold of them that way, because I'm sure he would funnel them into Ukraine very quickly. The other thing I was going to ask was how the meeting about NATO and finding a route into NATO at Vilnius. When is that due?
So the Vilnius summit is coming up in July. I'll look for an exact date. There is
12 July. I mean,
12.
for you guys, it'll start in 11 July, but for us, it starts on 12 July because, we're the first in the world. The sun shines on us first. I'm just saying.
Okay. And thanks, Will, for your brilliant speaking. And of course, Alan is always brilliant at speaking as well. Yeah, I think it is very important that the security of Ukraine is sorted out, because with all this investment going in, Ukraine needs to open its airspace to commercial airlines, to bring all these investors and architects and all the others in. And I know Zelensky, again, yesterday, or it might have been today, no, I think it was yesterday, talked about getting this route into NATO. And he also mentioned getting security guarantees. And I presume he meant security guarantees before they get into NATO. And I just wondered what everyone thinks about that. Who could give those guarantees, and where are those guarantees likely to come from? So we can open up the airspace, and we can get the industry moving, and even tourism started back into Ukraine because it is a beautiful country, and they need those security guarantees as soon as there's a lull in the war.
Hey, while these guys are rotating back up, I'll just answer Peter's question about Andrew Forrest. It would not be appropriate for him to use his money to buy those planes and have them refurb, because he'd be inserting himself in a defense matter that would only complicate things. Money is basically fungible, and what Andrew Forrest is saying is he's going to put $500 million into the investment fund, and he encouraged others to do the things they can. Because money is fungible, if he puts money into aid, the Australian government doesn't need to put money into aid. They can put money into making sure that this deal of getting these fighters through and the Bushmasters, they can reduce their aid contribution because they know the private world is doing that, and they can stick to their knitting, which is providing weapons of war and ammunition so that Ukraine can defend its democracy. So it sounds like a good, simple idea, Peter, but it's best to let people work within the areas that they're already got experience and competent and responsibility for. So the Australian government needs to stay involved and move the fighters and the Bushmasters along themselves.
Will, thank you so much for grabbing the reins so our cart didn't go off the cliff when both of Alan and I both dropped at the same time. Will, I was about to say to you before, and I didn't get it in, that you really should be careful about dissing Elmo on the site here, because we have enough crashes. And look what happened. So I'm not blaming you, but at the same time,
Well,
Yeah, every day, every time NAFO Dave says science and the scientific method, and this is religion at all, I noticed the space crashes too. Just saying, it's a coincidence.
it must be. It's the hand of God, Elmo. Okay, Peter spoke. JPD is up next, and then the Duke.
JP, can you hear us?
Who knows?
I also can't hear him.
Yeah. Okay. I think shall we go on? Shall we go on to Duke, and then if JPD can hear us, we'll go back. Okay, over to you, the Duke.
Okay. I don't hope it's a disappointment. Good evening to you all, and to Will, that the sun rises first. That's just pure luck. I've seen the movie from Patton, and yeah, you could call it bravery or crazy, but what I want to say about the money in Europe, there's also, of course, a discussion going on because of London, and Guy Verhofstadt, he made the remarks from perhaps we can make war bonds. So, and government and people and business can invest in war bonds. And so in that way, you can go beyond the aisle and beyond countries, and still everybody can invest in a country. And as counterweight of the money, he proposed the confiscated money of Russia. And yeah, that's a lot, causing a lot of debate on his tweet, I can say, assure you. But yeah, some countries are indeed struggling in Europe from, we have suddenly reshuffle our money and yeah, they also got to satisfy their own population. So yeah, but yeah, it's something that is also talked about in Europe. And I saw an interview on BBC with Hard Talk, great show, with the foreign minister of Ukraine and about NATO. He understands that you can't become a member of NATO during war. And that's not actually what they're seeking. They just want the reassurance, but yeah, like the former speaker said, what are those assurances? But reassurances that they can join after the victory. And he needs the countries to say, from, all right, we back you, and we don't sign to an agreement that you are a member, and that all isn't also not going to happening in Vilnius, he assured the interviewer. So, but they want to guarantee that they can be a member. And yeah, about a no-fly zone, I wish it could be yesterday, but perhaps it comes to a point that some countries decide for themselves as a group. There are several within NAVO, so yeah, I'm very curious how's that gonna work out.
Well,
And
I think, Duke,
yeah, sorry.
that is the key thing to watch during the Vilnius summit. What is the path that will be laid out for Ukraine's membership in NATO? And they do have to lay out a path. Yes, it's true. No country can join NATO while in an active war. I also just wanted to pick up on one other comment you made about war bonds. Months and months ago, I'm going to say last year, Canada issued war bonds in support of Ukraine, backed by Canada, and these war bonds sold out. But I don't know of any other nation that picked up on this idea.
No, not yet. It is rather fresh. He posted it tonight, and mostly right wingers reacted, and I haven't seen any official remarks by any politician or party. So I hope it will evolve during the day tomorrow and see what's happening. But I think, yeah, it's a nice way to say for us, like here in the normal people, not in politics, you can bypass the government if they can't or won't pay the extra. People can join, and yeah, I think it's very sad and cruel to say, but yeah, economically, if you and we do a lot, compare it to the Second World War and the Marshall Plan, as I see and have witnessed in my youth, the effects of the Marshall Plan. That's brilliant for society, and everybody was happy, and yeah. So yeah, I think there is opportunity, and yeah, in Ukraine is famous for its computer guys. I think there has been people who investigated that, and they think they are almost cleverer than the Israelis. And in the old days, a lot of hackers came from that area, but there's a lot of knowledge, and yeah, on more industrial parts are they very special. So yeah, if there is peace and there is no fighting after the borders have been closed, yeah, it could be great. But yeah, we have to do our best to stay alert and yeah, think of way And perhaps we must think of 50 ways to support Maria. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke. 50 ways to support Maria Report. To support Maria Report. I'd say 55 ways. That is the donation amount we're looking for tonight, asking everyone to celebrate Prince Heather's birthday today on the summer solstice, longest day of the year. So that means with the longest daylight of the year, you can create daylight by sending a contribution to Maria Report. MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button. Give 55 bucks. Send a message. Happy birthday, Prince Heather. I'm going to do that. Haven't done it yet. I'll be honest. I haven't done it yet. But as soon as Prince comes up, I'm going to make that $55 contribution. Robin, we have one more hand. It's Sussex.
It is. Over to you, Sussex.
Hey guys, happy birthday, and I hope you're well. And good evening, or good night, or good morning. I just, I just want to say respect to Rishi Sunak, man, for putting money into today's conference where he put the British money, because I mean, the British economy right now is going to go through a bath time. It looks like we're going to have a recession. So we're not going to have what I mean? But the fundamental thing is like the government, even the opposition government, they said we're going to support 100%. No matter what happens, we're going to support Ukraine. And I just want to say that's really good, and respect for that. But I was wondering, like, what do you guys think? Because the NATO secretary is up for his time is going to run out, the guy, Jens. I was wondering, do you think he should stay in as secretary of NATO, or do you think there should be change? Because he seems like The Economist today had the interview with Ben Wallace, our defense secretary, and he was like meant to like push to promote that, so to replace him. But it seems like the Americans wants to keep Jens as a NATO secretary, and I was wondering what you guys thought of that on that perspective. Anyway, yeah, thank you very much, guys, and respect to everybody, and have a good night. Yeah.
Thank you, Sussex. So Joe Biden has asked Jens Stoltenberg to remain as Secretary General of NATO. And I'm not sure if Jens Stoltenberg has said yes or no to this request. But I do think it would be a good thing for Jens Stoltenberg to remain as NATO Secretary General. The reasons why are these. He was among the first outspoken supporters of Ukraine. His speeches have been inspiring about why to support Ukraine. His understanding of what Ukraine is fighting for is unlike anyone others, in my opinion. And secondly, he has been Secretary General throughout this genocidal invasion by Russia. He knows what the stakes are. He has the relationships with all the defense ministers of NATO nations. Maybe Ben Wallace does too. Obviously, the UK is a member of the Ramstein Group. Ben Wallace has participated in that, but I don't think Ben Wallace is any longer in the running to become Secretary General of NATO. I think it would be a fine thing for Stoltenberg to continue for at least one more year. And I do think the invitation to continue is a short-term invitation. Stay on. Stay on for a year. Stoltenberg's been there for a decade, I think. But one more year now, at this critical time, I think would be important, and it would be to Ukraine's advantage, and it would be to NATO's advantage.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Alan. We really need the stability at this point, and Jens Stoltenberg has been a wonderful advocate for Ukraine and for NATO. So he's got my vote anyway. I was thinking when Will was speaking earlier about if people have been blessed with a lot of money are able to do a tremendous amount of good if they want to. We all try to do the right thing, but if someone wants to do the right thing and is also wealthy, it can make a huge difference. We've seen the worst of humanity in the last couple of years, and the barbarity that we see from the Russians every day. But we've seen people reach to incredible heights. I actually feel much more positive about humanity in general at this point, oddly enough, in the midst of all this brutality, because we've seen people so unexpectedly. I mean, Latvia is spending over 1% of its GDP on help to Ukraine. Poland stepped up like you wouldn't believe, and individuals. I remember reading that story about Polish just Polish citizens bringing strollers to the train station in Przemysl because they knew that a lot of women are going to be coming alone with children and wouldn't have strollers. So it's while the brutality is horrifying and heart-wrenching, we really are seeing the greatness to which human beings can rise to.
Yes, and people in nations all over the world are rising every day to a higher and higher standard, a standard of supporting Ukraine, a standard of standing with Ukraine for freedom and for the values they are fighting for, really for all of us. These are the values we benefit from every single day in the prosperous countries where we live. And it, what we hope is that in the future, we all share more and more in the prosperity, that the prosperity increases. But one way to increase prosperity of the EU nations, of Canada, the United States, of Mexico, of South American nations, of the Asian nations, Japan, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, India, Pakistan, etc. And all these nations, by the way, are members of the Ramstein Conference. One way to guarantee that prosperity increases and that we all benefit from it is that Ukraine defeats Russia. Why do I say that? Because Russia is the global threat. Right now, they have invaded a neighboring nation in order to subjugate it, destroy it, and commit genocide. If we cannot stand up to that and defeat Russia's intentional genocidal war against Ukraine, then there will be no prosperity for any of us. I guess that's the way I kind of look at it. I'm not that interested in prosperity. I am really interested in defeating Russia, removing a threat to the world, and therefore removing an obstacle to nations who believe in the rule of law, who follow the rule of law, joining together and making sure that the rule of law benefits all of us. Russia doesn't want that. We do. It's pretty simple, I think.
Yes, indeed it is, and all of the many things that we're learning about Ukraine is what a powerhouse of technology, and what a wonderful place it will be once peace is there and there's air and secure borders. I just came across an article in the Euromaidan Press, which is a very good website. I highly recommend it if you don't know it, about Ukroboronprom, the state weapons manufacturer has sort of let slip, purposely, I'm sure, that they're in the midst of doing some final testing on a drone that is, let me just the number here, that that has an articulated 1,000 kilometer range. Um, this and apparently this has been in use for a while, though very quietly, which may explain some of those unexplained fires in certain areas in Russia. In fact, Putin yesterday was complaining about how they had shot down a couple of drones close to Moscow. Now, Moscow is, I just checked before, is 450 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. So it is very possible that those were Ukrainian drones. It's karma's a wonderful thing. And I think, as we were saying, Ukraine is in the midst of all of this, is making incredible strides in terms of technology, in terms of development of weaponry. Let's get this done and let Ukraine get to the heights that it deserves.
Well, Robin, it's up to you and me. Where do we want to take the conversation next? We talked a little bit about the Ukrainian Recovery Conference going into its second day tomorrow in London, and lots of commitments to Ukraine are being made there. I think 60 nations now are in attendance, and that's important. That's more nations than participate in the Ramstein conference. But are there other news items that have caught your eye today?
There is something that it's an ongoing thing, and is Will is still here. Good. I realize that Australia is not New Zealand, although I'm come from the other side of the world. But it was an interesting story that I'm sure, Will, you probably are aware of at Radio New Zealand, that there was someone who was, I think she was just fired today. There was someone in the in the editorial department of Radio New Zealand who apparently was altering stories to represent Russian propaganda points, and they caught this. I think it was a woman. Doesn't matter. They caught this person after a while, having changed many stories to fit the Russian narrative. This is I think a tip of an iceberg something that I have been reading a lot about recently, of under the radar Russian plants in various countries, of people working to change the narrative, to push Russian talking points, and also to confuse matters so that people just throw up their hands and give up. It certainly, I think, has happened in the United States in the last few years on both sides of the issue. And we had, Alan will remember, we had several German contributors on a few nights ago. We're talking about the network that apparently is still active in the eastern part of Germany, that is responsible in part for the rise of Alternative for Deutschland, the far right movement in Germany. Anyway, Will, do you have any inside knowledge about that Radio New Zealand story? And then after that we will go to Duke, and I think Bohar again is on.
No, ma'am, not other than what you wrote, which is that person's been removed, and they're currently working on chasing down any and all those stories that were modified like that. And there are cases like not as egregious as that, but there are. It would amaze you, Robin, if you look through your society, that you didn't think thought about Russia at all in the past 8 or 10 years. But there are. It has shocked me how many of these people who are clearly pro-Russian, Vatniks, whatever, that have come out of the woodwork, including a former ambassador of Australia. So, yeah, you have to. It is gobsmacking when you see these people come up. You go, or you've got to be a paid agent. How could anybody take that view living in New Zealand or Australia? Without having some sort of paid influence or compromat or something over them. But yeah, they're I don't know anything in addition to what you've said, summarized completely. I probably read the same story you did, that they're now trying to correct all those stories, and it was just exactly for the reason you said, which is to basically just make people tired of everything, right? That's what Putin has directly said. Putin is fighting a war not to lose it all in 2023, in his hopes that liberal democracies will get tired, get distracted by other issues, go into election cycles, have our economic problems created in some part by the war, and that will destabilize our support for Ukraine. And he's sadly mistaken. There are instances where these people get away with this stuff, but they are being exposed, and that's also a good thing, because as we expose these people throughout our societies and call them out on what they're doing, it will reduce Russian influence in the world after the war is over, and then we can just hope that as we contain Russia and they are emasculated by Ukraine in this whole process of removing them from their territory, then we can focus on making sure they withdraw all of their nefarious actors from the rest of the world, particularly Africa. One of the best things that could come out of this war is the elimination of the mercenary operations of Russians in Africa. And they're there in large numbers. It took only days for them to show up in the recent conflict that has been sparked in Sudan. And so, they're waiting all the time, and it'd be great if we could get them extracted from Russia in total, so that they aren't enriching themselves off the misery of people in other states that they intend to influence or control later on after this war. Russia shrinking into a tiny little fleshy knob inside of its own territory and having to have a good hard look at itself. And maybe some of these folks will go home, right? We got to get rid of Simeon Boykov out of our the Russian consulate in Sydney. They can have him. They can have all the folks that think Russia's a better place to live, and all these folks that are living in our societies that are vocally speaking out in favor of Russia should be offered the opportunity to go to Russia at their earliest convenience, because I'm speaking with this accent and living in Australia for 30 years because I voted with my feet. If you want to live in a place, go move there. It's always possible. Please move everyone to Russia who wants to move to Russia, while at the same time moving everybody out of Russia that doesn't want to be in Russia. And I think the world will be a better place.
Yeah, it works for me. I know which direction will have one of the most traffic jams, however. Alan, I'm not sure of the order at this point. Do you know who was first?
I think it's Bohar and the Duke.
Okay, very good. Over to Bohar.
Thank you so much. I think Duke was in front of me, but my question is really short, so I'll just go right ahead. Do we have any updates about Swedish NATO membership? Is there any more grievances we have from the Turks, or any news from that front? And I will also thank you for a great show tonight. It has been really good listening to you.
Thank you very much, Bohar. So far as I know, there are no updates about Swedish membership in NATO. We are still waiting on Turkey, and my feeling is that the combined. Well, no, Robin knows better than I. Robin, go ahead.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. No, I don't know. I don't know anything either. It's very disheartening that it's taking so long, and I wish that Turkey would just get out of the way already.
Yeah, I don't think Turkey has gotten out of the way, but they're going to have to get out of the way before the Vilnius summit, July 12th. Yeah, they're just going to have to, and someone will find a way to convince Erdogan he will damage his reputation, Turkey's standing, and the peaceful defense of the world if he doesn't get out of the way. It's a story that we need to follow, Abohar, but whatever is happening behind the scenes in diplomatic channels. But I do know Sweden will attend the Vilnius summit, and one would hope they will leave the Vilnius summit as a member of NATO. Duke, do you have information about this?
Yeah, well, during the conversation early on, I also did browse a little, and I came across, a little article about Stoltenberg, and he addressed the matter of NATO joining, Sweden joining NATO, and he addressed it to Erdogan. But yeah, I don't know if it will help. But I think the best outcome would be in Vilnius that Sweden can join and that Ukraine gets approved after the war is stopped by the victory. Yeah, and about what Will said about the trolls and the disinfo, and I recently saw a message from a girl from Gerson. She said she was living now in New York, and she talked to people in the street, and it was someone of a peace movement, and she got they got in the conversation, and it came. End of the story was she was afraid of getting into war with nuclear bombs, and the girl was surprised about that reaction because she said, "I'm not afraid. I'm a girl in Gerson, and I wasn't afraid, but yeah, my parents brought me here, etc." And the day after, I get a post with the pamphlet organizing a meeting about talking about peace, and that we got to stop the war and stop the money, and etc., etc. And and later on, I looked around, and there are a lot of Russian people in that area she comes from. So, but I think, all kind of subtle ways are used. The easy ones are easy to pick out. I accidentally saw the tweet of Medvedev, and the first sentence was his description of the President of the United States. I can't recall it by heart, and I won't. It was very, very disgraceful, and it proves to me the mentality of people. Recently, I saw. He's not my favorite. An interview with Major from England, and he was really angry about things. But the way he put it, and his posture, etc. I think that's still a better way to keep in touch. But we got they're trying to confuse us all, and like the Romans did, divide and rule. So, this is what I had to add until now. Thanks.
Thank you, Duke. Robin, there are stories that sink into I won't say oblivion, but they sink beyond view. And one of these stories is the imprisoned journalist for the Wall Street Journal, Evan Gershkovich. He's been imprisoned for 84 days, arrested by Russia, accused of spying, of espionage. But of course, he was simply a journalist, and really one of the foremost journalists doing great reporting from Russia about Russian society, about the Russian economy, about Russian people, and yet Russian security forces arrested him, charged him with espionage, and imprisoned him. As I say, he's been imprisoned for 84 days now. But his story is one that we need to pay attention to because it is a story about how Russia silences journalists doing their job. It is a story about how Russia picks off Westerners, in this case, a U.S. citizen, uh, and uh, and throws them into prison. It changes their lives, threatens their life. Uh, his It's quite possible that that Evan Gershkovich, a journalist for the Wall Street Journal, will be transferred from one prison to a penal colony that is well known for cruelty, starvation, and it's a throwback to a kind of Stalinist penal colony. So I don't want to lose sight of journalists who are doing their job, journalists in Ukraine who have given their lives covering the war, journalists in Russia like Evan Gershkovich doing his job reporting about Russia and Russian society.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's absolutely outrageous that and one of the things that I think many of us have finally learned over the last couple of years is that nothing Russia does is new. All of this is a roadmap that they've been following from the time of the czars, with the repression and the inhumanity, the all of it, the invading other countries, the enslaving of populations, the forced removal of indigenous peoples in the Baltics. They did it in Poland, they did it in Georgia, they did it in Crimea, they did it in Ukraine, moving them thousands of miles. And those who survived were left in the eastern part of Russia with no way to get home. None of this is new, and I agree with you. It's there's so much going on that it's easy to lose track of things. But this particular case is very important because it not only highlights basic human rights, but also the freedom of the press, which is the foundation of any democratic system. And he's a political prisoner. It's clear he was taken totally and solely because Putin wanted to have leverage over the United States. I hope things are going on in the back channels. We hear nothing about it in the news, but I hope that something is being worked on in the back channels, that he should be that we can get him out and get him home as soon as possible.
Well, many people are sending support. Uh, what difference will it make if U.S. senators write letters to Putin? We don't know, but U.S. senators are signing letters to Putin together to demand the release of Evan Gershkovich, a Wall Street Journal reporter. Simo, please come up and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. How are you?
Very well. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm pretty okay. It's getting hot here in Finland. It's like a tropical paradise too. to exaggerate a little bit. Maybe. Okay. Anyway, about this journalist being arrested and kept in Russia, he's like a. The thing is that he's a kind of like it's like a hostage taking. It's like Russia. There is this kind of like an intelligence war going also on, and so I think it's like it's fine that America is pulling the levers to get him released, and of course this is completely unacceptable. But it's like you can. Russia is a terrorist state, so just forget about any kind of rule of law, any kind of human rights, or any kind of basic decency. You know, they are capable of using polonium in London and using nerve agents in Salisbury. So they are like this. So the thing is that I think they are kind of preempting the Russian intelligence services. They are preempting that eventually some spy is going to get caught in the continental USA or something, and then they will make an exchange. So this poor journalist will be exchanged for somebody maybe who doesn't have official cover in the US. And it's kind of like this intelligence war is escalating because CIA was very kind of public about it, and also it's kind of has a kind of information impact that they are saying that it's open season for recruitment, and there is a lot of dissidents in, or there's possibility that they can recruit a lot of people in the Russian services. So it is going like that. So I think it's like fundamentally it's like he's been kept as a kind of reserve to be exchanged with somebody who Russians want back desperately, or Putin wants back. You know, it is this kind of thing. And the one thing to mention also is that normally Russians didn't have any bounds to do these assassinations in Europe, but normally they kind of avoided using these kind of methods in the continental USA. But there have been some mysterious deaths previously. I think people dying in the DC hotel rooms and this kind of thing, the Russians. But I think now there was some reports, was it New York Times, that there was some plot to assassinate somebody who has cooperated with the USA, and he got a resident status in USA. So I think the Russian special services, they tried to assassinate this person. So it is some sort of escalation. But, we shouldn't be fearful of any kind of escalation. The global West, we are 100 times more powerful than these lousy Russians, but still we have to kind of like keep an eye on these people. They are very dangerous and unpredictable, and they don't think they might look like us, but they don't really think like us. They are fundamentally different. Unfortunately, I come to this kind of conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seema. And I think you're exactly right. Evan Gershkovich was taken as a kind of hostage. And I also think you're exactly right. Russian unpredictability is part of their danger. Robin?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, this is sort of an odd image, but I lived in a really lousy apartment in the city, in New York City at one point, and one of the things that would happen is you go into the kitchen, if you turn the light on, all the cockroaches would scramble. They'd head for the cracks or whatever. And the more we shine light on what the Russians are up to, the more the same thing is going to happen. They can't. All of this stuff has to happen in the shadows. When they're directly confronted, and people openly see what's going on, they evaporate. I mean, this is a lesson to learn about Putin. Also, he's a bully, and when confronted directly, he tends to back down. So. You know, it's as I said, it's an odd image, but I come back to cockroaches when I think of some of what the Russians are up to.
I think that's a great image. Turn on the lights, and the Russians hide like cockroaches. I think that is absolutely true. I've lived in apartments with cockroaches. Who hasn't? But just to continue a bit about Evan Gershkovich, the reporter, the journalist for the Wall Street Journal. As I say, 84 days now in prison. It's a story that, although the Wall Street Journal reports about it, other news outlets have let it slide out of their vision. But it's an important story. And one does hope that behind the scenes, diplomacy is taking place that will lead to his release and his return home to the United States. 36 senators have sent letters to Putin asking for his release. And this is important pressure. It probably won't be instrumental in freeing Evan Gershkovich, but it's important. It means that some of us here in the United States are keeping our eye on the story. Some of us understand the value of freedom of the press. There is no freedom of the press inside Russia, of course, but we have to stand by every single journalist in the world who celebrates that freedom simply by doing their job. And as I mentioned, many journalists, more than a dozen, have been killed covering the war in Ukraine. And we do have an imprisoned journalist now inside Russia. That was kind of a tangent there, Robin. I just bring it up because I have a background in journalism, and I do watch how journalists do their job and the threat they often do their job under. You know?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's a tangent. It it is a critical part of the war, keeping people's attention on what's going on and getting the story out. We've all been frustrated by the wonderful OPSEC that the Ukrainians have, but even aside from the information we can get, journalists are the people who keep us who let us know what's going on, so we can make judgments about things. And I've been very impressed by there've been a lot of stories about journalists in the war zones stepping out of their journalist roles to help. Remember seeing stories of when they were evacuating people out of, I think it was out of Bucha across. There was a bridge that had broken, that they had bombed to keep they destroyed to keep the Russians from getting to Kyiv. And there was a journalist covering the story, and there was an old lady who couldn't walk very well, and he at one point just dropped his mic and picked this woman up on his back and carried her across the river. And it just goes to show, the dedication of the people who are doing these jobs and their humanity. It was such an impressive thing, and it's not the only time that I've seen, stories about that. In fact, this same journalist, I remember doing a story about, they'd gotten a story of an 80 some odd year old woman in Kyiv living in an apartment all by herself with no one to care for. It was in pretty bad shape. And they again dropped everything. They stopped doing their job really and raced to get her to help before the curfew came down. And it's, you have to remember that these people are doing a critical job for us. And also they remain human beings at the same time, reaching out to help. I give them a lot of credit.
Yeah, I give them a lot of credit too. And one of them in particular, Guillaume Patak, who's a freelance journalist, a French journalist who has settled in Ukraine, it was interviewed here in MriyaReport. I hope he comes back sometime soon. He has gone on some very daring reporting missions. And one of the things I admire about Guillaume Patak is that he said when he was interviewed here at MriyaReport, the war came to him, and his choice was to become a war correspondent. So Russia's invasion essentially, well, I won't use the word forced. I won't use the word required. It didn't force or require him to become a war correspondent, but this, because of his training, this was his choice to be sure that news got out to the rest of us about what was happening inside Ukraine. It's Guillaume Patak, who is a freelance French journalist, still reporting inside Ukraine, producing wonderful stories, interviewing Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines. As I say, he has gone on a number of missions that are essentially military in scope. And he's a young war journalist who takes risks to report the news.
Yeah, when you think about it, I mean, journalists are they're volunteering to serve on the front lines with a microphone instead of a gun. I mean, I couldn't do it. It takes a tremendous amount of bravery. I was referred to some YouTube clips by a Ukrainian friend of mine. There's a radio station in Ukraine called Hromadska Radio. Hromadska means like public, and there's a woman, a reporter, a little thing, who goes around. She was on the front lines in Bakhmut interviewing guys under fire, and ducking. And you hear the missiles coming in, you hear the drones, and I mean it's very very impressive. I mean, as I said, she's not a trained soldier. She's there just to get the story, to let people back at home know what's going on the front lines. It's pretty amazing.
I welcome Curry. Please go ahead.
I've been listening to the stories tonight, and I think about some of my background, in which I grew up in a rural community where we had first responders, volunteer people who put out fires. Like my dad said, well, if your neighbor's barn is burning, you go help put it out. And we get to do that with contributing to MriyaReport. The advocacy that we see that you're doing here tonight. I mean, it's just a simple concept that is not just on a county or a township level, but it is truly on a nation to nation and worldwide level. We get to be part of the first responders, but we have to do our due diligence through advocacy, contacting our Congress people and our senators. And so I heard some of the chatter discussion about the 55. So I'm going to give you a little slogan: donate 55 and help keep people alive. So thank you very much. Let's all be first responders on MriyaReport, and also in other advocacy groups and support groups through Shavshengan and so on. We get to be the first responders, even though we are far away. Thank you very much. That's all I have tonight.
Well, thank you, Curry. That's a wonderful image. I think we certainly, even though most of the Ukrainian army is still volunteer, and one of the things we really are seeing through all of this is what difference volunteers have made. Small groups organizing to help Ukrainians helping each other. So thank you. Yes, we need to be first responders.
So Skykiss, I notice you've come up, haven't raised your hand, but usually you have interesting topics to bring to us. Anything tonight? Well, apparently not. Or maybe yes.
No, I was busy getting tea. I wasn't at my phone. Thank you. It's on the counter. No, thank you.
Well, thanks for coming up. Uh, well, Robin, let's see. It's a bit of a quiet night. Uh,
Well, I could certainly share a little odd thought I had since we're sort of in a lull here. Um, I I am Jewish. I'm not Catholic, but I'm a great admirer of certain Catholic saints, and one of the people I hold in the highest regard is Saint Therese of Lisieux. Why do I bring all this up? This isn't a religion program, because we were talking before about you had mentioned the senators writing letters to Putin and whether it does any good or not, and it probably doesn't do a lot of good, but we each need to do what we can. Saint Therese talks about what she called her little way, that we can't all do massive heroic deeds, but in our lives we can do whatever we can. And every little thing that one of us does, it adds to all the other little things everyone else is doing, and that can change the world. So I think it's a very powerful lesson. It certainly has given me solace at times when especially for example, before I found MriyaReport, when I was flailing around trying to figure out what I could do to help Ukraine. Now, obviously, can't get on a plane and go over there and help. I'd be a burden on their healthcare system, in all likelihood. But you know, I would remember what Saint Therese taught, and I would remember that I can do a little bit. I can give $100 to MriyaReport. I can write a letter. I can pray if you're a praying person, you can pray. I can speak to friends and try to explain to them what's going on and have them understand what a righteous cause Ukraine has. Now, all those little things, I think, just in terms of in a cosmic sense, all of those little things add up together to do something really, really great. So, as I said, we can't all be Ryan and be running aid inside of Ukraine, but we all can do, as Curry was saying, we do what we can locally and within our strength, and together, God willing, we'll get Ukraine across the finish line to win, to get the Russians out and get peace and prosperity back for all of them.
and this we will do. There's no question about it. And I like Curry's metaphor, his image of all of us being first responders, because that's what we are. Whether we are few together on a quiet night, this on the night of summer solstice here, the longest daylight of the year. There's something we can do to bring daylight to Ukraine, and that is to go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make a generous contribution. You can give $55 tonight and celebrate Prince Heather's birthday. I won't tell you how old she will be today, but give $55. Make a guess. 55 is the new 25. So you could give 25, 25, and 5. That would be a wonderful way to celebrate Prince Heather's birthday today by going to MriyaReport.org, tapping on the donate button, and making a contribution. Robin, the other thing I want to mention to people is if you don't have the opportunity to listen live to MriyaReport 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I mean, who's able to do that besides you and me, maybe Axel? You can go to Spotify and search for MriyaReport and listen to archived interviews. You will receive an education in military tactics and strategy, in history and culture of Ukraine, in current events of Ukraine. Because on Spotify, you can listen to interviews with Ukrainians who have served in the Rada, who serve in the government or have served in the government of Ukraine. You can make yourself informed You can even send Spotify links to friends who might have questions about Ukraine and just say, listen to this. Take 20 minutes and listen to this. Or if they have more time on their hands, take 9.5 hours and listen to Thomas Tyner, one of the foremost military analysts who visits MriyaReport regularly. He'll be here again tomorrow, as will Chuck Farrer.
Yes, this is a very good point. I must admit, I do occasionally fall asleep in my attempts to listen to MriyaReport 24/7. My only frustration is that if I go to Spotify to listen, I inevitably miss something that's going on at the same time. But it's a wonderful resource, especially for those special programs like Chuck Farr and Thomas and well, many other guests we have. So I agree. I think Skykiss is ready to speak now. Over to you, Skykiss.
Well, I just have something to add to what Alan was just saying. Yes, today has been a very busy day, not in spaces or online. And I was only able to catch a little bit of Chuck's visit today. It was very interesting about the let's say, the damage to the Nord Stream pipeline. And very interesting. I'm sorry, I didn't get in at the beginning of the discussion. Oh, yeah, at the beginning of the discussion before Chuck came on. And so I stayed for as long as I could listening to after Chuck came on. And then I had to an errand, and I just had to be out of the space. So and then I just got back into this space. So um and I completely missed Thomas this morning. So yes, I have to go in a couple of days and find the Spotifys and listen to them again. And I'm very grateful that we have that capability. And yeah, I used to listen 19 or 20 hours a day. So didn't leave much time for sleep. I never fell asleep listening. I have awakened and found a couple of times. One time it was Doman and Mockers, and one time it was Axel speaking. And it's like, no, but my phone's not I'm not even logged into Twitter. How is this happening? So yeah, really spooky, freaky things do happen. No, I had not remained logged in. I didn't even have Twitter loaded and open on the phone. So I don't know how that happened. But strange things do happen. And it's a great thing. I think that's a really good idea that Curry brought up about being a first responder. And if you can, I couldn't give as much as I wanted to when LR was driving that big fundraiser last weekend, but it was really great. And yes, I donated, but not as much as I would have liked. So anyway, thank you. And I may have another question depending on what topics we're going to discuss this evening. So I just wanted to say that about the Spotify's being really handy when you just can't be there listening live.
Well, thank you for that, Skykiss. But I am a little disturbed that you're waking up to find Axel and Doman talking if you're not even logged into Twitter. It's a little bit frightening.
No, it was really strange. And then somebody, I think it was David Brookfield, said, oh, well, we do ask people, if they can just leave us on all night. And I go, well, I can't, because if I want to wake up to my alarms in the morning, I have to turn it way up, and I can't leave it on. I can't, I have to log out of the space and or leave the space rather. And so I don't know how that happened. It's like there have been a few strange things in my life. That's one of the strangest things. And the fact that it happened twice, It's like, how does that happen? Okay.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. No, I was trying to tell them, no, I call it phantom Twitter, but it hadn't happened with any other spaces. It just happened with this one.
Well, this one's special. Now, I don't, Skycus, we're sort of at a lull here. So if you have another topic you want to bring up, I don't see any reason why we can't address
Well,
it here.
I just hadn't even had time to think, and I have to actually write a note and go 2 doors down and leave it on my neighbor's door. So
Okay, so
otherwise, I'm going to listen for a while and see. And I have a question. Is Prince Heather going to be here this evening, or does she have the night off because it's her birthday?
Alan, I believe she's in tonight, isn't she?
Prince Heather would only celebrate her birthday here at MriyaReport. So yes.
Excellent
Yeah,
point.
I agree. Okay. All right. I'm gonna see what percolates as far as questions are concerned, and what you said, Alan, about Guillaume Patak. That did generate a small question. Had he already moved to Ukraine and settled there before the war started?
Yes, he had.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I understand about feeling compelled to do something major like that. He probably had some kind of inspiration. He might have visited and decided he loved Ukraine and he just wanted to settle there. So yeah, it was really interesting when he came. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, he came with someone else. It might have been the camera operator who.
Well, Guillaume Patak was here with a photographer whose name I forget at the moment. Another freelance journalist, but a still photographer.
Yeah, I've written his name down. I've got it in my notes. Both of them. Yeah. Okay. But it's been a while. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sky Kiss. So, Robin, I've come up with a little bit of news here. This is reported by ISW, the Institute for the Study of War, and it is released today. Ukrainian defense industry conglomerate Ukroboronprom.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Thank you. Ukroboronprom announced on June 20th that Ukraine built and successfully tested a 1,000-kilometer range drone. And as ISW goes on to say, indicating Ukraine's intent and ability to target RU military, that's Russian military infrastructure in occupied territories. And I have to say, inside Russia with Ukrainian made drones. To me, this is important because it means that Ukraine is conducting this research, testing, manufacture of very long range weapons. In other words, Ukraine is not going to wait for the United States to decide can they or can they not send ATACMS. Now, I don't know what kind of warhead or explosive this Ukrainian developed drone could carry, but it can go 1,000 kilometers. That's a long way.
It sure is. In fact, Moscow's only 450 kilometers from the border. So I've heard Putin is spending a lot of time in his bunker lately, and I think he ought to stay there if he knows what's good for him.
My guess is that Ukraine would first target Russian airfields, especially those airfields where the Russian bombers take off, fly over the Caspian Sea, and launch cruise missiles against Ukrainian civilian targets. So what airfields might be within reach of such a 1,000-kilometer drone? Certainly the Engels airfield would be within reach. I'm going to have to draw some circles on the map here, Robin, and see if they could get to other air bases.
Yeah, between airfields and ammo dumps, I mean, if they have to keep all of their material 1,000 kilometers from the border, that's really going to slow down, considering how bad Russian logistics tends to be anyway. So I think it's a great development. Who knows what else they're working on? And maybe there's some cluster munition heads to stick on some ATACMS that, well, if Ukraine develops them in the country, then all those restrictions about how they use them wouldn't pertain either.
There you go. Again, this simply demonstrates the ingenuity, the innovation, and the determination of Ukraine fighting fighting Russia. Ukraine is needs Western support. Yes, they cannot fight this war without the United States, without NATO, without the 55 nations of Ramstein. But Ukraine does not depend only on us. Ukraine has never asked for NATO boots on the ground. They have simply asked for the weapons they need to finish the job. And if they can't get all the weapons they need, now they are demonstrating they will develop the weapons they need. They'll manufacture them and use them to defeat Russia. And of course, we've talked before about Ukraine starting factories, which are now producing inside Ukraine in secret locations 155 millimeter artillery shells. This is one of the primary shells Ukraine needs on the front line.
And as I remember, the missiles that turned, as Alexei Reznikov says, it turned that floating rust bucket of the Moskva into a submarine, were Ukrainian developed surface to ship missiles, I believe.